Hello, everyone. Welcome to the slime stream. I'm Erica Tuggle. I hope everyone is having a relaxing Tuesday. Hope that finals aren't getting you too stressed. If so, hopefully this will help. I am a member of the Desks and Patron Experience team at the library. We provide to you all kinds of services to do with if you need help at the library, we'll get you the resources and tools that you need. So to get started today, we're going to make 4 different slimes. And I will go over those with you and the ingredients you need. I'm also going to share a presentation with you that will have all the ingredients you need as well. So our first slime today is going to be the fluffy slime. And we'll go over the ingredients for that. So you will need some white glue. Any brand is fine for that. You will need baking soda. I put mine in a little baggie here for easy use. You'll need water. I've got a squirt bottle on hand that doubles as a cat sprayer, which I've already had to use once. And you'll need shaving cream for this first recipe. And you will need contact solution. Now it's important to note that your contact lens solution must have boric acid and sodium borate in the ingredient list. Otherwise, this slime isn't going to come together. And similarly, it's important to note that you must use shaving cream and not shaving gel. So that is part of the recipes you will need for this first slime. So we'll go ahead and get started on that. Now this is going to get messy, so I also have brought gloves. Some people don't mind touching the slime with their hands, and some people prefer gloves. So, all right, step number 1 for fluffy slime is you will add 2/3 cup of Elmer's white glue, or really any kind of white glue you want to use. See what I got here? I'm going to use about half a bottle for this recipe here. All right, and then we're going to add our baking soda. We're going to do a 1/2 teaspoon. Just add it in there. That's what it looks like right now. Not much of anything to speak of. And then we're going to add our water. We're adding a 1/4 cup of water. All right, now for the mixing. That's what I'm going to put on my gloves. Normally I just mix it with my hands, but we're going to keep this as clean as possible. Let me angle this so you can see my bowl a little better. All right, and I've already made one of the classic errors here, adding too much water. But with slime, that's not a problem. You just add more of something else. So I'll add more glue to this. I want it to be less soupy. Yeah, just a little more glue. Okay, mix that up. Alternatively, you can use a spoon for this mixing, spatula, that kind of thing. All right. Now the fun part, we're going to add the shaving cream. 2 to 3 cups. Give it a shake. See what I got going on here? There we go. We'll start with that. And we're going to mix that. Slime making is great for relaxation. It really calms me down. Cooking in general is a good relaxant, I think. See, and we're getting a consistency here that we want, kind of that soupiness. That's going to be real fun to play with. Okay. Now, optionally, you can add food coloring at this stage in the process. So what color do you want your slime to be today? We've got blue, we've got red, green, and yellow. I'm going to make this first slime red. Add a couple of squeezes here. And give it a stir. I want you to really see that. It's really relaxing when the colors mix together. And the bonus of this slime is that you use the shaving cream, so it smells good. Now, for all of these slimes, you can add additional items. You can add glitter if you so choose, or beads, kind of whatever makes you happy there. Okay, so we've got a nice red, more of a pink mixture actually. Okay. And then last, we are gonna slowly add our contact solution. We're gonna add it a half teaspoon at a time, because you may need more and you may need less of this. So remember, we're using the contact solution that has boric acid and sodium borate in it. We're going to do a half teaspoon at a time. All right, and give that a stir. As we're stirring that, we'll see that there is a change to our mixture almost immediately. It starts to thicken up. You can't tell so much if you're using a spatula, but if you really get hands-on with it, you can. You can see what I'm talking about here. That gloopiness that we are going for is achieved when you add the contact solution. So at this point, if you want less of a liquidy mixture, you can add another half teaspoon of the contact solution. But if you like, your consistency here, then there you go. You've got your first slime. If it's too sticky, again, you can just add that contact solution. But you want to be careful, because if you add too much, then your slime's going to become hard. It won't be as stretchy. It won't be as fun to play with. All right. So I am pleased with this slime. It's got a texture that I enjoy. It's got a sound that is pleasing. So this is your fluffy slime. It does have that fluff to it because of the shaving cream. All right. Success. I'm going to take my glove off. And I'm going to move to the next slime. I'm going to go put this out of reach of the cats as well. We've got to keep our feline friends safe, and they are just too curious for their own good. Okay, we're moving on to our next slime. Our next one is a baking soda and contact solution recipe. This one is very simple. So the ingredients you will need for this slime are, again, your glue. Glue is the base in most of your common slimes. Optional food coloring, baking soda, and again, our good old contact solution with the borate. Slime number 2. Okay, we are going to start again with our glue. Squeeze that into our bowl. I'm using, again, about half a bottle. Once it gets down to the bottom, it's a little trickier to come out. All right. And this slime, what color should we use? I think I'm going to go with a green. Green bowl, green slime. That's your traditional slime color, I guess. Use a good bit of food coloring so that it turns out to be a deeper green. That's what I'm going for. Okay, so we're going to mix these together. Again, I really enjoy that color process when they mix together. Yeah, that's a good color. It's almost a Christmassy color. It's going to be a fun slime. Oh yeah, I like that. It's kind of a Kelly green. So then we're going to add our baking soda, stir it in. Again, we're using 1 teaspoon of that. You can see how that looks as it's going into the mixture. There's about 100, 200, 1,000 recipes for slime online. So feel free to branch out, explore slimes, and see what you come up with. Most of them can be made with common household ingredients. It's a good activity for days like today when it's pretty chilly. Okay, so I've mixed in our baking soda. It gave it more of a thicker type consistency. It's sticking to the spatula a little more. Okay, and the last step for this is we will add our contact solution. We're adding 2 tablespoons of that. I'm going to double check tablespoon and teaspoon. Tablespoons. I'm going to add 1 and see what happens before I add the second one. Because my first recipe said don't add too much. Oh, wow. Instantly you've got that consistency it takes on. That's so cool. All right, see, it's turning into a blob at this point. That's what you want. Soaking up all that contact solution. At this point, we need to get hands-on. Return to my gloves. Let's see what I've got here. Kind of pull it from the edges of the bowl. Ew, right? Scrape it a little bit. I'm glad I only added 1 tablespoon at a time, because I think if I'd added that second tablespoon, my slime would have become too hard. Just 1 tablespoon and I've got this. It's more contained than the fluffy slime for sure. It's more like a putty. I'd say I prefer this slime over the fluffy slime, just because it's got more, what's the word? More squishiness. Yeah. And it's safe to touch with your hands, so that's fine. You can pull it. Kind of breaks apart. Put it back together. Now, if it's become too hard because of the contact solution, we can just add some more glue. Kind of go backwards. It's really hard to mess up slime. This green color is really great for this. Good stuff. All right, another successful slime. clean my hand here. One note of caution about using food coloring and playing with these slimes is that I got a little bit of green on my hand. So the gloves will prevent staining. But give my hands a good wash, it'll be fine. Okay, so that's slime number 2. Move this out of the way of cats. All right. We're going to go with slime number 3. This slime is a bit different from the other 2. It's called many different things. One name for it is oobleck, and it is a non-Newtonian fluid. So you'll see how we expect this fluid to move and how it actually moves. So it's a bit sciencey. This recipe only has 2 ingredients. It's very simple. You're going to use cornstarch and water. I've got my cornstarch here. Any brand will do. 100% cornstarch. You can also use it to thicken sauces and gravies. It's great for baking. So when you're done making your slime, you can use this for an easy gravy recipe included conveniently on the back of this. All right, and then our water, pretty standard fare here. And so in your bowl, you're going to combine small amounts of water and cornstarch together to form a mixture that looks like heavy whipping cream and has the consistency of honey. So let's try to achieve that. The approximate measurements for that is 2 cups of cornstarch to 1 cup of water. That means if you were to use a regular sized box of cornstarch, about 16 ounces, you will use about 1.5 cups of water. This is 16 ounces, so 1.5 cups of water. Now it is recommended that you start with less water and slowly add it until the desired consistency is achieved. We're going to try that. 1.5 cups of water. Barely enough. That's all right. We've got backups. There's your relaxing, babbling brook for the day. Don't forget that as you get into finals, if you have questions, if your research isn't going exactly as you had hoped, if you need books, if you need laptops, come to the library. We can help you out. The Writing Center is also located in the library, and they can take a look at your paper, offer feedback, support. You need help with citations, your thesis, you're a little worried about it, come to the library. We can definitely help you out. All right, so we have our 1.5 cups of water. I'm going to break out the big bowl for this one because I'm thinking this one's going to get messy. We're not using glue on this one. I told you that glue was the base in most of them, but not this one, not the oobleck. Now it did recommend that we're going to add this kind of a bit at a time, less water to begin with. But we want the consistency between whipped cream and honey. So we're going to try. Cornstarch is not my favorite thing to work with. And I don't know if you can see, but all the dust coming off of it. It's easy for it to get everywhere. All right, so I emptied the whole thing in there. And the cornstarch has an interesting consistency as well. You rub it on your fingers and it's got kind of a stiffness to it. So if you have flour in your kitchen and you have cornstarch and you mix them up and you're not sure what's what, it's easy just to take a pinch and kind of rub it between your fingers. The squeakiness will let you know that it's cornstarch and not flour. Because you don't want to use cornstarch when you meant to use flour. Maybe Wes will talk about that a little bit in the next segment on biscuit making. So stick around for that. All right. We're going to add water, just a little bit at a time. And see what happens. I'm going to add about half and stop there. Grab my spatula, my Star Wars spatula, and start to mix. Now already something funky's happening. It's difficult to stir, much more difficult than the other slimes. The spatula might not even do it. We might have to get hands on. I don't know if you can hear it. It's kind of a crunchiness. Now some of these slimes won't be for everybody, depending on your texture preferences. May not like this. That's okay. I've already got to add more water because as you can see here, it's kind of breaking off, it's brittle. I need more water. Bubbling. This is the oddest of the mixtures. Now this recipe said 1.5 cups of water, but I'm thinking we might need more. All right, spatula's not doing it. I'm gonna have to get hands on. Watch out. All right, so this oobleck, I told you it's a weird one. You're gonna look here and you're gonna see it's liquid. It's liquid, but underneath, it's a solid. And so in playing with this, you can experiment. So if you grab at it real fast and jerk it out, it's a solid, and then it turns into a liquid in your hands. Solid and slowly into a liquid. may have to mix it up a little more. One of the experiments that you can do with this that they recommend is punching it and seeing what happens. Right now, I'm just mixing it up to add the water more fully to it. It's even got kind of a crumble texture towards the bottom, but then it's a liquid at the top, and then it's a solid. But the longer I hold it in my hand, the more it melts into a liquid. So again, this mixture, cornstarch and water, considered a non-Newtonian fluid that you can hold in your hands, and then will slowly turn back to the liquid. So I said cornstarch is not my favorite to work with, just because it is messy, gets everywhere. But this slime is a lot of fun. Very soothing. Messy, yes, but soothing. So I'll give you another look here and see what we've got in the bowl. I didn't use a color for this one, but it's easy enough to add at any stage. Mix it up. There are videos online of people creating giant ooblex to play in like a swimming pool. So you can get pretty wild with this stuff. Solid liquid. Now it's a little too solid for my taste, actually. I want more of that sliminess. So I would actually add more water at this point. Do maybe a fourth, half cup. The cat doesn't like that, but you know, no pleasing them. All right, so more water. I'm going to continue to mix it in. If you are interested in making a pool-size oobleck, the stores like Sam's and Costco sell the giant bags of cornstarch. So pretty easy to get your hands on it. Oh yeah, that's the consistency we want. You can see it's got more water on top, but underneath it's got that you can slowly pull up in a handful, and then it returns to that liquid state. Ask your science professors about non-Newtonian fluids. Or ooblex. See if they know what you're talking about. I don't know, this might be my favorite slime. This is one that gloves don't really give you the full experience. We've had a question for the audience. If there's time, can I introduce my cats? Sure. I'm going to wash my hands before I do so, for their sake. That's the thing with cats, though. When you need them, they're not around. But when you're doing something like this, they are your best friends. All right. One more handful of this. Oh, it's got a resistance to it. Pull it up. And then it just turns into that liquid. It's the weirdest stuff made from the simplest ingredients. And then when it's on your hands, it's like glue. All right. I've definitely got to wash my hands at this point. The great news about that slime, though, is that washing your hands is very easy. It doesn't stick to your hands like other slimes. You run water over it, cold water even, and it slides right off. So that's another bonus of that slime. All right, we have one more slime to get to. Let me see if I can grab this cat while we're at it. Nope, not having it. We'll get him. I have 4 cats, so there's a good chance that I'll be able to grab one of them. All right, last slime time. This one is a borax slime. A lot of recipes that you find on the internet are no borax slimes. And that's because borax, you got to be a little careful with it. It is poisonous if you put it in your mouth. So after you play with this slime, you're going to want to wash your hands very well, or you can use gloves alternatively. So you've got options there. All right. Borax slime. You're going to use, again, your glue. And then you're, again, going to use water. If you want colored slime, food coloring. And then your borax solution can be found in the laundry detergent aisle. It's good for cleaning. So we're going to pour our glue in. Do about half a bottle again. Okay, and then we're going to use about a 1/4 cup of water. Here's one of them. This is Fitzgerald. He's actually a library cat. He was found in a storm drain behind a library. And so he's called Fitzgerald. Fourth cup of water. And we're going to add that to our glue. Less is more, so I'm pouring a little bit back. Give that a nice stir. We've got that similar consistency that we had in the first slime. I'm going to add more glue. It's looking a bit watery. I used to work at a public library, and slime days were the best days. The teens, the adults, the kids, they love the slime days. Okay, so we're giving this a good stir. Till it's together, you can see it's still kind of thin, but that's going to change. Had a cat trying to eat glue off the floor. So let's pick a color for this slime. We had red, we had green, let's do blue. Stir that up. Again, the best part of the process, that color changing. It's a pretty blue. At this point, I'm going to lift a little bit out of the container to show you this consistency. Kind of syrupy. Then we're going to add a 1/4 cup of the borax solution, and I want you to watch and see what happens to this. We've got some chemical reactions happening here because cooking and chemistry are related. Pouring this in here. Trying not to get the dust in my mouth. That's not ideal. Instantly, we have a change, a reaction happens where it was syrupy and now much thicker as we continue to stir this together. We're getting a little bit of a ball here. I'm going to continue to add the borax. I added half the first time, and then I'm adding a little more. And it's really changing, really becoming less of a liquid, more of a solid. If you've got kids at home, slime is great because it's so fun to play with, but you can also introduce these chemistry and chemical reaction concepts in a fun way. This slime almost has a crunchiness to it. So our fluffy slime, as the name suggests, was fluffy. The borax slime is a bit crunchy. The oobleck is its own thing, where it is solid and liquid. And then the contact solution, baking soda slime, is more of a traditional slime. Pretty goopy. I'm When it's stretched, it breaks. See what we got here? We're forming a ball. Now, at this point, we may have added too much borax, which if that's the case, we can add more water. Get a little bit hands-on with it. And see what I've got here. Like I said, this is more of a crunchy slime. And the borax is being difficult to mix in. So I'm going to add a little water. If this is too sticky, your mixture, you can just continue to knead it. Look at that consistency. Continue to knead it together until it gets less sticky. And the more you knead it, the more the compounds are going to come together in it. Get some great sounds out of this one. Interestingly enough, I'm actually getting kind of a heat reaction here, where this is feeling a bit warmer because of the chemical reaction. Now, there may be leftover water in the bowl at this point. It's okay to pour that out. The slime is a bit stiff, so I'm going to add some more water. It's definitely changed consistency from what I had originally. This is a two-hander. It's very slippery. It's almost trying to slide out of my hand. And alternatively, it's sticky where it's trying to stick to my hand. So this is a weird one. It's got that grittiness because of the borax. I'm actually going to add even more water. So, you know, feel free to not follow the recipe on these things. Do whatever works for you. Some of the most fun I've had in the kitchen is not following the recipe. Yeah, that water is helping. It's making it come together more, taking away the grittiness. Got a little bit of a soapy mixture in the bowl. You can see this consistency here, the slow stretcher, whoop, until it breaks. Now, storage of these slimes, I will recommend that you store them in airtight plastic bags. This one in an airtight plastic bag in the fridge to keep it from growing anything that you don't want. Very stretchy. Very goopy. So at this point, I'm going to bring out all of our slimes so we can do a comparison. Got our borax slime. Got our fluffy slime, which is actually thickened up over the sitting period. Got our contact solution, baking soda slime. And we've got our oobleck, personal favorite. Now, since I have borax slime on these, I'm going to do another glove change. So I don't mix borax with other ingredients willy-nilly. All right. So again, let's look at our consistencies. We've got your fluffy slime. It's nice and soothing. We've got our contact solution and baking soda slime. I really like that one. Perfect color, right? Nickelodeon slime. We've got our oobleck, another personal favorite. Just in the time that it's been sitting there, the spatula is stuck in it, and then you jerk it out, and it becomes a liquid again. This stuff is wild. Put on some soothing music, make some slime, take a 30-minute break from your exams, and it'll help your brain. Be nice to your brain. And then our last slime, again, is that borax solution that we want to wash our hands thoroughly before we eat or anything like that, because they're a bit poisonous. That one's very squishy. All right, as promised, I'm going to try to get some cats here with treats. They smell these chemicals. They're not into it. Fitz is the only brave one. Say hello to them. He's a good cat. All right, with just a couple of minutes more, we will enjoy our slime. Don't forget to stay tuned because Wes is making biscuits. Sounds delicious. And you can access many more stress relieving activities on our website. We've got puzzles. We've got movies for relaxation. We've got some wonderful whiteboard art done by Stacy Chapman in the Desks and Patron Experience team. So take a break. Relax. If you want to access our live stream from yesterday, we had some really great presentations as well. Bo Baker with synthesizer noodling. Sarah Cantor with, I can't say it, but how to hoogify your living space. I'm sure I massacred that. Digital drawing. Sarah says I'm okay. If you like this kind of stuff, let us know. If you want different kind of programming, we listen to you. Fluffy slime isn't your thing. It's okay. Oh, the dean of our library, Theresa, is going to be putting together a puzzle today. I'll be tuning into that. I think puzzles are going to be the hot holiday item this year. This slime stores pretty easily too. Again, in the plastic bag in the fridge. It'll store for 2 to 3 days. So you can have something for the weekend. Okay, well, thank you everyone for joining me today. I hope that you have a great finals week. I hope that you have an opportunity to relax this break. And if you need anything, reach out to the library. You know, we're good listeners. We're here to provide services to you related to your research and your academic goals. And we are grateful for you all. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm next up. I'm Wes Smith. I'm the studio librarian, and we are biscuit making. So, kind of like everybody, I've had this has been my COVID activity. I've, didn't necessarily call myself a baker. I baked a few things here and there, but I like to eat breakfast, and breakfast is one of my favorite meals to make. And so I felt like I was missing out on the homemade biscuit experience. Typically, in the springtime and in the summer, I usually head out to Asheville, North Carolina, to visit one of my favorite biscuit spots, Biscuit Heads. And just due to COVID, we weren't traveling, and I went to kind of do something different. And I was like, hey, you know what? I think I can make the same type of experience, just because they actually put the recipe online for one of their more popular chicken and biscuit recipes that I really enjoyed. And so I picked it up. I'm not the expert whatsoever, but I do enjoy it. I probably make biscuits every other week. I've made them every week since March. So I made a lot of biscuits. I've messed up a lot, more importantly. So hopefully I can give you guys some tips and tricks of some things that I have learned throughout this process. And hopefully you guys will kind of just enjoy just watching me kitchen them a little bit. Maybe we'll see a pup or two pop into one of the videos. And so today we're making honey buttermilk biscuits, very simple recipe. I've taken the liberty to doing 1 or 2 of these steps just for ease of access for myself and for just kind of like speed up the process. I've already preheated the oven. So first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna preheat the oven to 425. I have a piece of stone in there right now. And so typically depending on my mood, I might actually put my biscuits on the stone, so that gives a nice crispy bottom. So if you're the person who likes a really crispy bottom biscuit, it is super good to use. I have a large one, but you can also purchase a little small stone as well too. This holds about 4 biscuits. So this is what I'll be using today when I'm baking my biscuits. Probably take out a full piece of stone, put this in there, just for myself, and I'll probably have 2 just to make sure it tastes pretty good. The rest of them I'm going to be putting into the freezer because they freeze excellently. And so, that's why I do them every kind of 2 weeks, is that, I'll make a batch, and then the next week going around, I will just take the ones out of the freezer and pop them back into the oven. And so making buttermilk biscuits is super simple. We have a few different ingredients. We have our all-purpose flour. We're gonna use 2.5 cups of that. We have our little bit of salt in there as well. We have some baking soda. We have some honey, and then I'll be putting some buttermilk and some butter in there as well too. Those are still in the freezer because I'm not ready for that stage right now. So in the biscuit making process, we want to make sure that our butter is super cold. And so I'm not going to take it on until right when I'm ready to actually start the mixing process. Same with the buttermilk. For those of you who don't know, you can purchase buttermilk right into the right in the dairy aisle. Typically, they are, at least in the North Shore Publix, they're towards the end, next to the eggnog, essentially. Buttermilk is just kind of, and correct me if I'm wrong, all you bakers out there. It is more of I don't call it sour milk. That's not what it is. But it does have a twang to it, a little bit of twang to it. You can actually, if you don't have buttermilk and you want to make biscuits, you can actually make your own buttermilk with some vinegar or some lemon. So about a tablespoon per cup, or a tablespoon per, you have 1 tablespoon, then you can pour the rest of your milk into a cup. And so it's a little under a cup milk that you're actually using, but that will actually do the job just as well too. Fresh lemon juice is what you're probably going to want to use for that. I have a couple different pieces of kitchen tech here, so hopefully you guys will be able to see. Sorry, I don't have a drop down for you guys. So I have a pastry mat right here. This is one of my favorite COVID gifts from my mother, as she was fully supporting my biscuit making activities. So there's a pastry mat here. It is 28 inches, it is 18 inches long, or it is 18 by 22. Is it? Yeah, 18 by 22 inches. It is washable. It has a, you can use it for pies. I don't know if you guys can tell, I do have flour already on here. So we have 12-inch, 10-inch, 8-inch, 6-inch, and 4-inch circles on here as well too. And then I also have some pastry cutters here as well too. And so we have the 4-inch, 3-inch, 2-inch, and the 1-inch. I will be using the, so personally, I like to use the 3-inch when I'm just doing biscuits for myself, or I guess just doing biscuits for like with grits and stuff like that. But I've been doing biscuits and gravy. I typically use the 4-inch one just because I want to cover the bowl or the plate a little bit more, so I have a little more surface area for my biscuits and gravy. So depending on what you guys are doing, these are a great purchase to have. But you can also use a, if you have a can lying around, you can cut the can and use that as well too. So pastry cutters are super important in the biscuit making process because, or at least having a proper way to kind of like cut your pastry, because what we don't want to happen is that, and we'll talk about when we get to that step, we don't want to essentially seal the edges up, because when we seal the edges up, it prevents the biscuit from actually rising. So if you want those nice, big, large, fluffy biscuits that you see online or Instagram, wherever, Pinterest, we want to prevent that from happening. And so the first thing, the one steps I've already done is I put 2.5 cups of flour, 2 tablespoons of baking powder. One thing about baking powder is that for those who are maybe a little more fair weather bakers, baking powder doesn't go bad, it does loses its efficiency. So the longer you've had baking powder, particularly if you don't keep it properly sealed, I always like to continue to have the metal sealant on here as well too. The more kind of air that gets in, the less efficient that it can be. I ran into one of these problems on my second batch because I had some baking powder from who knows how long, and they didn't rise. And I asked, like everybody else asked their mother, I'm like, hey, why didn't these biscuits rise up? And she was telling me about my process. It was one of the things that you probably have some baking powder that you've had it for a while. And again, she probably was the one who bought that for me like 3 years ago. And so, just be aware of how long you've had your baking powder. Yeah, I mentioned a little bit of salt. And so in my food processor, I've already put the 3.5 to 2.5 cups of flour. And then I put in 2 tablespoons of baking powder and a teaspoon of salt. And so what I'm putting in, the reason I'm putting in my food processor, I could have done this in a bowl, and sometimes I do, just depending on how I'm feeling for the day, is that we want to properly mix everything around, and we want to add some air to the mixture as well too. But most importantly, the reason why I'm doing this is because I do not have a pastry cutter, and I don't feel like hand cutting the butter. And so I'm using the food processor to help cut up the butter as well too. That's still in the freezer. Again, we're waiting till the last moment to bring that out to actually use it. And so I'm going to, we're going to mix that, and then I'm going to take out the butter. We're going to mix that as well too. I'm going to grab a large bowl. I'm gonna grab a large bowl right here, and then we're going to put all of that, all those ingredients in here, and then I'm gonna add the buttermilk, and then we're gonna start making our dough. Just so I don't blow anybody's speakers out, I'm going to mute this while I am using my food processor. So when we're doing the, especially if you're using butter from that you'll put in the food processor, or if you're using a pastry cutter to cut it, or if you're like me and you're using a knife to cut it, after you cut it, I'm doing for my food processor, I'm doing basically a 1 inch by like a 1.5 inch kind of cube right here. So easier for it to process up. I've cut these already because I want these to be in, I put these in the freezer for about 10 minutes prior to us kind of having this conversation. And the reason why I did that is that we want these ingredients as cold as possible, so that way they can aid in the actual rising of the biscuits. And so whether you're hand cutting these, using a pastry cutter, or putting in the food processor, you always want to do that step first, freeze them, and then bring them out. Sometimes, I don't know where, that's probably mother. This might be a little old wives' tale, but I also typically put my my flour mixture into the refrigerator as well too, to keep that cold as well. So I'm not gonna do that this go around. Don't know if that's true. Don't know if that holds up for anything. But it's one of those weird types of things that you hear at one time. You just keep on doing different types of things. So I'm gonna go ahead and put my butter into my processor. Oh, one step that I didn't tell you guys is that we're using a half a stick of butter. This is a you might have ran into recipes where you're using a whole stick and a half of butter, but we're just using a half a stick of butter in this process. So I'm gonna mute my mic real quick again, and I'm going to go ahead and process these up. So if you're doing this by hand, or if you're doing a process, you're looking for basically about pea size or smaller of butter within your mixture. And so when I do these by hand, I cut them up into really, maybe like, a couple centimeters by centimeters, and start kind of, or inch by inch, and then just pulling them up, just pulling it and mashing it apart, and then kind of again going back, putting it into the freezer, and then putting it into my to my food processor. And so it should have a, hopefully you guys can down. It has a little bit of a kind of grainy appearance. We'll see if you can find a little piece of butter right here that is the proper size that we want it to be nice and small, about, again, smaller than a pea. So I have my mixture right here. I'm gonna grab my buttermilk, because remember, I'm still keeping that cold. And then I have my honey right here, because we're gonna add some honey to this process as well. So I'm gonna go grab that. So we have a buttermilk right here. Buttermilk lasts for a super long time. I bought this last week, and this is not gonna be not gonna go bad until after the holiday season. So I have just a regular liquid mixing glass. I'm gonna put we're using a whole cup of buttermilk. So one of the first things I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my spatula. My lovely Gryffindor spatula. Unfortunately, I guess maybe not unfortunately, I am a Slytherin. This is my girlfriend's Gryffindor spatula. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a little small hole for our a place to pour our buttermilk into. This allows for us to use our spatula and really mix in the dry ingredients to the wet ingredients really well. I'm actually going to, this go around, I'm actually going to use about a cup and a tablespoon, actually. I made this recipe a couple times, and I didn't like how dry the dough ended up being. And so I added just a little bit extra. I might need to make a couple more changes, but that's kind of what baking is. It's kind of like doing things on the fly. So I added my buttermilk to my my dry mixture right here. I'm gonna add, we're doing honey buttermilk biscuits. So I got my honey right here. I'm using 2 teaspoons of honey. And so you can make it as sweet or as not sweet as you want it. It's left up to your taste. One thing about biscuit making or kind of any type of, following a recipe, making your own recipe is that, you go through several different iterations. So we're looking to mix the biscuit mixture. We want to make sure that we are just mixing well enough that we're not going to over mix the biscuits. We don't want to have really stodgy, for those who watch the Great British Baking Show, very stodgy type of biscuits. That's one of Paul Highway's favorite type of phrases, right? And so we don't want to have very stodgy biscuits. And so I just want it wet enough that the ingredients will stick together and not necessarily stick to me as well too. So I want it wet ish, but I don't want it too wet. I also want it to make sure that our flour is well mixed into the mixture as well too. Don't want to have too many dry spots just because flour doesn't cook, and you can actually taste that flour quite well. We're looking pretty good in here. We still have a few more dry spots. I might put just a smidge more of buttermilk into our mixture just to kind of get it. But we're, for the most part, looking pretty darn good here. Again, that little bit extra buttermilk that I added in the beginning was probably good, was really good. Otherwise, we'd be just a little more drier than it actually is. And so I'm gonna go ahead and, I'm looking at it. I think I can work with this. I'm gonna go ahead and pop this onto my pastry mat right here. So anytime you're working with dough, we're going to flour up our hand. I floured up the pastry mat, obviously, but I also floured my hands. And then I'm gonna flour up a rolling pin as well too. That just, when the dough is, the dough is not super wet, as I can touch it, and for the most part, my hands are coming away from it pretty free, which is how we want it to be. Otherwise, when it's too wet, it becomes hard to really work with. And what I'm doing here is I'm just flattening this out. I'm gonna make this into as flat as I possibly can with my hands, just kind of making sure that all of the dough is, it's nice and put together. I'm using my rolling pin because the most important part about biscuit making is that the ability to capture, I guess, and I'm pretty sure there are several bakers who'd be like, oh, that's not how you do it, or that's not how we explain, is we want to make sure there's air in the dough, right? Because that's what's going to, as the dough is heated up and there's air pockets, those air pockets will expand and help the dough or help the biscuits rise is what we want. And so we're going to do some folds into our mixture here. And so I'm just making it, being as gentle with it as possible. Do fold right here. Fold right there. The bottom side of my dough was still a little wet, which is okay. I'm gonna press it back down together. We're gonna do just two folds here. Again, we're doing this to capture some air within our biscuits. So I'm not gonna try to overwork it too much here. Looking pretty good so far. And I'm gonna make about a 1-inch thick biscuit. Looks to be pretty good. And so I have my pastry cutter. So when we're doing biscuits, I am doing this as close to the edge as possible, because what I don't want to do, and I'll do a bad one for you guys to show what we shouldn't be doing, is I don't want to go down onto my dough, and I don't want to, it might seem very practical to go down a pastry cutter and twist it off like that. But by doing so, we just sealed off this biscuit right here. And so we just sealed off the edges. So we don't know if this is going to do well. I have over here is that I have a baking sheet with just some tinfoil, because I am going to save these to enjoy with my girlfriend later. And so I am just going to freeze all but, again, a few of these. And so all I'm doing right now is I'm just doing I am pressing it down, lifting it back up, and I'm just pulling it off of the dough. As you can tell, some of the dough is still slightly wet. I mean, still it is not as wet as it can be. That's for sure. Again, that's we're using a little bit of flour for our hands to make sure that the dough does not stick to our hands as we're dealing with it. And again, we don't want to necessarily move as fast as possible, but again, we are essentially ticking away as we're working with the cold butter. And so we don't want the butter to melt too much. Again, that gives us the ability to help our biscuits rise. I just had a little bit of company join me into the kitchen. We have my husky mix Leo is sitting on his kitchen mat. And once I get done cutting these biscuits up, I will pan the camera to him so you can see his little spot that he likes to sit and watch, or AKA beg for food as me and my partner are cooking. And so what I'm going to start doing as well too, I'm going to start, remolding this into a larger, or to a kind of not larger piece, but rather remolding this into a piece that I can work with and cut with. So just a quick roll out, nothing. Again, I'm probably have already mixed this a little more than I would have typically have done, but we want to make sure. I want to make sure I use up all of this wonderful dough this go around. So this will actually probably make about 10 3-inch biscuits. So it gives us a nice fair amount. I totally botched up pulling this one off. And I will use this last little piece for my personal test, and hopefully they come out pretty good. And so when we are biscuit making, what we want to also do is I'm cooking these on just a piece of stone, but if you want to, you can do this in a cast iron skillet. And so if I was having company over, if I was having company over, I'll put all these in a cast iron skillet, and putting them in a cast iron skillet helps out a lot because we want the biscuits to be touching each other. That gives them the ability to use each other as scaffolding to rise up. So we have our two little biscuits right there, and I'm just going to mold this last one. I'm actually just going to probably put two pieces into my pastry tin. Just going to mix these down just to get rid of this last little bit of dough here. Don't want all my hard work to go to waste. This nice ugly monster biscuit, but a biscuit it is. I'll do these three together. So what I'm doing right here is that we have three of them together. They are touching, and so this will help them use each other to rise together. This one is very ugly and it'll probably be very big, and it might do a little more than we want it to do, but that was the last little bit of dough that we have, and so that is absolutely okay with me. So here is our better done biscuits right here, looking pretty good. I'm gonna pop those in the freezer. Those will last for a couple weeks. The last thing I'm actually going to do is I'm pouring a little more buttermilk into a little dish, and all I'm going to do, I'm actually going to brush. I'm going to brush the biscuits with a little bit of buttermilk. That helps them crispen up. You can also do a simple. You can also do some melted butter as well too. Melted butter and a little bit of honey kind of glaze if you want to do that towards the end. So those are going to go in for 15 minutes or till golden brown. Again, the ability, depending on how, what you're using to cook with. So if you're using like cast iron skillet or using like a piece of stone like I am, depending on whatever you're doing, can, have a different amount of time. And again, knowing your oven. So I like to kind of like go back and check. I like to have I personally like to have a kind of like a hard bottom biscuit. More so than the top. I know maybe that's a little bit different from most people. So I'll do a check on there in about 10 or so minutes to see how they are doing. And then I'm going to continue to clean up and I'll continue to talk biscuits with you guys. And so one of my favorite kind of toppings to go with my biscuits is just because we're in apple season, I like to support Tennessee as a whole. I have some Tennessee apple butter. It is fantastic. I know some of my colleagues like to make their own. I also have some fig preserve as well too. One of my boss, Emily Thompson, she does a great job of making jams, and so if we've made some with some jams as well too. You can also do just again, you can make your own honey butter. You can just take some. You can, if you want to, you can slightly mix some. You can take some butter, tablespoon or two, and mix it with some honey, depending on how you like your honey butter to taste. I like mine to be really sweet because I actually don't like the taste of butter. I guess I don't know how many people would like the taste of butter, but I'm not really a fan of that type of texture or taste of butter. And so I have a little more honey, so I probably do a 2-to-1 ratio. So that can make it a little bit on the sweeter side. And depending on if you want to make it, you can, or depending on how much you make, you can also freeze it as well too. Butter does a great job in the freezer. Sometimes I do a sweet potato butter as well too. Boil some sweet potatoes, put them into the food processor, add in some butter, add in some honey, add a little bit of cinnamon and other seasonings, and then I will let it cool enough to kind of like to mold, and I actually put it into, I'll roll it into a circular shape with some tinfoil and freeze it so that way I can just chop off and go and have some butter for use. It's a great way. Butter does a great job. It's kind of like making compound butter. You can do it for a lot of different things. One thing that I also like to do with my biscuits is to, again, I like making biscuits and gravy. Biscuits and gravy is an easy peasy task. You can take some, we go to local grocery store and you can ask for some andouille sausage or breakfast sausage. It can be in casing or out of casing, depending, if you're okay with breaking the casing or if you don't have casing-free sausage. You can take some sausage, saute it, take a small yellow or white onion, whichever you prefer. I like to have the yellow onion taste. Chop that up. We're gonna saute both of them. We can add a little bit of whole milk or 2%. I think whole milk does a little bit, slightly bit better. Cook all this, let this cook down. We'll add a little bit of flour for thickening. I know Erica mentioned, talking about cornstarch. You can use cornstarch. I wouldn't use it I don't use it in my baking life. I use it more in my, so for thickening, thicken up sauces. So you use some cornstarch, or if you use some flour, you will use cornstarch is very, how do I put this? I don't want to say concentrate, but you use less cornstarch than you would for your actual flour. And then you just let that thicken. Add a little bit. I like add a little bit of apple cider vinegar to mine. You let that thicken up, and then you'll have a nice thick sauce. I can put over your well done biscuits here. Biscuits looks like they're doing okay. Seems to be rising. Put a timer there as I'm talking to you guys. Biscuits seem to do pretty good in there. Our monstrosity that we just kind of mixed towards the end is rising very rapidly, which makes sense. That has the most air in it, just because we took a lot of other pieces and we kind of mixed our. We probably not overworked, but we worked our biscuits a little bit more than we probably needed to do, which is okay. It's a learning process for everybody. As long as it tastes good, right? That's all that matters. And so these biscuits might be better for some biscuits and gravy biscuits rather than having a kind of chicken biscuit cut in between, or chicken, having like a chicken biscuit or a sausage biscuit. They look okay. And so, one thing about, just kind of during this this learning process is that it is, again, it's learning. With that being said, learning, since we are in the library, I do want to give a shout out to all of the services that we have available for you guys. Again, I work in the studio as you guys are thinking about maybe doing your own live stream, right? Or you want to do your own type of content. We have all types of multimedia equipment available for you guys for checkout, free of use. This is high quality stuff, things up to $5,000, $6,000 or item value down to your $6 item. And so if you need any assistance with that, feel free to stop by the library studio. You can give us a call at 423-425-2219 or email us at libstudio@utc.edu. But we also have some other great services as well too. We do have the writing center. So if you're looking for assistance working on a final paper or going to next semester, you realize that you need a little more assistance than you thought, particularly working from home or working in a dorm and not going back into the classroom as much, feel free to stop by or contact them. They do have a wonderful online platform for you guys to use. And so, you can send off papers, they can help, they'll send you back in the commentary. It's a really great service to use. Also, too, we have wonderful librarians that can help you with your research needs. And so if you realize this semester that you need to start off next semester on a better foot, or you need to continue strong with the footing that you got from this previous semester, or you're crunch on this last paper, we have some great librarians in all areas of specialization. Feel free to reach out to us. You can always visit. All of our services are always available online. You can visit us at utc.edu/library to see our services and our service hours. The library is open. We'd love to see all of your lovely faces, even if we don't see half of it with a mask. We do love to see you guys. But we are here to help. We have a large volume of DVDs, especially as it starts to get a little bit colder. You might not want to go for that walk. Maybe your friends or partner want to stay home and watch movies. We have a great selection of DVDs, and you know what? We also have projectors as well too. So maybe that little TV that you have isn't cutting it, but you have a nice big wall. Feel free to check out projector and have a real movie night with you and your close friends. Using safe precautions due to COVID. Our biscuits are looking pretty good right now. The other two have started to rise. Again, I probably didn't do that great of a job of making sure that they're all kind of connected together a little bit closer. Probably would have helped me out a little bit. But again, we live and we learn here. And so I'm gonna go ahead and start to slowly clean up my kitchen. And so one thing that I always recommend that everybody has in the kitchen is a nice convenient scraper. And so if you're using, granted, this is like a non-stick pad, and so we're not gonna have too much issues with moving any of this dough off of the pad, but just having a simple scraper will make our lives totally much easier, especially with any type of cooking that's cooking pans. You might actually burn something, or you have something with sugar that you left too long on an eye or something like that. This gives us a great ability to just scrape off items without putting too much elbow grease to work. This pad right here is machine washable. It is from, this is not a advertisement whatsoever. So there's 100 different options, but it's right here. It's Pamper Chef. Again, it was a gift from my mother. Love it. The tools, my pastry cutters as well too, is Pampered Chef pastry cutters as well. They were sets. And so these I will hand wash. I'll hand wash as well too, but I can put this in the dishwasher if need be. That should never be the case. It should never get that dirty where I need to have it run through the dishwasher. But I can if I need to. Biscuits are looking good. We got about few minutes left on those. Starting to get crispy on the bottom. One tip that you should never do, you should never continue to check on your pastries, anything you have in the oven by opening the oven, because again, every time you open it, that releases a little bit of heat, and it takes that much longer for your items to cook. And so try to limit your opening and closing of the kitchen as much as possible. Kitchen opening of the oven as much as possible. But they're definitely smelling good, just because I did open up I can smell it. Smells good. Smells nice, and I smell that wonderful honey smell. You're catching the buttermilk gives it like a nice refreshing, a little bit tangy kind of smell to it. You smell that slightly bit of cultured milk, or that little bit of citrus that they added. And we're almost looking like 3 minutes, 4 minutes left on the biscuits. I would love to, for those who are at home bakers, and you guys are way more, probably way more accomplished than I am. All I do is biscuits. If you have a great biscuit recipe that you want to share, feel free to shoot me an email at wesley-smith01@utc.edu. That is WESLEY-Smith, SMITH 01@utc.edu. I love to hear different things. I've tried several different iterations. There is a recipe that I really like that has a very unique taste from Bon Appetit. It is a sesame seed biscuit from, it's called Benny's Biscuits, which is a restaurant in Asheville, which I haven't got a chance to try. They sell a particular type of sesame seed that a lot of people who follow the recipe have tried and really like. But we have done sesame seeds, and it tasted just fine for us. That's one recipe that we have tried several times. We really like. This one that I did today is a mixture of things you see online, talking to, my mother, remembering recipes from my grandmother, just a small little mixture of all the two, and trying to make it into my own just a little bit. but it probably follows just, and it's probably more of a common recipe that most people will typically just follow in the biscuit making world. Some people might put, again, you might want a little bit more butter in yours. You might want a little less salt, a little more salt into it. And just kind of to rehash on like what we did today and the type of recipe that we made, the ingredients that we had. Almost there. Is that we made some buttermilk biscuits. We took 2.5 cups of flour. We had 2 tablespoons of, so we had 2.5 cups of flour. We added 2 tablespoons of baking powder, teaspoon of salt, 2 teaspoons or to taste of honey. I highly recommend when you first making your recipe, you kind of pick a number and then you either go up and go down from there. So I highly recommend actually measuring it out. But after a while, you can just pour until you feel like that's sweet enough for you. We added a cup of buttermilk. I actually added a cup and probably like a cup and a tablespoon of buttermilk. We added our half a stick of non-salted butter. And so what we did was we mixed the salt, the baking powder, and the flour. I use my mixer. You can use a bowl with a whisk. We then took out some butter that I pre-cut. So you want to make sure you take your stick of butter and cut it into inches, or cut it into a basically inch by inch or half inch by half inch cube, and make sure it's cold, because again, cold aids in the rising of it. We can either put that into a food processor, or if you have a pastry cutter, you use a pastry cutter, or if you just want to use your fingers, you can use your fingers. But remember, if you use your fingers, the butter's going to be melting as you're trying to mash it away. Or again, you can use a knife and do some fine cuts with the butter. We want our butter to be about the size of a pea or smaller. And then we are going to take our mixture, put it into a bowl. We're going to create a little divot out of that bowl. We're going to pour in our buttermilk mixture, and we're going to stir it around. And we'll make sure that there is almost pretty much no type of dry spots within our actual butter. It can be crumbly though. So having a crumbly mixture is absolutely okay. But we want to make sure that we actually have mixed in all the flour, because again, flour doesn't cook, and you can taste flour. If you guys have had pizza before, you see the white powder stuff. That's just flour that has not been cooked on the pizza, and it has a taste in it. You can actually taste non-cooked flour. And so we want to make sure that is kind of like as well mixed in as you possibly can make it, without actually making the dough too wet as well too. But make sure the dough is not too dry. We're then taking our dough, massaging it with our hands. Try not to do as much mixing. Trying to do as much manipulating the dough as we possibly can. We're going to do kind of like 2 folds to make sure that we're capturing some air. You can do as many folds as you guys want. And then we'll roll it out. I probably did about, I say inch, it was probably more like a 1/4 inch kind of thickness for the dough. You can use something like a paper cutter, or a pastry cutter, or you can take a aluminum can that work the same way, and use that as your kind of cutting tool, making sure that we're not twisting it like I did the first time around, because we don't want to seal the edges of the biscuit so they can't rise no more. We should do a straight down and a straight up type of motion, making sure that a few tips is to make sure that we're again flouring our surface areas. So you can use a regular kind of countertop for that to make sure we're flouring it together. Flouring our hands as well too makes it a little more easier to manipulate the dough, and flouring our rolling pin as well too. So a little more brown than I want them to be. So we have our biscuits right here. They smell pretty good. We're gonna go ahead and grab a plate and do a taste test. So we have, this is the cross section of the biscuits. Didn't rise as much as I wanted to be, and that's, sometimes that happens. Has a great biscuit taste, nice and fluffy. Has a little bit of a crispy top and a crispier bottom. I should add a little more honey to this mixture. And next, I'll do a little bit more of a, I should have made the honey butter to go on top. But overall, pretty good. Just slightly disappointed that didn't rise as much as I wanted them to, but and that's okay. They'll do well for breakfast this weekend. But guys, I want to thank you for your time, for joining me this, I guess, afternoon, essentially, making biscuits with Wes. Again, I'm always, open for, feedback, suggestions, and stuff like that. If something didn't make sense in my process, feel free to shoot me an email, reach out to me. You can see me walk around in the library. And we want to thank you for joining into our, our stream. Again, we're like normal people, librarians. We want to share the streams that help you guys relax and helps us relax as well too. So we think that we're passionate about outside of just books. So again, during this week, as you guys are like working through things or you need help, I say, you pay for the library, you pay for all of our services, you pay for all of our salaries. Come and just reach out and talk to us. We're here to help. As you can see, I work in the library shirt. Again, we're here to answer any questions that you guys might have. Even if you're just, you don't even know where to go, where you need to ask a question, feel free to stop by in the library. That's always a good place to start. So like I said, we know a little bit about everything, especially here at the university. So again, we're here for assistance. Otherwise, I want you guys the best rest of your day, the best rest of your semester. I can't wait to see the guys starting next semester. Even if it's not in person, just via Zoom or via email. We're here for you guys, and have a safe and happy holidays, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys. Have a good one.
All right, hi, it's 1 o'clock. So I'm gonna take over our live stream. My name is Sarah Cantor and hopefully everybody can hear me. Let me just see, but I hope you can. It looks like my mic is on. I'm always terrible on Zoom and other video conferencing things about not muting myself, but I think I'm muted. So for this hour, I'm going to be talking about knitting and doing some knitting. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is what I use when I knit. And so I have a little set of things here, and I'm going to tilt my camera down so you can see it a little bit better. Right, so first of all, this is a sweater that I made, but this is what I'm going to be using today. Oh, actually, there. This is what I'm going to be using today to knit some hand warmers. And my phone doesn't want to stay tilted down like that, so that's okay. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. So for my knitting project, like I said, I'm knitting some hand warmers. I'm going to be using some yarn. This is the yarn that I'm using. It's called a hand dyed yarn, and this is a sort of heavier weight yarn for the project that I'm doing. And this is what it looked like when I bought it. So this yarn, as you can see here, it's in more of a ball. This is a skein of yarn, and it came in hank form, which basically means, I'm going to take this tag off if I can. Oh my gosh, doesn't want to come out. Okay. There we go. And I like to save these, especially if I'm giving a hand knitted item as a gift. I like to sometimes give the tag with it so it has the care instructions. And so this is a loop of yarn that was twisted around itself. So I'm going to twist it, and here's this big loop of yarn. And you can't really knit with this. It would get very messy and very tangled. So you have to wind it into a ball. The easiest way to do that is, back a little bit, is to have somebody with you and they hold it on their hands like this. Or you can get a tool that's called a swift. And a swift is sort of like the inside of an umbrella, like an umbrella without the umbrella part. And it expands to hold this hank of yarn. So then you can wind it into a ball, and you can do that by hand. I have a thing called a ball winder. I don't have a swift. So when I have to wind a hank of yarn like this, I will try to find something around my house to hold it. But a lot of times I honestly will like put it around my neck and then just unwind a couple loops as I go. And I am just retwisting the hank, and it's not going to be quite as nice as when I got it, but it gets the job done. And I'm actually going to put my tag back on it until I'm ready to use this ball or this skein. And I like to keep these with the yarn so that I know exactly what yarn it is. I have some yarn that I've had for almost 15 years that I haven't used yet. And sometimes you need to know what yarn it is. I love knitting. It's a great thing for me to relax. For example, when I was in college, I started taking knitting to class because I fidget, and it was a way for me to focus better. And then when I went to grad school, I found by then I was good enough at knitting that I could read as long as I had something to hold my book flat. And especially if I was reading like an article from a journal, I could just read it on the computer and knit as I went. And my first semester of grad school, I think it was 3 sweaters. And the reason I bring this up is it's related to these yarn labels. One of the sweaters, this was one of them, and I made another one, which I like a lot more. This yarn is a little bit itchy for me. And the other one is not very itchy, but I thought that I was running out of the yarn. So I made the neckline way too tight. So it doesn't fit over my head, like at all. It's way, way too tight. And the rest of the sweater fits great, but I can't pull it over my head. And I always thought, oh, I'll just, take the neckline out and redo it because I have extra yarn. Except it's also a gray sweater. Gray is one of my favorite colors. And I don't know which yarn I used to make the neck part of that sweater. So I can't take it apart and add more yarn because I don't know what yarn it is. And that's why you should always hold on if you are knitting or doing any other, sort of fiber-based project. If there is a tag that comes with it, hold on to that. It's going to give you all kinds of information. So it's going to tell you what yarn it is. It's also going to give you information here. That looks like it's backwards. But it tells you how much yarn you get. So with these, I get just under 150 yards. And that's important if you're knitting from a pattern because it'll tell you how much yarn you need. So you know if you have enough, if you hold on to these, otherwise you have to guess and you might run out. It also tells you what size needles you can expect to use. There's tons of stuff that is important on these. So I'm going to hold on to these, but I am going to set them aside. I'm going to go through the rest of my tools. All right, and let's try this again. Okay, here we go. All right, so the first tool I'm going to bring out, this is my gauge tool. And there you go. And you can see it's shaped like a hat. So I think it's really cute. And all these holes are gauges to tell what size needles that you need to use. Hold it over this brown bowl, which I crocheted. And all you do is you stick the needle through the hole, and basically when it fits, it won't go through anything smaller. And so you know what size needles to use. It also has a little 4-inch measuring tool on the bottom, because when you're knitting, you often don't, but you should knit a gauge swatch. That's going to help you know how big your item is. All right, then I have a measuring tape. So I'm knitting hand warmers. They're going to be round, so I can't really use this flat measuring tool. I have to use a measuring tape instead. And I have some stitch markers. These are really important when you're knitting all kinds of different projects, but especially when you're knitting in the round, because you need to use them to do things like mark where your round starts. And so I have some small ones here. And then I have some bigger ones here. And these are unfortunately a little bit discolored, but I still love them. And I have a row counter or a round counter. So this is meant to go on a straight needle, which is, I think, probably the more typical kind of knitting needle that you've probably seen. And you just slide it on. There are also ones that come with a loop kind of out of the top, so you can hang it from something that you're working that's being knitted in the round, which I'll be doing, but unfortunately I don't have one of those. I had one and it broke, and was it this one? It might have, I don't think it was this one, but it looked just like this. Oh, yes, it didn't maybe have the things on the side, but the loop broke off, so can't really use it. And then for this project, I need a stitch holder. So this is a stitch holder. It looks kind of like a big safety pin. It doesn't have the loop at the end to get caught. You can also use a just another piece of yarn. And then my project has cables. This is a cable needle. I may or may not use it. It depends on what I need. So, oh, and then this is my yarn cutter right here. And it's just sort of a like rotary blade inside this cover. I got that years ago because I thought that you couldn't take scissors on planes, and I wanted to bring some knitting with me. So I got that, and then I found out that you can't have those on planes either. So I think now you actually can have scissors as long as the blades are below a certain size. But as far as I know, these kinds of cutters are still not allowed. Because I guess the theory is you can take it apart, and then you have a small circular blade. I don't know. I don't get it. All right, so those are the tools I'm going to use. I also have some other accessories here. This is a yarn bowl that holds your yarn, keeps it safe, and it comes out the side. As you can see, mine broke, and then I fixed it with some Gorilla Glue. It doesn't look too pretty, but it still works. I also need some needles, and I'm going to talk a little bit about needles and types of yarn. So yarn comes in all different shapes and sizes. So again, this is the yarn that I'm using, and this is called a worsted weight yarn, and it's kind of a standard size. Many of your like sweaters and scarves and hats are knitted with this kind of yarn, especially if they're hand knit, but you can get yarn that's bigger. So this is, I believe, this is a jumbo or super bulky yarn. I think those are used pretty interchangeably. It's much thicker. It's, I think, about twice as thick as the worsted weight yarn. I'm going to be using this yarn to make a scarf for my dad. My parents moved to Denver, Colorado this year, and they had lived in Georgia for like 20 something years. And when they moved and it got cold, they realized they didn't have enough stuff for the cold. So I'm making stuff for them. You can also have yarn that's way smaller. So this is sock weight yarn, and it's way thinner. It's maybe half the weight of a worsted weight, maybe even a little bit less. And if you're ever looking at yarn and you don't know for sure, just again, check the label. It will always have this little icon that tells you the weight of the yarn. So this is a super fine yarn, and that's a weight 1. This super big yarn is weight 6. Set these over here. I'm throwing them. You can also get more novelty yarns. So this is one of those yarns that I've had for such a long time. I've had this since probably like 2007 or 2008. And it has like little gold leaf, I guess, on it. Gold flakes. I don't know if it's actual gold leaf because I lost the label. But you can knit it normally. And this is also worsted weight yarn. I also have this kind of weird novelty yarn that is designed to make like rugs, like bath mats. And I just thought it would be interesting to work with. So I got a couple balls of it, and let me just pull this out. So you can see it's totally different. And like, I don't think this, this is actually jumbo. So jumbo and super bulky are not the same thing. This is a weight 7 jumbo yarn. As you can see, it's more like pom-poms on a piece of string. So you could honestly even just buy this and make a garland or something if you don't even know how to knit. I will one day make a bath mat out of that. I also need, I got little gold glitter all over this. So this is a like artist's roll for paintbrushes, and I use it for knitting needles. I'm going to be knitting in the round today. And so these are my double pointed needles, which I use for smaller projects like hand warmers or socks. You can also use them to make hats and things like that. If you're making a sweater or something and knitting in the round, you would probably want one of these, which is called a circular needle, and it's 2 needle ends on a piece of cable, I guess. I think, well, called a cable. It's usually a piece of plastic. And so I am going to pick my needles. I hate knitting gauge swatches, but I did knit some gauge swatches today, and I have one. I lost my other one. Uh-oh. I'm sure it will turn up, but that's okay. We'll just use this as an example. So a gauge swatch is how you tell what size your project is going to be based on the yarn and the needles you're using. And so for my project, I'm knitting some hand warmers, and my gauge should be 20 stitches to 4 inches. So I used the yarn, which is the right weight for the project. And then I used the recommended needle size, which I think is actually these, which are size 6. And these are not labeled. So again, this is where your needle gauge comes in handy. And if I'm not sure what size it is, you can sort of guesstimate. See, this is a size 6 because it fits exactly in that hole. And this is what I came up with. And I can tell from looking that this is going to be too big, but this is where our measuring tape comes in handy. So this, I think I used 22 stitches. I know I used more than 20 stitches, maybe 24, just so it spread easily over the needles. And when I measure it, this is almost 6 inches around. It's like 5 3/4 inches around. So this is way too big for my project. So then, oh, there it is. Fell on the floor. Okay, so this is then a smaller swatch, which I made on these needles, which are size 5. I like to get needles that are different colors so I can just tell what needles they are from looking at them. And again, I'm going to just measure around. And this came to about 4 1/4 inches, maybe a little. So this is honestly, for me, I would probably just knit it anyway if it was mine. But instead, I'm going to go down another needle size, and I'm not going to make another swatch. I hate making swatches. Knitting swatches is really boring, and those are actually like way too small for a proper knitting swatch. You should knit your knitting swatch to be at least 4 inches across and 4 inches tall. But I didn't feel like doing that. So now, as long as I have size 4 needles, I'm going to use them. Otherwise, I will stick with those size 5s. So this, I think, is a size 4. But when I put it through my needle gauge, it looks like it might be closer to a 3. Actually, might even be a 2 or a 2.5. So it's a little bit small. I also have these. And again, these are way too small. So this is a 2. And these, I believe, had a label at one point. I think these are a 3. Yes, this is a 3. And I'm sure somewhere I have size 4 double pointed needles, but I can't find them. So I'm actually going to just stick with the 5s. If you're knitting something like a sweater and your gauge is off by 1/4 inch, that is pretty bad. And you will definitely want to make a new swatch. If you are knitting something small, like a hand warmer, you can probably make it. But actually, these are for my mom, and she tends to have kind of small hands. So I think I'm actually going to go with my size 3 needles, come to think of it. Since this isn't for me, I want to not, make it too big. So again, these are size 3. I'm going to use them, and we're just going to see how it goes. These are really small needles for this weight of yarn, so I might end up scrapping this project once I start working on it and going and, setting it aside until I can get size 4 needles. Again, size 5s might work too. This is where you really should be knitting another swatch, but that's kind of boring to watch. So I'm going to start working, and I can, if you are interested in making the pattern that I'm going to make, just email me. Again, my name is Sarah Cantor, and I work in the studio. My email address is sarah-cantor@utc.edu, or you can find it on the studio page, and I'd be happy to send you this pattern. It's a free pattern that was published on the website knitty.com. It was published in 2006, but I was looking for a pattern for this yarn. It was not the yarn I intended to use for this project. I planned to use this yarn, which is a nice purple yarn, but it's smaller than I thought because I didn't actually check the label. I just said, oh, I have that yarn, I can use it. And this is a double knit, so it's a little bit smaller than our worsted weight that I'm going to be using today. And so that didn't work for the pattern that I planned to use. And the pattern that I planned to use has a lot of cables. And then once I started knitting the swatch, I thought, oh, I don't think this is going to look good with cables because it has this, it's this multicolor yarn. And I thought it might be too busy for cables. So this pattern actually also has cables, but it's not as many cables. So I think that it won't be as noticeable. And so that's what I'm gonna start working on. I'm gonna point my camera down and I'm gonna start casting on. And now I am really thinking, gosh, I should just do another gauge swatch, but I did 2 today and oh, they're so boring. So I'm going to just cast on and see what it looks like. This will also give me an idea of what it's going to look like with the cables, because it might end up being that this just doesn't look good with cables anyway. And I have to either find a different yarn to use or find a different pattern. So I am going to cast on. This is called the long tail cast on, and I'm going to start it again. So what you do, you take your length of yarn, and I have, again, mine in my yarn bowl so it doesn't go running away from me. And you take a length of yarn and then you make a slip knot. And you do that by wrapping the yarn around your finger and then pulling the shorter tail through and then tightening the end that's still attached to the ball of yarn. And now you have a slip knot. And then you put it on your needle like this. And you hold the 2 ends of yarn like this. So you take the tail, which is the shorter end, and wrap it around your thumb, and you hold it with your other 3 fingers. You take the end of the yarn that's attached to the ball and you wrap it around your pointer finger. And again, you hold these with your other 3 fingers. And it's super awkward to hold my hand like this, but that's just for you to see it. Once I start working, it's a little bit easier. I usually use my pinky to really hold the yarn, and the other 2 are just sort of there to kind of help guide it. And all right, there we go. And so now I'm going to cast on, I believe it is 45 stitches. And the slip knot is the first stitch. So now I have 2 stitches. Ah. 9, 10. 20, 1, 2. And actually, I think I'm going to run out of yarn for this tail. So I'm going to undo this. And I'm sure there's a way to measure how long the tail needs to be when you make your slip knot. But if there is, I don't know it. But I cast on about 20 stitches. So I need to cast on 45. So I'm going to undo my slip knot like that. And then I am going to make my next slip knot almost double the distance from the ball of yarn. So I'm going to pull it right about here. And again, I'm going to make a slip knot and put it back on the needle, and I'm going to start again. All right, just making sure I have my ends straight. 2. Hi, baby. My cat is here. She's usually pretty camera shy, so I don't think she wants me to pick her up. She doesn't really like being picked up, but that's okay. This cast on, there's different ways to cast on your knitting project. This is called the long tail cast on, and it is my favorite because I just find it really easy to do. And it's usually a pretty good cast on method because it is pretty stretchy. So if you are making something that you don't want to stretch, this may not be the best cast on for you to use. But if you're knitting something wearable, especially like gloves or mittens or hand warmers or a hat, you want the edge to be pretty stretchy so that you can put it on with, if you've ever worn gloves before, you know that or if you just look at your hand, you know that your wrist is narrower than the largest, widest part of your hand, which is usually your knuckles. And so you want to make something that will fit your wrist comfortably, but can also pull over your knuckles. And that's where this stretchy cast on comes in handy. So I'm going to count up my stitches. 4, 6, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32. So I have 36. So I need to cast on 9 more stitches. 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 44. And there is 45. And now I'm gonna spread my stitches out over multiple needles. Because if you were wondering, how am I gonna knit this around? You can always knit stuff flat and then seam it. I prefer to just knit it in the round. It's less work finishing it. So I'm going to take a second needle, and these are called double pointed needles because they have points on both ends. And I'm going to put 15 stitches on each needle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then on my next needle, I'm going to put another 15. And I'm just passing the stitches onto the next needle. And I don't really pay too much attention to how I do that. You can do it either knitwise or purlwise. Knitting and purling are the 2 stitches you use in knitting. There's only 2 that you have to learn. And then everything that you do is a combination of those. There are other things that you do with stitches, like decreasing and increasing. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to knitting and purling. And those are all the stitches. If you want to make a scarf, all you need to do is know how to knit and purl. Really, all you need to know how to do is knit to make a scarf. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So 1 more. All right, so now I have my stitches spread across my needles, and they're going to end up looking like this. I always like to lay my needles flat if I can, because I want to make sure that they're all facing the right direction. And this is really important when you're knitting in the round, because you want to have your cast on side, so this flat side, facing the same direction. So I like it to be facing down, with all of my needles, again, having the stitches facing the right way, because if you don't do this, you're going to end up twisting your stitches. And that means, so let's say if I have this needle and it's going like this, I'm going to work around, and when I get to the end, my stitches will be like this, and they won't come together, and it won't work. And that is a really, honestly, very easy mistake to make. So be very careful. I have definitely done it more than once. And I am, not to brag or anything, but I am a pretty experienced knitter, and I love knitting in the round like this, but it is easy to make mistakes. Everybody does it, and that's okay. So now I have my stitches, and all my stitches are facing down on the needles. And so I'm going to put my 4th needle through my 1st stitch, and I'm going to put it in here from the front facing the back. And then I want to make sure I have the right length. So I want the end that's attached to the ball, not this loose end, which I maybe left a little bit longer than I needed to. But you do want to make sure that you have a decently long tail when you're knitting, because you use that to weave in your ends and make it look nice and neat. And especially when you are knitting in the round like this, you can use that to sort of smooth out the end. So now I need my stitch markers. I'm gonna go back to my little crocheted bowl of goodies, and I read the pattern through before I started, but I am looking to see how many stitch markers I need. And I think I have enough of these small ones that I can use them, because they'll just fit better on these needles, because these needles are so small. And, oh, that was on the wrong needle. So I want to put my stitch marker. This marks the beginning of my round. When you knit in a circle like this, it's called a round. When you're knitting flat, it's called a row. And you don't need a stitch marker to mark the end of your row, because it just ends. And now I'm going to keep going. So I need to follow my pattern. And again, if you're interested in this pattern, it is available for free. And so I'm going to be knitting 4 rounds in what's called a 4x1 rib. So I'm going to do 4 knit stitches like this. So I did 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then for my 5th stitch, I'm going to purl it. And so this time I have the yarn held in front of my needles. Oops. Things happen. And now I'm going to go in my stitch and I'm going to pull it over the yarn. And once we do another round, I'll show you what that looks like. But if you've ever seen like a ribbed sweater or something like that, this is how you do it. And you can do this in any number of stitches. So again, I have 4 knit stitches and then 1 purl stitch and 4 and then purl. And one thing that I like to do when I'm knitting in the round, which not everybody does, and you don't have to do this, I like to, is rotate my stitches around. So if you're knitting something, again, on one of these circular needles, right here, you don't have to worry about this because it's all on one long needle, basically. But with this, if you just knit around and leave all your stitches on the needles as they are, you will get these gaps. I call them ladders, where the needles meet, where the stitches get pulled a little bit more. And if you're working with a natural fiber, especially a wool or other non-sheep yarns, you can wash your project and then block it. And that's basically you wash it and then you lay it out to the correct dimensions. And then you can kind of get rid of those ladders. But unfortunately, this is a wool acrylic blend, which is not my #1 favorite kind of yarn to work with, but there are some benefits to it. You can wash it much more easily. If you've ever seen somebody wash a sweater and then it shrinks, that's because it's a natural fiber and probably they washed it in hot water or put it through the dryer. I don't know if this is still such a common thing, but when I was a kid, you used to see it on like TV shows a lot. I remember it being on Full House when I was a kid. Actually, it's a surprisingly strong memory for me. And you can't really undo that. But when you block it, you can make it just the right size. And unfortunately, with an acrylic yarn, you cannot do that at all. So if your yarn is 100% acrylic, you can wash it really easily, but you can't block it. So it does have a tendency to ultimately sometimes look a little bit blobby. And I generally find acrylic yarn to be pretty, frankly, unpleasant to work with. And I don't really think of myself as a yarn snob. But maybe there is that part of me that is, because I don't like acrylic, but acrylic is really affordable. And if you're learning to knit, it can be a good yarn to use. I like to use natural fibers when I can. Oh gosh, I was talking too much and I was not paying attention to my stitch counts and I'm off by one. So I'm just going to unknit. So for this is a great lesson in what to do. If you make your happy little mistakes. So you put your needle back through the stitch that you just knitted, and then you pull the loop off the needle above it. And I'm just going to go through and find where I made my mistake. Let's see. And it might be that I maybe even didn't have the right number of stitches. That has certainly happened to me before, especially with a big project. I can't remember. It might be a sweater that I've been working on now for, not even joking, like 3 years. That is knit on super fine yarn. It's called lace weight yarn, and it's basically knitting with like embroidery floss. If you watched my live stream on embroidery yesterday, and it's a sweater, so it's pretty big, and I definitely had to restart it more than once because I kept forgetting my stitch count or my cast on count as I was going, and it didn't work out too well for me. All right, so going back to my beginning, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 1, 2. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to just double check my stitch count. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 15, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42. Oh, I might have cast on too many stitches. So that's okay. I'm going to just keep going and unknit this whole round. Luckily, I hadn't gotten too far, so it's not too much to do. This is in knitting circles. The slang term for this is called frogging. That's usually more when you have more done and you just have to take the whole thing off your needles and just rip the yarn out. It's called frogging because you rip it out, which sounds like ribbit, which is, how sound that frogs make. But you don't really want to do that because you then do lose a ton of work and you have to go back. So finding your mistakes early on like this is much better. Okay. Go. And then I'm going to just undo this last needle. And this is just the process of making stuff. If you ever make pretty much anything yourself, there's always the chance to make a mistake. One of the things, now this is not an instance where you can just kind of move past it because, I didn't have the right number of stitches for the project. But when you're knitting, especially, it's sort of like, with Bob Ross, happy little accidents, you turn a smear into a cloud or a tree or whatever it is. And, it just becomes part of the project. And that's, for me, that's definitely the way I look at knitting. Usually nobody can tell. So my mom taught me how to knit. My mom and my grandma both tried to teach me how to knit so many times. And it didn't take until the summer after my senior year of high school. But they both were knitters, and that was one of the things that I learned from them, that you can make a mistake and nobody can tell. All right, so now I'm back to where I started, and again, I'm just going to double check my number of stitches. So remember, I want 15 on each needle. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. So I was 2 stitches short. Gosh, that's 14 and 15. All right, so now I should be good. And again, I just want to make sure that I have my stitches all facing the same direction. I definitely don't want to twist them. And I'm going to just pull these 2 sets of stitches on the 3rd and 1st needle closer to the end so that I can stitch more easily. And I'm going to slip my stitch marker on there. And if you're watching Wes on his live stream making biscuits, and I learned something new about Wes, I found out that he is a Slytherin. I would not have guessed that, honestly, but now that he said it, I'm like, oh, I can sort of see that. But these are some stitch markers that I got a while ago. So, they're kind of dull looking, but they're just made of sequins, and they are gold and black because I am a Hufflepuff. And there's nothing wrong with that. If there's any other Hufflepuffs watching, I just want you to know, this is a little bit too tight, having trouble. Things happen. All right, let's see. Okay, so. All right, so again, I'm gonna bring my first stitch onto my 3rd needle, and that's just gonna help keep that needle marker on, or that stitch marker on. And I don't know, it's also just what I do. Sometimes, depending on the project, I will even cast on an extra stitch and then stitch the first and last stitch, stitch those together so that it creates a more seamless join. But for this, I don't think that's going to work, or at least not the way I like it to. This is a project that I've knit a few times, but not for many years. So, we'll see how much muscle memory there is, but these are just some nice little hand warmers that are pretty simple. This rib pattern, I'm setting up my project to make some nice wide cables. So these sets of 4 knit stitches are going to be my cables, and you make a cable by just crossing a number of stitches over or behind some other stitches, and then you use these purl rows right here, which after we get another round or 2, you'll be able to see it a little bit better. Those make sort of the relief between the cables. So if you've ever looked at like a cable knit sweater or something, that is how it works. And let's see. This pattern is going to make my hands hurt, I can tell, because I'm using such small needles to knit it, but that's okay. There are things, if you're a knitter or a crocheter, or do any kind of needle work, like hand sewing or embroidery or cross stitch, there are some things that you can buy that are basically like sort of wrist supports. And I have a couple of them. I don't really find them to be that helpful, but they're kind of like compression socks. And so they just help your blood flow so that your hands don't feel as cramped. And yeah, but once I think I get this established a little bit better, my fingers won't feel as cramped working on this. But that is something that, at least when I work on something on small needles, so like these, or if I'm knitting socks, which are knit on even smaller needles a lot of times, my hands will start to feel kind of cramped really easily, or it'll start to get uncomfortable. So that's a great solution if that ever happens to you. Right, so here I'm just establishing my pattern with this first round, and I'm going to knit 4 rounds in this pattern. So 4 knit stitches and then 1 purl stitch. And when you're making cables, you need to leave space between the rows where you cable so that you can actually see the cables. And it's usually, not always, but often, the number of rounds or rows between your cable rows are going to be equal to the number of stitches in your cable. So this is going to be a 4-stitch cable. That means that it is going to be a 4 rounds, or I'm going to leave 4 rounds between the cables. And we'll see if I get to the cables. I hope so. With this project, when I knit cables, I usually like to use a double pointed needle to hold my stitches for the cabling, because then you can just knit them directly off the needle. But I only have 4 double pointed needles in this set. So double pointed needles come in sets of either 4 or 5, because you use 3 needles to hold the stitches and then 1 needle to work the stitches. And you can also use 4 needles to create your circular or round project. But I only have 4 of these. I'm glad though that I'm using these needles because I actually really like these needles. They're wooden and I love working with wooden needles. And they're very pointy, which I really like. I like to be able to feel how pointy it is. Just keeps you alert. But also it does help because, like I said, I have knit so much that a lot of times I don't have to look at what I'm doing. And so having those pointy needles can really help me know where the end of the needle is. I mean, obviously, even with the more dull needle, you'll be able to tell, but it's good for picking up the stitches, sliding it through because it's so pointy. Although these are, again, much smaller than you would normally use for this size of yarn. So it is going through the yarn sometimes, but that's okay. Then you just pull it out and do it again. And again, so to knit, at least the way I do it for this, you put your needle through this loop. So it kind of flattens it out. So it's hard to see right here. But the stitches are kind of sideways when they're on the needle, and you put the needle through from the front and you flatten it out. And you can sort of see that here, it gets wider, and then you pull the yarn through and then slide the previous stitch off of the other needle. And purling is the same thing, but opposite. So instead of going backwards, that's gonna twist this stitch. I'm gonna pull my yarn to the front and I'm gonna knit through, instead of going this way, I'm gonna knit through this front leg. And again, I'm gonna pull it out flat. And I'm gonna then grab my yarn and pull it through, slide the stitch off the other needle. And you just keep doing that. And this style, and I did that on the wrong stitch. This is supposed to be a knit stitch. Here's the purl stitch. I was so excited to show you a purl stitch. There we go. And these stitches are, like I said, pretty much all you need to make a project. And getting all tangled up here. So you can knit hats, gloves, mittens, scarves, sweaters, blankets, anything you want with these stitches. And eventually it just becomes really easy. There are different ways to knit. So I do this method where you hold the yarn still and then grab it with the needle. And I think that's called the continental style. I've actually honestly never really been too sure. The other style is called English. And that is where, and I'm only going to do this to demonstrate because actually switching between the two can really mess up your gauge. But this time you hold the yarn in your dominant hand. In my case, it's your right hand, and you throw it. So here I have to throw it around the needle, and then I put my needle through my stitch, and then I throw it around, and then I pull it through. And like I said, that can really impact your tension and your gauge. So gauge is a way that you basically tell your tension. But I like to use the continental method, which is more about catching. And I do use my pointer finger on my other hand to help guide it, but I don't have to go back and forth as much. And continental knitting is a little bit faster. I think most people probably learn the other method. So instead of calling it English or continental, because I genuinely can never remember which is which, I'm going to call it catching and throwing. And the catching method, again, is just a little bit faster. I think a lot of people tend to learn with the throwing method, which I don't know. I can't remember which I learned with. I think I learned the throwing method, and then I taught myself the catching method because it just helped me go a little bit faster, which I like. And especially for these kinds of projects, these can go really fast. This is a great portable project. So if you're going to be doing any traveling at the holidays and you need something, maybe you're going up into the mountains or something like that, you might need something to keep your hands warm. A project like this to make hand warmers is super fast and super portable because it's so small. You don't need to have some of the stuff that I'm using, like my yarn bowl. You can just throw your yarn in a bag. The yarn bowl is just to keep the yarn from falling away from you and running away. If you have a cat that likes to play with string, for example, yarn bowls can be very helpful because they keep everything contained. Luckily for me and my craft projects, my cat doesn't really like string that much, so she doesn't go after it, but other cats I've had definitely do. And so now I've done 2 rounds, and you can start to see that stitch pattern appear. It's a little bit blurry. I don't know if this will help at all. But you can see here that I have my knit stitches, which are nice and flat. And then I have this one purl stitch that is like it kind of lays back a little bit. But if I turn it around, you can see it's the opposite, because knitting and purling are just the same thing as each other, but backwards. So that's one thing I always think it's funny. So when you knit, in the round, like I am, and you knit all your stitches, that is called stocking stitch or stockinette stitch. And I have definitely seen a lot of patterns that refer to reverse stockinette. And I think it's funny because it's like, no, you just do the same stitch and then you just flip it around later. Or at least that's the way I do it. But anyways, I'm going to keep working on this, but I hope you had a good time. I hope this was relaxing for you and you might have learned something. If you want to learn more about knitting, we do have some resources at the library. So first of all, you can always ask me. I'm always happy to answer some questions if you do ever have knitting questions, because like I said, I've been knitting for years. I got started the summer after I graduated from high school, and I got mono, and I was on the couch. Well, I was in bed for like 3 weeks straight. And then I was on the couch for another month. And my mom said, you're going to college. I went to college in Wisconsin. She said, you're going to college. You're going to need a scarf. Learn to knit and make a scarf. And I did. And it was like 12 feet long because I didn't know how to stop. But it was a very warm scarf. So I've been knitting for years and years. I'm happy to answer questions, but we also have, first of all, I know we have some other folks at the library who knit. So they might also be willing to answer questions, but we have some very great, for me, resources. So if you aren't aware, this is a fairly recent database. I think we got it at the beginning of the fall semester, maybe it was over the summer, but it's called Flipster, I think. And it's a database of popular magazines. So you're probably used to using library databases to find your peer-reviewed journal articles, and they're great for that. But we also have, I think it's called Flipster. Now I need to double check. Let me see. I'm just checking on our website. Yes, it is called Flipster. I really had to think about that. Thought I was wrong. But Flipster has popular magazines that you can browse through. And there are, I think, 2 or 3 knitting magazines in there. So I love to buy knitting magazines, but sometimes, you need to look at it first. And Flipster is great for that. Knitting magazines always have some basic instructions in them for how to do your basic stitches, because they don't assume that everyone is a knitting expert when they pick up their knitting project for the first time. And so you can help learn from there. I think we have some books. We might have some books on it, but otherwise, if you do want to learn how to knit, I would be happy to help you locate some good resources for learning more about knitting. I have some books that I would recommend. I think one that if you really want to learn how to knit, I recommend the book called Knitting in Plain English. It's older. It's from, I think it was first published maybe in the late 70s, but it really goes through knitting and what the terms mean and how to read knitting patterns, which look like they're written in some sort of special code, which I guess they kind of are. But I think that it's a great resource. That was what really kind of upped my knitting skills. Reading that book really helped me develop my skills in a great way. And see if I can finish this. I have 2 minutes because I would love to show you how to do a cable. I don't know if I'll have time to make it, but that's okay. If you want to learn how to do some knitting cables or other stitches, you can always shoot me an email. Like I said, my name is Sarah Cantor. My name is Sarah Cantor, and I work in the studio. So you can always find my email address on there. You can even stop by this studio if you want to. I'm going to keep going with this right up until 2 o'clock, but it is 1:59, so I'm going to get ready to hand my live stream over to one of my colleagues in the studio, Jonah, who is going to be doing some 3D modeling for us, which I'm really looking forward to doing, because that is something that, I know how to do a little bit working in the studio, but I'm definitely not an expert, and Jonah is super good at it, and I'd love to learn from the master. So let's pop that over, and looks like he's not quite in yet, so I'm going to just take the rest of my time. But yeah, I hope you learned something. Good luck with your finals. I hope that you're finding ways to relax while you do your finals, because that's important. You need to take breaks. That's how our brains work. So when you're studying, or whether it's during your semester or for finals, you need to take breaks so that the knowledge can sink in. Otherwise, you don't retain it. And since Jonah's not here yet, I have gotten to a cable. So I'm going to just do this until he comes in. And so this is my cable needle. And what I'm going to do is slip these first 2 stitches off of my needle, and I'm going to hold them in front. I believe I hold it in front for this. But that's what I'm going to do. And then I just jump to the next 2 stitches and I knit off the needle. And then, because I like this to go pretty fast, I'm going to try at least to just knit these directly off my cable needle. It's about the same size as my knitting needle. And now I have a cable. And with that, I'm going to turn this over. And hopefully Jonah is logged in. Thanks for joining me, and good luck with finals, writing papers, taking tests. You can do it. You're going to be okay. Stay calm.
Hello. So today I am going to be modeling the UTC library using Autodesk's Maya. So to get started in Maya, I am going to create an image plane so I can have a reference image to work from. So select the top view, go to the attribute editor, and under environment, add in an image plane. I already have a floor plan for the library on the desktop that I'm going to be using. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and turn off the display grid and get to work. So I'm going to start out with just a cube. Zoom in. Start moving and shaping this into place. Go into vertex mode so I can select these points of the object and move them around. Object mode. Now, insert an edge loop right here so that this face can be selected and extruded. Extrude this one as well. Let's move this one. Some. And I can hold down V and snap these points to put them back in a straight line. So this is the first frame. Select these faces and just drag them out. So it still doesn't look like much, but we can start adding the other features. Grab another cube, pull it out, and to the top view.
Hey, Jonah, can you, we can't see the other desktop screen.
So, there we go.
Jonah, can you swap your screen to, but I really see the other desktop screen.
And I can turn on wireframe mode so we can see through.
Jonah, can you hear me?
Now, We go to object mode, hold down shift, go to insert edge loop. Use multiple edge loops. Let's use 5. No, let's do 7. And click on this to add in those divisions. Go back here, vertex mode, start pulling them out to match them up to this curve.
ETC library. All right. I absolutely will. Hey, Jonah,
Hmm?
you're gonna have to reselect the screen you're sharing.
Oh, is it not sharing?
It's sharing the wrong, just the desktop screen.
All right. Yes, I will go and do that. Meeting controls. Where is the how do I stop sharing? I'm missing the meeting controls. They're not showing up. I'll be right back. This is a disaster.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. Sounds like a
One moment, everybody. We're just running into some technical difficulties. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. All right. So back to modeling the library. I'm starting out doing the front awning and getting the curve right. Then move this up into place. About right there, I believe. Let's see. Now, need to go and select these faces. And extrude them down. Just a little bit. And then select these. Extrude those down. Looks like just a little bit. Bring these down a little further. These three. And extrude them down. Then go in and grab another cube. Bring it into place. Go into vertex mode to bring this to the right width. E. Snap those there. If we go into wireframe mode, edge loop, I want to reset the tool. And add an edge loop right here, here. If we go into the perspective view, select this face, delete them, and select this edge, ring, yeah, will be under this edge ring. Hold shift and go to bridge. That fills in that hole. Just move this
Up into place and probably shrink it down just a little bit. Now let's grab another cube out. Let's go to top view. To these out. And some to create the little patio that is in front of the library. So we'll add another edge loop like we've been doing. And just for now, put in one. Kind of make that shape up in front. Doesn't stick out quite that far. Select the faces. Just pull them up. Make them a little bit further. Straight his face. I know that this is a set of stairs, but right now I will just make it a ramp to kind of get the overall shape and feel for the front of the library. And so now we will add some of these turrets and outcroppings. So we can grab another cube and move it into place in our top view. And zoom in. And I will move this up above so I can see it in this view as well. And go to vertex mode. And hold down Shift and V to snap it, vertex into place. These down. Move this in. Object mode. Hold down Shift. This time, just use 2 edge loops. Pull them out just a little bit to make that curve. And then the front of this, select these faces. And this goes up to, I believe, about the top of this. And comes down just a little bit further. Not quite that much. Now we will do these side protruding. So once again, I'm going to come up here and grab a cube, move it into place, up, vertex, and snap the vertices into place. Just a little bit more. And then we can go to object mode, insert edge loop, and we'll just put one in right here. So back. Bring this in. So these end up coming down a little bit further than that first one. If you look at a front picture of the library, and then they also go up higher. Go to object mode, and in this top view, you can just Control D and duplicate some on over. Let's see. We'll go ahead and add Starbucks. And so we need to add in a layer right here. Because the library is built on a hill and we need a separation for the first floor. We will actually grab a plane that scale it up. Mode. About into place where that line is. Top view. We can grab these vertices and snap them into place as well. Grab these edges. And extrude them. . these. These edges. Extrude them out. Just do. What is going on? Sometimes it gets a little weird. Do a few times, and now it's acting normal. So now, if we extrude the edge just a little bit, and then let's extrude again, and this time go down for the hill. And so just for now, we will hide what we just did to add in this area of Starbucks. So we can grab the insert edge loop tool. Want to drag right there, and one out right here. And grab these faces and extrude them out. Does not have to be perfect right here because we can go into the top view. Vertex mode selected and put them into place. And right here, instead of doing the insert edge loop to get this point, we can go into object mode, use the multi-cut tool, select this point, 2 points along here, and then connect it back. And then grab your vertex tool, scale those to make sure that they are straight on the same plane. And you can move them out and over to start getting the shape. And then, now that we have that, we can unhide that plane and maybe move this up just a little bit to match. So it is starting to come together. And this section right here goes all the way up to the top, so we need to address that. Just doing an insert edge loop tool. And so at first the line is going to look kind of crooked because it's matching the distance in between these two. We can scale that straight. And then into place. So I need to first delete this face and select this one and extrude it up to the top. And then to make sure that this is all one combined shape, I'm going to go to display, heads up display, and turn on poly count. And if I go to vertices and select right here, you can see it's showing 2 vertices are selected. So hold down shift and merge the vertices. And so now this is one point that is connected versus over here where I haven't done that is not joined yet. So do the same thing, 2 vertices, merge, and now it's 1. Let's see, what can we add next? We only have about 6 more minutes, since unfortunately I got started a little bit late. Let's try and add these real quick. So grab another cube, and let's see how we can make these shapes. Scale it down. All right. Now, object mode, insert edge loop tool, multiple edge loops. Scale them apart. Then face. Extrude the face to there. Then object mode. There we go. Insert edge loop tool. And we're gonna still use multiple edge loops, but set it to 1. Then if we click, it'll be right in the middle. So I can grab just this edge and pull it out. Then grab these top vertices. All the way up to the top. There we go. And then just like before, duplicate it on over. And one more. And then it looks like these 4. Oh, not that. Duplicated and rotated. There we go. And then it can be moved into place on this side. So with 2 more minutes left, there's not a ton of time left, but this is just a basic start to modeling the outside of the library. Right. And I think I'm gonna turn it over to Emily for making masks if you're ready.
I am ready. Thanks, Jonah.
Can't hear you, Emily.
You can't hear me?
But that might be on my end.
Let's
We
see.
can hear you, Emily. He can't hear us.
Okay. So cool. I'm getting multiple people saying that they can hear me, so I'm going to believe you. Hi. So once again, I'm Emily Thompson. I'm the director of the studio, and that wobbling is going to happen a lot because I tend to hit part of its desk when I sew. It's just part of the process. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about masks. I do want to take a moment and remind you that the library is here to help you with your finals. You can chat at us. You can call us. You can text. You can text at the chat. And this Zoom room is also available for studio help if you'd like to. If you keep this link up, we're happy to give that to you if you're watching on YouTube as well. So this is a special request for Sarah Cantor. Actually, I'm going to change this so that I can have it set to the wrong thing. So this is weird. Let's see. Let's see, I'm just making sure that everything is working properly. And because technology is fun. There we go. And so this is a special request from Sarah Cantor because back in April, when they told us all that we should be wearing masks, I made a bunch of masks for the studio because I am a belief that if you're going to ask people to do something, you also have to give it to them. And if we're going to do masks in the building, everybody should have a mask. And I have skills and scissors. And Sarah Cantor had mentioned that the mask I made for her looked really nice when it came out of the laundry. It didn't need to be pressed. It was just kind of good. So I'm going to go through my process. First of all, and also I want to say, like, as one of the people that has been telling you to put your mask on in the library for the past 3 months, I have noticed that one of the bigger problems that students have is not that they're not wearing a mask, it's that it keeps slipping down because they're talking and it's because it doesn't fit properly. And so the nice thing about being able to make your own is you can change it so that it works better for your face because we all have a different face and that is a good thing. I personally have found that the ones that tie stay above my nose better than the ones with ear loops because the way my chin is shaped, it will pull the ear looped one down. Whereas if it's here, I can get it tight under my glasses so they don't fog up and I don't have to worry about it continually slipping down because that's annoying. Anyway, so when you choose your fabric, one of the things that they recommend is a cotton or cotton poly blend. They usually recommend quilting fabric. This is similar to quilting fabric. You can get it in the fabric store. The main thing that you want to pay attention to is when you double it up and you hold it up to the light, how much light comes through. Because that gives you an idea of how many germs can get through. Because if you can see straight through it, it's not blocking anything. So this is a really, really good fabric, this particular Starry Night one. And then, so once you've chosen your fabric, you can do what you want with it. I have lots of other fabric in here. Sorry, the cat is also right here. She's taking a bath, so she may make an appearance later. But like this fabric is cute, but when you fold it in half and double it over, you get a lot of light shining through it, which means that it's not as good for this particular project. So I'm lazy. I'm a lazy sewist, which means that I'm constantly looking for shortcuts. And one of my favorite shortcuts is fabric that's woven like this. So your t-shirts are knit. This sweater is knit. This is woven. Most of them will what's called tear on grain, which means if you do a small cut, you can tear it and you get a nice straight line without having to measure anything. So you get these like strings. So my personal life advice with the cat is she likes to eat these strings, so throw them away. I keep a little bag for trash right by my sewing machine, so that's what I'm doing. So the pattern that I use is one that I got off the internet. It's one of the millions that were on YouTube right after. And so it's just basically, but they all have very similar steps. What I use it for is the measurements. This is my ruler. It's they call it a quilting ruler. It's a good solid. They're usually about between 10 and 10 bucks. You can get them at Walmart, craft stores. They're great. But you need 2 rectangles of fabric, and I always make them 7 inches by 9 inches. So when you're talking about fabric, this piece here that's more woven on the back is called the selvage, and that's also what they call the grain. So you've got grain and cross grain, and then diagonal is bias. And I drop things when I do this. So, and you don't want it on the bias because the bias stretches, although there may be mask patterns out there that use it, and give them a shot. But you always want to think of as, most of the time, the selvage goes with your spine. So the side of the fabric that I want the selvage on is the one that's going to go in the side of my face. So that is the 7-inch side. So I'm just going to measure down. And again, I'm lazy, so I'm just going to tear it. So I'm holding it with my fingers, but you can also mark. I've got lots of nifty marking pens like this. You can make a little mark. Doing a little cut, and then, which gives me a nice rectangle. See how straight that is? And I'm going to see if it's big enough to give me the other things that I want. So now I'm measuring across to 9 inches. And then I'm going to see if this piece is big enough. I don't think it is. I think it's, the second piece is just a little bit too short, so I will have to do another one. I apologize. You guys can't see it, but this is covered in cat hair, in case you were wondering where my cat sleeps. But once I have one square, I can just use it to measure all of the other ones. If I were sewing clothing, or probably sewing something for someone else, I would be more precise. But because we're doing masks, that there's room to fix it, and it's mostly just rectangles, I'm just going to do tears and measures. And when I'm doing them, I like to assembly line them. We're going to do several different versions of the same mask when we start talking about strap options and tie options. But usually I will like sit and watch TV and cut out just piles of squares, and then I will put them together. So once you've got it, so for this one, I'm going to do t-shirt ties. So this is t-shirt fabric that I had, but you can also recycle an old t-shirt, and that's a great use to keep it out of the landfill. So that's awesome. So you cut a strip. This is about, I think it's about 1.5 inches wide. And the fun thing about t-shirt fabric, which is a knit, not a woven, is if you kind of stretch it like this, it kind of rolls on itself, and it becomes really something that's great for mask ties. So that's something to bear in mind. So what I'm going to do is I've got my fabric lined up like this. I'm going to line up the selvage edges together just because we're being neat. And then I'm going to and just kind of get it nice and set up. I have a little table that goes up above my sewing machine. And this is the thing about sewing. Pins are important. I used to work in the costume shop as my work study job in undergrad, and so we were teaching other people to sew, and there was one student that just would not use pins, and he had to take stuff out over and over again. I like to keep my pins in a tin instead of a cushion because it makes it a little bit easier to grab. But then the problem is if you knock it on the floor, it is a much bigger problem. So, so when you're sewing, you've got your right side and your wrong side. It's pretty obvious what this one is. And I'm going to put my ties on the inside. And I'm going to pin it down so that it stays. And then line it up with the other one. And then move the pin. So it's kind of at a little bit of an angle. And then I'm going to take the other side and do the same thing so that we can make a big loop. For this particular version, it doesn't matter if it's perfect, but if you wanted to do, this is the same thing you would do if you had, I think it's 1/4 inch elastic that you can get, and then you cut it to go around your ears. You would do the same thing here. And you want to make sure that it doesn't get twisted, because once it's twisted, it can't be untwisted without taking it apart. But our goal is to make sure that all of this is inside. We're making a little envelope. I'm going to take it on this other side. Kind of fold it down. And pin it. There's other things besides pins in my pin tin, so I get confused. And I should move them, but nobody cares but me. And put it there. And I will tell you, more pins the better. Pins are great. They don't damage the fabric. If you're doing something like out of silk, which is not appropriate for a mask, then no, but cotton doesn't remember pins. So I'm going to pin them, and I'm going to pin it lengthwise like this. No, I'm not. I'm going to go the other direction. And what I'm doing is I need to make sure that I remember what direction I'm going to sew, because I don't want these to be backwards, because I'm going to pull them out as I sew and kind of make sure that everything's tucked in there. And some people will put them perpendicular to your seam, because most of the time the needle will jump over it. That's how I used to sew, but as I got better at taking the pins out, I switched to putting them parallel. Yeah. So we're just enclosing everything in there. Here we go. And here we go. And so I just kind of I also use the pins as markers. Again, this is not terribly exact. You want to make sure that everything's tucked in so it's not by your seam. And I'm going to put them perpendicular so that I know where my opening is. So I'm putting 2 of them. Let's see if I can move the camera down. 2 of them here. And so now I've got a little place. So I know I'm going to start sewing here and stop sewing here. And I'm just going to go around the corners. So this is my sewing machine. It's a Bernina. I love this sewing machine. It's a fancy sewing machine. It's not gonna lie, it's expensive, and it's one of, you got to spend your money how you want to. And I sew a lot. I sew probably 75% of my own clothes. So therefore it makes sense for me to have an expensive sewing machine. To do something like this, you can get a sewing machine for $200 at Walmart, and that'll do the thing. The $200 machines at Walmart are, the main difference is they're not gonna last as long. But they will do most of the sewing that you need. This one has some fancy settings. It is not as fancy as the ones that do embroidery, because if I'm going to do embroidery, I'm like Sarah, and I will do embroidery by hand later. So it does have a setting that does what's called back stitching. So you'll see, because when you sew, you want to make sure that you essentially tie a knot. So first of all, these are sewn with 1/4 inch seam, and I don't know if you can really see the plate, but you can see that there are these lines here on the plate, and those are all measurements. It says 3/8, and then what is obviously 4/8 or a 1/2 inch, and then 5/8. So they're 1/8 of an inch apart. And then on your foot, this is what's called your presser foot, because it presses it and steps down on it. The edge of this presser foot is actually 1/4 inch. So I know that if I sew along the edge of this, it is 1/4 inch. You can get a number of presser feet. They all do slightly different things. It's kind of like playing magic or something with the number of presser feet that you can get. All right, so when I get here, I've got it set to a stitch length of 3, which I find is a pretty decent one if you might need to take it out. because when you sew, you may need to take it out. Accept that. Life is okay. So I'm going to put it down and take out the pin. And then I've got my little pedal down here, and I'm going to go forward one. And the setting that I have it on goes forward 1, 2, 3, and then it stops itself and goes back. And then we just sew along. Now, when you get to a corner, you want to make sure that the needle is down. I've got a flywheel over here, and that controls how the needle goes up and down. Take out the pin. So the needle's down so it won't move, and then you can just pivot like that. And then you sew down. Take out the pin as you go. My presser foot even kind of pushes the pin out a little bit, which is nice. And then again, pivot. I went a little too far, so I'm going to back it up just a little bit. Pivot. Go, go, go. Pivot. And so I pushed my little back button so it knows to go back, and then it's done. If you don't have a back stitch setting on your sewing machine, you just have to hold the back stitch and go back and forth on your own. So you want to trim your threads because you don't want extra threads around. They're going to stick out at inopportune times and snag on things, and that's annoying. Trim it down. Then, so you've left this opening so that you can turn it inside out. However, if you want it to be really nice and crisp, you can trim at the corners, and I'm just going to cut off a triangle so that it looks like that. And I want you to notice very carefully, I did not cut through the threads, because if you cut through the threads, it will become unsewn, and that is the opposite of what you're trying to do. So you want to get close to that, but not right on it. But it just means that it can be a little bit more crisp, which I like. I like to do corners. I like to do corners and curves because this part is fun. So now I've got my little opening here. And this is also similar to making a pillow. You do the same thing. You sew a rectangle and leave an opening, because now you're going to start to pull it out. Look at that. How fun. It looks like a mess until all of a sudden it looks like a pillow. Now, in theory, you could wear this as a mask. It's not very comfortable. It's too long. It does all kinds of weird things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some time and again some pins to kind of straighten this out. And then I'm going to go behind me to the iron. And I'm actually going to make sure that the iron is on right now real quick. And for this first round, I'm not going to take the computer over to the iron, but I will speak loudly. But when I do some other things, I will trying to see how much I can avoid moving the computer. I thought I would try and do it with like my phone and this, and man, the feedback that gave me was loud and hurt my ears. So with this little thing here, the little opening, I'm just going to pin it shut. So you'll see that these are really basic pins. They just have a metal head. And I like these because you can iron over them. There are pins that have a plastic head that you don't want to iron over them because then they will melt into your fabric. And that is, well, it ruins your fabric. and undesirable. It also ruins your pins. So my mother, because she's funny, gave me a bunch of pins that look like this, and they're beautiful, and I use them for longer things, but I do not iron over these because this would melt. And that would be messy and bad. But sometimes you like longer pins. You can also get pins that are glass head that do not melt. So usually they will say whether or not they're heat resistant, which is good. So, all right, so I've got things ironed out just a little bit. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn it, fold it in half and press it. And then we fold up to the thing, to the pressed fold, and then fold down. And that gives us 3 pleats, which is the thing that makes it into more of a mask than just a weird square. So I'm going to do that over there. I'll hold it up as I go. And you guys get to look at my backside, which I apologize for. But before we go over there, as you can see, that iron is a beautiful iron. And I think that probably the difference between how I sew the masks and how Sarah sews the masks is that iron. It's very heavy and it uses a lot of steam, which means that it gets a harder press into the seams than your average $20 iron that you get at Target. $20 iron that you get at Target is fine, but when you start a hobby like sewing, you start to acquire more expensive things. And so I love this one because it's really steamy. That's the best part. So I'm going to take it over here and I'm going to press it flat first. I mean, can you hear that? Can you hear that? So now I've got it nice and flat. And then again, fold it in half. So you've got a nice strong seam here. And then fold it up. Oh wait, open it. I'm opening it, and then I'm folding it down. It's been a while since I've made these. Because this way, if you open it and fold it down, all of the pleats go the same direction. And if you do it the other way, then they don't. So folding it up. So much steam, y'all. And then, so you can see that now I have 3 lines, essentially. So I'm going to make them be folds. They need to come down roughly 1/2 inch. And I'm actually going to reuse my pins here. So I'm folding them down and securing them with pins. So when you sew, you would normally use the same thread color that matches. And as I'm sure you guys have noticed, that I'm using a beige thread on purple fabric. So I've been using this as an excuse to use up old spools of thread that just don't have very much on them. And it's worked out well for me. Because for the masks, when I started doing this, they were something that was being done quite quickly. Also, I was not looking to make money off of this. If I were making this as something to sell, then I probably would have spent more time making things match. But I wanted them to look nice, but also I wasn't willing to spend money. So most of the fabric is from my own stash. And I'm cheap. So at this point, you can kind of take the pins out of where the hole was because it's pressed nicely. So now you can see that it's got 3 pleats in it. And so what you need to do is go down on the sides once again, just to secure them. Again, I'm doing it at about 1/4 inch. There's all kinds of cat hair. You are fluffy. And I'm actually going to go all the way around just to kind of do a good, make it a little bit more secure and also sew that hole closed. On the edges, I'm going a little bit closer to just 1/8 of an inch top stitch. So named because it is a stitch on the top, which is, I can measure by using the inside of the hole on the foot. It's about 1/4 inch here. And this one you need to make a little bit, be a little bit more careful so that the fold doesn't get caught under, the foot. So I'm going to go a little bit more slowly. And this can be tricky. It just takes a little bit of practice. Again. Hitting the back stitch button, and we're done. And again, let go. Throwing that away. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of hold these up in half and just cut them in half. And the nice thing about, so woven fabric, if you leave it raw at the edge, it'll start to unravel. Knits don't do that. So I don't need to sew the ends. But if you want to be fancy, you can put a knot at the end. I like to put the knots at the end because it just kind of looks like we're done here. So there we go. You have a mask, just like that. The nice thing about doing this as well is the same basic principle stands. If you've got a kid and you want to make it a little bit smaller, or if you've got a beard and you've always wanted it to just be bigger down at the bottom, you can control how big it is. And if you, like, this is a rectangle, but you could probably start to play with like rhombuses and other shapes if you wanted to. The main thing you want to make sure that that grain goes with the spine so that you're not, you don't end up with it accidentally stretching. So the other ties that I like to do, so this is the one version of them. I've also done a number of ties with, so that they go, you can see the color on the side with a woven piece of fabric. So I'm going to make another mask. And it's almost the same process, but not quite. So I have to go over there. I've got they're pre-cut out. Again, 9 by 12 inch squares. And I think that this fabric may look familiar because I made, I think, a solid 50 or so, 25 to 50 masks out of this fabric. I had a ton of it because there are these people on Facebook that sell fabric for $1 a pound at insurance company in Georgia, or it's in the insurance company's parking lot. State Farm doesn't actually have anything to do with it. They just let you use the parking lot. So you go and you buy like yards and yards and yards of fabric for $1 a pound. So I had got this originally as my UTC. I was going to make like a UTC dress. I did make a shirt, but now instead it is masks. But it's decent cotton. It's all samples from a fabric factory that went out. Although I have noticed that when you tear it on grain, the pattern doesn't always match. So it wasn't printed terribly well because it was a sample. So that is one of the dangers with this fabric. Anyway, so I'm going to make another rectangle, but I'm not putting any ties on it yet. We're going to do that as a separate process in a minute. So again, pinning it. And rather than sewing the whole square, we are going to just sew the top and the bottom. And we're going to leave the sides raw. or exposed, unfinished. Instead of one seam, it's going to be two. As you can see, I'm not using pins as much as I should, because I've gotten pretty good at this with so many masks that I made earlier this summer. So again, 1/4 inch seam allowance. Seam allowance is the stuff on the inside. Because you can't sew things together without seam allowance, because then you're doing you're like joining two pieces of leather together, and you end up with like laces, and then and it's not as strong unless you're using something like leather, and you're trying to do something really specific where you can see the seam. Whereas this one, it just gives you some room to work. So I did the top or the bottom. I haven't decided what is the top or the bottom yet. If you are looking into purchasing a sewing machine, one of the things you'll notice, the biggest differences between the cheaper machines and the more expensive machines is how loud they are. This one's pretty quiet, and kind of how smooth it is. Like you can feel them rattle when they're less expensive. There's also the amount of metal in a machine. So this is pretty solid plastic, but if you're ever buying a machine at like a garage sale, because you can get really good antique machines from like the 50s or the 70s, and those suckers will still sew. They're way better than you'd think they would. If you're looking at some like a Singer from the 50s or a Kenmore from the 70s, if it's mostly made out of metal, you can take that to a sewing machine shop, and it's like $5 or $25. You can take that to a sewing machine shop, and probably for $100 to $200, depending on how bad a shape it's in, you could get a sewing machine up and running. And they do what's called a service. And those people are amazing. The other machine in my sewing room is a serger. It's from the 90s. I love it. And it locked up over the summer, and I was so sad. And I took it to Ready Set Sew in Eastridge, and they took it to their guy. And he like, I had several conversations over the phone. He's just like, I think I need to send this back to the factory. I don't think it's going to work. You should probably get a new one. And then 10 minutes later, he called me back and went, yeah, it just need a bunch of oil. You should oil your machine more often, as opposed to once every 20 years. Yeah, and it works like a dream. So instead of spending another $2,000 on a serger, I spent $100 on making my old serger work. So I'm unplugging my computer, and we're going to go over to the ironing board so you can see a little bit better what I'm doing. For those of you who are curious, yes, there's the cat. She is there. She does not like to be on the Zoom. She hates the Zoom. Okay, so sewing machine or iron again. So I'm going to turn it inside out, or turn it right side out. And you can see I've just got a tube. If I'm being really finicky with this, one of these sewist tricks that you can do is before you turn it inside out, you can press the seam so it goes one way. So I'm going to press it down. And this will just make it a little bit neater on the other side. It knows what direction that seam allowance is supposed to go if you do this. And the answer is, if you misiron something, the answer is more steam. So now I'm going to turn it right side out. And you can see that this is going to be a little bit more flat. And I'm going to kind of line it up. Move that out of the way. I tend to keep a glass full of water. It's not a good idea to keep a glass on your ironing board, though, just for the record, because glass breaks when you knock it on the floor. So press it nice and flat. And then again, like we did before, fold it in half and give it a good press. And then open it up and press that one. And then press it up. And I'm trying not to press the center press too much because I would like to still be able to see that. So now you can see I've got the 3 lines. And I'm actually going to go grab my pins. And you fold it down about 1/2 inch. You can measure this if you want. As I was talking about yesterday with hand sewing, you get to the point where you can just eyeball certain measurements. But when in doubt, use a ruler. Rulers are really nifty tools. And as someone who doesn't like to use a ruler and claims that I can just eyeball all of the things, I will just note that often I will use a ruler and discover that I am off. So use your rulers. Measure twice, cut once, and all of those other things. So the reason we're putting the pleats in, as my teacher or my professor in college used to like to say, fabric is flat and people are round. And so the pleats give it space so that it can go over your nose and mouth and still be tight at the sides. Even the surgical masks have pleats for that same reason. It helps it get so that it can be tight on your cheeks and cover your chin at the same time. All right, so I've got those all pinned. I'm going to give them another press. Lots of steam. Lots of steam. I love this iron. Love this iron. You can see that it's there. So for the side ties, I'm going to make those myself. And I have this thing, which if any of you have a grandmother that sews, you've been through like her box of stuff, or grandfather, or just someone who is more of a vintage sewist, they'll have this thing and you're like, what is that? And the answer is, it is a tape maker. So you can buy this stuff called bias tape. You can buy it at the fabric store, and it's used for binding, and it looks like this. And so you've got this straight piece, but then it's folded over on both sides. And this is great if you're in a hurry. It's wonderful. If you ever want to make stuff that's your own particular color, or something that, or in my case, you want tape, but I don't want it to be biased. You can use these things. So I've torn these strips of fabric, and I did them a while ago, which is why they're all wrinkly. So I'm going to give it a quick press. I'm going to fill this up a little bit. If your iron goes through water as fast as mine does, that's a good iron. So what I want is I can either stand here. I can either stand here and fold it over and burn my fingers, or I can use the device, which makes it a lot more even, and also means that I can keep the iron a little bit further away from my fingers, which is important. So I'm going to stick it in here and you just kind of set it up so that it fits in there like that. And then you got like a split in the top and you kind of pull it down. And this is the trickiest part because then you have to like go in here and kind of pull it out. And then pull it out. And you can see it's already making that tape and I don't have to think about it. This one is about 2 inches. I think it's 1 7/8 inches, but you can get smaller ones. I have a smaller one. In the pile of stuff. I saw it a minute ago, now I don't know where it is. But I have one that does like 1/2 inch tape as well. So this is convenient and nice. And the main difference between bias tape and this tape. So bias tape, it's cut on the bias stretch. It'll stretch a little bit. You can see it kind of bounces, boing, 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 boing. Whereas this one won't stretch, so it's less likely to stretch while you're wearing it and slide down. So I'm just going to press this. So I'm just going to press it, and it's got this little handle on it, and as I pull it, it folds it for me. My ironing board is not quite long enough. Most fabric comes, or mini fabrics come about 45 inches in width. Sometimes it's 16, but I found that 45 inches is about the right length for one of these straps, one of these ties. It's long enough to be the right length, but also long, people can cut it if they need to, if they need it to be shorter. So like this. And there, see, it's already perfectly done. And for this particular thing, I need to fold it again. So I want that fold to be on the inside. And this one, I don't have a tool for. I just have to do it and beware my little fingers. Before I remembered that I had the little tape maker, each one would take probably 10 or 20 minutes. And as you can see now, it takes about 3. Your neck is a handy place to store things that are long. So I'm gonna put that there because I need 2 of these. I'm gonna grab another one. Even though I'm gonna press it in a minute, it's just easier to deal with things that are not wrinkled than it is to deal with things that are wrinkled. So, it's a lot of sewing is do the things that the other thing will be faster. The thing that takes too long right now will be faster later, which is one of the hardest things for me to learn because I am impatient sometimes. Come here. Like I said, the longer pins are handy for things like getting tape out of your Clover tape maker. So again, I'm just going to press it down, pull it along by its little handle. And like I said, buying bias tape at the store is absolutely fine, but weird things happen. And so like earlier this year when everyone was wearing masks, you couldn't buy bias tape at the fabric store at Joann's for literally love nor money. They just didn't have any because everyone was using it. So if you have a tool like this, if you know how to make things on your own, then you're not, when there's weird shortages, you're not beholden to them. So I'm going to fold it over and iron it one more time. There we go. It gets quite meditative when you're making stuff like this. I love ironing. I actually thought that maybe one of the things that would be fun to do for this live stream would be teach everybody how to iron a shirt properly. And maybe we'll do that over the summer. So taking my stuff, grabbing my already folded piece. And so when I was working on these this summer, I would make like 10 of these and 20 of these. And then I would, I call it assembly lining, where you make all of the pieces of one, you make all the pieces of the other, then you put them together and then you've got a bunch of them done at once. Your moves may vary. So I'm going to move the computer again. Sorry for those of you who are motion sick. Again, there's a kitty. She's over it. And putting this back down. And I'm going to just plug it in so we don't have to worry about power. Yeah. So I do a lot of measuring by folding. It used to drive people crazy. But so I'm going to take this, I'm going to fold this in half and find the middle. And then you can either use a marker or a pin or something so that you know where that middle is. And then I'm going to open it. So again, we've got our middle on the inside because that's half of sewing is hiding that raw edge. And like roughly the middle here I'm going to line that up. It does not have to be perfect, but I'm going to take these pins out for just a minute. And this is me sewing. I think to myself, don't forget to grab your pin tin. You see where it's right over there, sitting there next to the iron. Anyway, so what I'm doing is, I have to do this on the table. I am going to line up the edge of my mask with the inside of this tape, and I'm going to fold it over. And you can see that I've lined up kind of the middle with roughly the middle, and then I'm going to pin it down. So I tried to do something similar to this with the 1/2 inch bias tape instead of an inch tape. So it was 2 inches of fabric folded over to make roughly an inch. And it just didn't hide quite enough, in my opinion. So I'm going to start down here. And so instead of it being something that like opens, I'm going to sew it closed. And again, looking at the presser foot, this is an inch, but right in here, or this is 1/4 of an inch, but right at the edge of the hole where you can actually see the fabric is 1/8 of an inch. And it's the same on the other side, 1/8 of an inch and 1/4 of an inch. So if you know those measurements, then you can, you don't have to think too much. So I'm going to make sure that that's on the inside. So I'm going to line this up and do 1/8 of an inch seam here, which is just a top stitch just to close it down. And I'm going to sew the whole thing. It's going to take a while. And I want you to also notice that my fingers are on this side. I was trying to teach a friend to sew, and she really wanted to pull it through, and that will make your stitches really big. The sewing machine has these little teeth here called feed dogs that pull the fabric through for you. So you don't want to push it. You don't need to be in a hurry. It's going to take as long as it takes. It's all good. Trust the machine to do the work for you. And this has ended up upside down. So I'm going to flip my pins over because it is very difficult to take pins out upside down. And you don't want them to get caught in your needle because that causes problems later. If you do break a needle though, needles break. Just be aware that a tiny piece of metal might go flying at your face. Yeah, so I'm just using my fingers to make sure that it stays straight. Otherwise, it's a little bit like a car that's out of alignment. It'll kind of pull it to one side, and that's not good. Got a little knife there. And just cut off all these threads. There's a weird white thread in the selvage of this particular fabric. I don't know what it is. The inside. Book. And there you can see it's a nice thread seam, and it's sewed this closed really nicely. Goes all the way down to the end. Like I said, I like to do knots at the bottom. With woven fabric, if you were to cut it off, because this is too long, if you just tie a knot at the end of it, then that'll keep it from fraying, or it won't fray much beyond that. It'll just do like decorative tassel. All right, so that's one side, and we're going to do the same thing on the other side. So once again, finding the middle. Quick little thing. So this marker is chalk. And you can just brush it off when you're done. The rule is you don't want to, this particular chalk, you don't want to iron, because if you iron it, it might end up permanent. But it's a nifty pen or pencil. I don't know, chalk doohickey. And I have, I think, like 12 different colors of chalk, so that they show up on all different colors of fabric. But again, if you're sewing on white fabric, you do want to be particularly careful because that's hard to get off. If I'm sewing with white fabric, I will use a pencil, just a regular pencil, because that washes out with soap and water. So like I have my little stash of scissors and things, and there's a mechanical pencil in there. So again, doing the same thing again, lining it up about 1/8 of an inch. And again, these don't have to be perfect. The thing about the masks is we were trying to make them quickly. We want something that's a little bit comfortable. But if people are really examining the seams on your mask ties, I'm of the opinion that you have larger problems. This is how you can tell I used to be a costume designer, where I'm like, if they notice that seam's a little bit crooked, then man, your play is bad. They're like 50 feet away. Again, taking out the pins as I go. Again, back stitch. And cut. Most sewing machines have a little knife here, which is super convenient because devil's in the details. So it's all these little things that you have to like cut. So again, I'm going to tie a knot. On either side. And just like that. Once again, I have a mask. Again, I like these ties because they get good and tight, so that you can adjust it for yourself. And then, but it covers it up. It's nice and tight. Got your little pleats, but it's still nice and tight right here. Like I said, I'm pretty sure that the reason the pleats stay so pleated even after washing, because I've noticed that mine do that too. I think it's the iron, like all the steam when you are making pleats, so much steam, to the point where you can actually like spray it with water and then put a dry iron on it. So if you set your iron to not do steam, so if you sprayed it with water and then did a dry iron, it's going to steam up, but that would probably help get the hard press if you don't have a heavier iron like that, because it's really a lot of steam and it's weighted heavy. It probably weighs 5 pounds as an iron, so that's probably what does it. You have probably seen that some people like to put a piece here so that it can be bendy. Again, I'm lazy, and the funny thing is, like, my mother was like, because she's been making a bunch of mess, was like, I just use old bread ties. Don't you have old bread ties? And for those of you who don't know, I have celiac disease, and I've only been diagnosed for 2 years, but I've been gluten-free for like 10. So no, I don't have any bread ties in my house. But you can put them on here pretty easily. I'm gonna go grab that bias tape. You just need to make like a little sleeve. So I'm going to cut just a small piece of this. I think it's about 1.5 inches, and make it flat. And so if I actually put this, if I decide that this is the top, I'm going to decide that this is the top because it's a little bit bigger. I'm going to fold it in half and use a pin to mark that. And then I can kind of center this. I'm going to fold under the edges because I want it to be pretty. So make it as long as your metal pieces. You can buy metal pieces on the internet these days. Or again, you can use bread ties, which my mother is a big fan Um, I'm folding under both edges. So I've made like that little thing right there. And what I'm going to do is, again, just right around the edge, I'm going to sew it down, and I'm going to sew one side closed. And I'm going even closer to the edge. So this is what we call like edge stitching. So I'm basically right at the edge. I'm going to put it down. I don't think this is big enough. It should probably be longer, but again, back stitch. And see, that's where you hit the pin. But I stopped, so it didn't notice. I'm gonna do 1, 2, turn. And I went off of the thing, so I'm gonna go back. This flywheel is a handy thing. Go down, stitch, 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 and stitch. Go down. And again, back stitch. And what I've done is I've made a little pocket. So if you did want to put the metal thing that'll bend over your nose, this now works for that. So many places to be attached. Let go. So there's, you can see there's a place to put it in right there. I'm going to use this pin as an example, so I can stick the pin in there like a little pillow. So you can put your wire wherever you get it from and stick it in there, and then just sew it closed at the end, and then you would have a place to put that metal tab if it's something that you wanted to do. So that is mask making. I hope that you found that interesting. If you do need a mask and you're feeling like you don't have one, or you'd like one that's like this, like it doesn't usually take me, like both of these took me about 20 minutes each. They normally take me less time. So please don't hesitate to reach out at emily-thompson02@utc.edu. I will happily mail you one. I'm happy to make you one and mail you one, because I figured out you can send them through the US Postal Service with 2 stamps on the envelope. So I'm more than happy to mail you one if you would like to have another mask for your stash. Just let me know. They're not that difficult. But if you'd like any other tips, let me know. We are now going into, I believe, a break. You may hear our other studio folks possibly talking over the Zoom and possibly giving some suggestions of other live streams. We planned this really quickly, which was amazing that we were able to pull this together so fast, considering that one of the weeks we were trying to pull it together was Thanksgiving week and no one was there. But this was the 1 hour we couldn't get filled because there's a faculty meeting at the same time. So all of the library faculty have to go to a meeting. But at 5 o'clock, our dean is going to be back with some puzzling, which is going to be awesome. And, or it looks like perhaps Nora is going to start, I think they're just testing things. But there will be puzzling at 5. There will be Rubiks Cube at 6. And then at 7, I'm going to take us all out with a story. So we hope this has been relaxing. Please don't hesitate to reach out to the library. You can reach out to us by chat, by phone, by email. And we are happy to help you with your finals. And we know that you're going to do a great job. So I'm signing off for now. Let me know if you want one. Have a good time. See you at 7.
Hey, Yuri, are you there? Am I live? Am I doing this right? Hello, my name's Theresa, and I am going to be puzzling today. And the name of my puzzle is, oh, let's get in front of the camera. There we go. The Mount Verde. A puzzle, got 1,000 pieces by an artist named Charlie Harper. So what I thought I might do is talk through a little puzzling, and then puzzling sometimes is quiet, but I have a little bit of background on Charlie Parker that I thought I might share, and a little bit of history about puzzling. So this is a 1,000-piece puzzle, and as you can see, I've already done some pre-sorting. So I like to sort by color first, and borders. So what I've got out on the table, out of my boxes already, is the start of my borders. I pre-sorted those because it would take me too long to even accomplish any bit of the puzzle without that there. So there is the border. And then what I did, the other sorts were sorted by color. So I've got a bunch of green. So there's lots of green images in this puzzle, as you can see. And then I've got some purple, and I've got blue, which also has some rainbows in it, which is fun. And then I did all the darker colors. So I did a gray, a black, browns, and then anything with unusual shapes I also put into this box. And sometimes that can be helpful in puzzling. So I say so a lot too, and I'll try and stop that now that I'm wearing it. When I puzzle, I like to start with the borders. So that is what I'm doing now. So I've gone through my 1,000 pieces, and the first thing I did was break them into these 6 groups. So we have our colors and we got our borders. So I am separating pieces now for 2 of our borders. And essentially it's just me laying out colors, because if you look at this particular puzzle, what you'll see is that the edges are green entirely, both the left and right side, and then the top and bottom borders are different. So on the one hand, this is going to be kind of easy because I know where the greens go. On the other hand, it's going to be kind of hard because I don't know if you can see it yet, but I'm starting to amass quite a few bits of green end pieces here that we will put together. And I'll be honest, and I'll tell you, I did this puzzle last week because I wanted to see kind of how I did it. And I kind of wrote down thoughts and how I structured it, or how I do my usual puzzles. So the next thing I do once I get the colors arranged a bit is do shapes. So as you can see, each puzzle will have different shapes. So this one has 3 edges. Border pieces always have 1 less edge than other puzzle pieces. This one has 2, a left and a right. And this one has 2, a left and a right. So what I'm going to start to do is lay out the puzzle pieces according to their shapes. Some people, like I said, will approach color puzzles differently. I almost always start with the border. Kind of gives the rest of this puzzle structure, helps it hold together, and gives you a feeling of accomplishment at the end of the day. Because I have found with puzzling, especially if I'm working with 1,000-piece puzzles, it can take me a week, maybe even 2 weeks sometimes to get through them all. And I'm going to move my extra piece of tripod, which I borrowed from the studio but do not need, off the table because I'm already running out of space. So get things a little bit more organized here, and then we'll continue with our sort. So once I'm sorting, I of course sort by the number of wings. So this piece has the most, so it's a 3, so it's going to be on the far left. This piece has 1, and this piece has 0 extra prongs coming out. So I've got the 3, the 2, and then there's 3 different pieces that all have 2. So you get 2 straight across here on the edge. And I might move my camera forward a little bit in a minute. And then we've got 2 pieces. This one's going left to right, and this one's going right to left. And this will make putting the border together, possibly in an hour, happen, is what I'm hoping. So another 1. We got 2 prongs, we've got a 1 prong, we've got a 2 prong, we've got a 2 prong with a left, 1 prong with a left, 1 prong straight up, 1 prong to the left, 2 prong right. But I'm not going to continue to say that out loud because even I find it annoying. And then this is our corner puzzle piece. So there's 4 of these in the 1,000 pieces in the box. There's 4. I will say when I did this puzzle last week, I had lost a corner piece. I found it under the dining room table, where people will frequently find puzzles pieces. I believe the cat might be responsible for that. She discovered the love of pushing puzzle pieces around and frequently avails herself of that opportunity when it's presented, which during times of COVID is more frequent than not. So while I finished sorting these pieces, I thought I could tell you a little bit about Charlie Harper. So let me show you the picture again. I've always really liked Charlie Harper as an artist. Kind of this particular piece again is called Mount Verde, which is a forest in Costa Rica. And let me see, I found some interesting information about this particular puzzle. Let's see. There it is. So let's see. This puzzle was produced by Charlie Harper in 1999. And this is a review that he received. With his skilled hand and keen eye, Cincinnati, Ohio wildlife artist Charlie Harper has transported into this poster the excitement, color, and vibrancy of the Mount Verde cloud forest with local children shared with Charlie and his wife when they visited. Now you, the viewer, have a looking glass into the most magic world of the most ecologically diverse and fragile forest. Using minimal realism, Charlie has depicted 39 of the plants and animals he encountered, which is interesting because I did not know that when I was counting them up. I wouldn't have thought there were that many. If you've been there, you can appreciate the unique environment. If you've never been, we hope you visit. So anyone who buys this puzzle, the proceeds do go to a good cause in Mount Verde, the Centro de Educación de Creative in Costa Rica, is supported by folks who buy this. So that's very nice. Anything else about this particular? More than 60% of the students at the school receive financial aid. So yeah, I mean, again, you get to do a puzzle, you get to do a good thing. You can even buy it as a poster, apparently. And let me keep sorting because I'm not doing this very well. Now I'm just talking. There's my other end piece for this particular group. Another 3, another 1, another 1 with a left wing, another 0 wings. I call them wings. I'm not sure what anybody else calls them. You know, in some puzzles, when you buy them, they're all the shapes. They only come in like 2 different shapes. I tend to like puzzles that offer this diversity. So if you look across my rows right now, and this one goes there, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different shapes of puzzles. So the next thing I would do is literally start to put the puzzle pieces together. I'm going to move the camera just slightly over to the left so you can see a little bit more, and forward. Forward a little bit more. Maybe that's a little bit better. And this is where putting them in these different shapes comes in handy, because I can take my piece here, which has an open end. So you can see the open end there. And what I'm going to do is pick every piece that has a left end and just try it and see if it fits. Different puzzles will have different fits. I have been doing puzzles most of my life. I was a big puzzler as a kid. My family would go to the beach and we'd puzzle. And, you know, again, at the time, there were probably 200 or 300 pieces. And I'm just going row by row at this point. For any piece that has a left end, then I have hit my first connection point. There it is, 2 pieces together. So very exciting. And you can kind of tell with most puzzles when the pieces are in the right places. Some puzzles have a looser fit, and that makes it a little bit harder. But this puzzle is pretty good fit. And I will say the size of pieces also makes a difference. So now the piece I've got on the left has the wing coming out here. So I'm going to pick up all the pieces that have an open left wing and try and fit them together. And then I'm going to do this hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times repeatedly throughout the next hour and, you know, in my day, because I like to puzzle on the weekends and occasionally nights and mornings if I have time. I'll do 10 or 15 minutes of puzzling. I like to puzzle. I think some people, puzzle helps me concentrate. And it also helps me, this row doesn't have a wing that'll fit, but this one does. So row 4. Helps me concentrate, helps me focus. Sometimes like just subconsciously, my brain starts to think differently about things or not. So that's partially where sometimes I'll listen to some tunes when I'm puzzling. I was going to try and listen to some tunes in the background today, but I'm having a technology day from hell where I made the mistake of updating, I guess is the right word, my iPhone on Sunday to the latest operating system. Big mistake because it froze all my text messages in the sense that I can see a message come in and the number will light up, but I cannot open the messages. So nothing there that'll fit. We're going to jump over to column 5, pick all the left open ends there to try and move them through. And so I dealt with that on Sunday and then came into work and talked to one of our fabulous IT guys, Laird, and he did some research. And this is a common problem. Apparently 500 or 600 other people have reported it. Success. We're on piece 4 together. There you go. Looking good. Looking good. So then I had to basically make sure that all my data was backed up in the cloud first. And I tried to do that yesterday on campus and I couldn't because for whatever reason, my phone wouldn't join the network long enough. So went home last night and did my backup to the iCloud, which was all good. And then came in this morning and tried to reset my phone. And it didn't work the first 3 times again. So I had to talk to my friend Laird again. And then Laird told me I had to basically, again, long process, but it was very troubling because I don't know why. What is it about phone data? You get really paranoid about losing it. It's not like any of it's irreplaceable, but I guess convenience rules our world. So now I've got 5 pieces together and we are looking for a left end. So we are just moving through our puzzle here. 5 of 1,000 pieces done. Pretty exciting. I also, so anyway, I'll finish my phone story before I move on to something else. So I managed to log off of the phone completely. And then I very scarily pressed the button that said reset all my data. And I did that. And then I couldn't get on the network. So I don't know if my phone's fixed or not. I didn't have a phone all day because it no longer knows who its owner is since I had to reset all the content and all the data. So I'm a phoneless individual at the moment. Feels kind of freeing now that I'm here, although it made me nervous initially. And yeah, so we're going to go home tonight. All right, moving through them. I think we got like 7. Keep moving. Gonna go home tonight and see if I can reconnect my identity with the iPhone and then download all my data from the cloud and then see if it actually fixed my text message problem. So I actually downloaded Apple support this morning as well and sent them a note, but I've not heard back from them, strangely enough. I thought I would have heard back from them by now, but no. So that's my phone saga for the day. It was really bad timing because I'm doing this live Zoom thing. And the way UT is working now, you need to have a phone to kind of do your job, where if you use any of the central UT pieces of software like Zoom or like Iris, they need you to do this thing called dual authentication. And you can't do that without a phone. So it's been a challenging day. And I'm very thankful for my colleague Nora, who is here today, and my colleagues Emily and Jonah and Laird, who all helped me figure out how to get onto Zoom without being on my phone and making sure I could do this broadcast. So thank you, colleagues. We appreciate you. Moving on to my 10th piece now. Again, kind of a soothing process. Doesn't even require some thought after a while. If you kind of lay out your pieces like this, you're literally just going down, up and down lines and trying to fit pieces together. My family was a big group of puzzlers. We were big at puzzles, cards, sports in general, a lot of mini golf when we were at the beach, a lot of cribbage, a lot of hearts, a lot of spades, and a lot of puzzling. When again, parents got sick of you and just wanted the kids gone, it was like, send you downstairs to do a puzzle. And remarkably, we were good kids about that. We actually all kind of got into it Sometimes we puzzle together. As an adult, I kind of moved away from puzzling for a few years and just did it less. But then I would say maybe 10 years ago, and again, mostly centered around just friends' conversation at the beach, started puzzling again. So group of friends that we go to the beach with, we all started bringing puzzles and just doing puzzles together. So kind of fun. It's almost impossible to walk by a table with a puzzle piece and not try and fit a piece in. And what's troubling here is none of those pieces fit, but it is the end piece. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of my first 1,000 pieces. So we are moving through this. And we're going to keep going. So now we're going to pop over to the other side and start to build this chain of here. And we're probably about a third of the way through this bottom border, or this left or right border, I should say, since the green ones are the left and right. And let's see, moving through the puzzle pieces, trying the piece with the left opening and the piece with the left wing. Oh, here's a success story. But what else can I tell you? Let's talk a little bit about puzzling. I also did a little research on the history of jigsaw puzzling because I like to do research, understand. So a jigsaw puzzle is a tiling puzzle that requires the assembly of often oddly shaped, interlocking, and mosaic pieces. I think that's a pretty good description. I never would have come up with it myself, but it's true. They're tile pieces. They're often oddly shaped, as we talked about. This particular puzzle has 8, 9 different shapes to choose from that have to fit together. And when they're put together, they complete the picture that you don't see when they're individual. Jigsaw puzzles were originally created by painting a picture on a flat rectangular piece of wood and then cutting that picture into smaller pieces. Despite it being called a jigsaw was never actually used to cut it. Well, there you go with that in terms of, I wonder why it's called a jigsaw then. John Silsbury, a gentleman named John Silsbury, a London cartographer and engraver, is credited with commercializing jigsaw puzzles around 1760. That's pretty remarkable, 1760. So jigsaw puzzles have been around for almost, 300-400 years. Isn't that crazy? Let's see, jigsaw puzzles since then have been primarily made of cardboard. So original jigsaw puzzles were actually made of wood. And I read a little bit about this Silsbury guy, and he was a teacher. So the first puzzle he created was used to educate his class about geography. And he realized pretty quickly that it caught on and that it was both, they had fun with it and it was educational. So he, so then he started to commercialize geographically shaped puzzles. So he would take maps basically, put them on wood blocks, and then apparently he used like a real saw and cut them into pieces and then had the students put them back together by geography. So we started with a map of the US and then eventually moved into, from what I understand, kind of Europe, and produced 8 different commercial puzzles that he sold. He died young. Apparently the guy died when he was like 30. But had been married about 8 years, and his wife kind of took over the running of the business. And then she remarried one of the guys who was the apprentice, and the rest of history, they kept making puzzles, and puzzles kept becoming more and more popular. So typical puzzle images found on jigsaw puzzles include nature, buildings, sometimes repetitive designs. I will say, to speak to that, I do love a repetitive puzzle. I did a puzzle about a month ago that were Japanese firecracker wrappers. So there must have been, I don't know, something like 100 Japanese firecracker wrappers on this particular puzzle, all with different borders. Half had Asian language, Chinese language, half were in English. Probably one of the hardest puzzles I have ever done. Took me a couple of weeks. They said on average, a 1,000-piece puzzle would take about 10 to 12 hours. I don't know if that's true. I've never timed myself puzzling, but maybe I'll try and see if that meets the average. Still moving through. I've got about 20, 25 pieces together at this point in time. But I'm just still working left edge, right edge kind of fits. And occasionally, you know, with the ends, you can line up the lines and the colors. Otherwise, sometimes, you know, if you look around, especially that brown box, that the pieces there were all brown and black, they all look exactly the same. So it really can be a process of trial and error. If the piece itself doesn't give you a hint about how it fits, or the color of the piece doesn't give you a hint about how it works together with another piece, which, like I said, that's why I like to start with borders, because you got one solid construct thing to then start to fill in around. But back to my puzzle history sort of stuff. That's really kind of boring stuff. Any image can be used as a puzzle. We think we know that in today's society. I know my brother gave his wife, you know, a family picture puzzle where he had sent it off to someplace on the internet. And here at the library, when we had the library's 5th birthday party last January, which seems like a complete lifetime ago, we did the same thing. We had puzzles made from pictures of our therapy dogs who visit us quite frequently. And we had a couple of the building, and that might have been it. I think we had 3 puzzles, but I can't remember what the 3rd one was. Let's see, where else does it talks about? This is interesting. During recent years, a range of jigsaw puzzle accessories, including boards, cases, frames, and roll-up mats have become available that are designed to assist puzzle enthusiasts. Completed puzzles can be attached to a backing and also used as artwork. I have seen both those things happen, which is somewhat surprising to me. My family does a girls' weekend reunion usually every year. We didn't do it this year because of COVID, where all the women on my mom's side of the family get together and rent a house at the beach on one side, and then all the men get together and they rent a house on the other side. So when I was there last, which was 2 years back now, in terms of October, my cousin had brought all her like whiz bang puzzling accessories, which I didn't even know existed at the time. But she had like this felt map that, you know, if the puzzle was on the table and then we needed to eat on the table, you just rolled it up and the puzzle rolled with it. She had these very cool stacking trays, I guess she called them. Whereas I've got the color pieces in bowls. She had like this, you know, again, kind of movable, slightly fancier, slightly sleeker puzzle piece holder, I guess, so that when you do your sorts at the beginning, you've got a place to put them all. So at this point, I don't have any puzzle accessories, but I will say I'm thinking about it. Since COVID, I've started doing a lot more puzzles. I think a lot of people have, from what I've been reading. And yeah, so we've taken to doing puzzle exchanges. Everyone for Christmas this year, my family is getting a puzzle from me. But I've not broken into the accessories yet. We're also talking about a puzzle exchange for the library holiday party and or gathering, however we make that work. Trying to keep everybody safe, yet still trying to provide some community. So we've got a survey out about what we're going to do for our holiday party, but one of the options was a sort of book puzzle kind of game exchange, where certainly puzzles are always fun to do another time, but they're also fun to give away and get a new puzzle and let someone else have the joy of puzzling. I did a great puzzle a couple weeks ago, a 500-piece puzzle that were unusual words, so that was a lot of fun. A couple, I would say about 10 of them I didn't know myself, which was very cool out of the 50 to learn 10 new words and a puzzle of doing it. So, but very nice. So let's see, we're going to keep looking about the history of the puzzle here that I can tell you about while I'm doing my, my border making. Let's see. Let's see, here we go. This is interesting. The name jigsaw came to be associated with puzzling around 1880 when fret saws, that doesn't even make any sense because now they're talking about something else, when fret saws became the tool of choice for cutting and shaping pieces. Since fret saws are distinct from jigsaw, the name appears to be a misnomer. Cardboard jigsaw puzzles appeared during the late 1800s, and I've lost my place now, that's a 3B. Ooh, that one fits. So again, up until the 1800s, in the late 1800s at that, all puzzles were actually made of wood, which is interesting because wood puzzles are now coming back. My sister-in-law has 2 very nice wood puzzles that I have done with her at the beach a couple times that were just beautiful, kind of handmade. Yeah, just simply stunning. And thank goodness that fixed. I was getting a little worried there. It wasn't gonna, because I'm running out of pieces that have openings on the left side, as you can see. I've still got all these pieces have the right, but these are the only ones I've got open on the left, these last 4. So we are coming up on the completion of our first border, which is pretty exciting. Back to history. Interesting, here's a little fact. Jigsaw puzzles soared in popularity during the Depression. Not surprising, because they are cheap, long-lasting, and recyclable. It was around this time that jigsaws evolved to become more complex and more appealing to adults rather than educational. They were frequently given away in product promotions and used in advertising, with customers completing an image of the product puzzle. Ah, very nice. So they gave away puzzles of their own products, which is, I saw that Heinz Corporation just released a brand new puzzle. I think it was a couple thousand pieces, and the entire puzzle was just one square piece of red, the entire thing red. I think there was like maybe one colored dot someplace, but yeah, that kind of made me, I don't think I could do 1,000 square or however many pieces puzzles when it's all one color. That would be an exercise in extreme patience or particular concentration. I don't know. Interesting now that I say that out loud, because I'm like, well, you'd start with the border, and then I don't know how you do it. You lay out all the pieces, but there's thousands of them to fit together. It would be hard, but good for Heinz. But I can see where that's going in terms of the the past moving forward in terms of companies using themselves in the puzzles. Let's see, sales of wooden jigsaw puzzles fell after World War II as improved salaries led to price increases, while at the same time improvements in manufacturing made paper and cardboard puzzles more attractive. Here's a strange little bit that they worked in. According to the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, which isn't, this is a Wikipedia article, so I'm going to own that. I didn't have time to run out and look up a book on the history of jigsaw puzzling. According to the Alzheimer's Society of Canada, doing jigsaw puzzles is one of many activities to help keep your brain active and may contribute to reduced risk of Alzheimer's disease. Well, isn't that nice? I didn't even realize that the puzzle was also contributing to potential Alzheimer's disease. But I guess that anytime you do something different with your brain and make it think differently is probably a good thing. Fires all those pistons in different directions and makes different connections. So yay. And then we see, again, demand for jigsaw puzzles saw a surge comparable to that of the Great Depression during the COVID-19 pandemic. So hence me puzzling. I know my colleague Rachel did a puzzle. And honestly, prior to COVID, the library had a number of puzzlers. Our IT department always had a puzzle going upstairs in their suite. And a few others. Just want to point out we are almost done our first row here. The left border, I think it might be, and there it goes. Da, 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 da. It's really long. This is a really strangely shaped puzzle, I will say. Most puzzles pretty much have traditional sizes, but this is, what do they call it? The art piece puzzle. I've done one of these before. It was a Chagall. It was a lot of fun too. Kind of an interesting image that also was unusually shaped. So now what I'm going to do is, and I need my board back, so I need to see what I'm looking at here. Since I'm going to put together this bottom border here, where we've got rainbows and we've got some leaves, got some birds, and a couple other creatures as well. So we are going to put that so we can both see it. There we go. And now I'm going to organize these pieces. And as you can see, these 3 brown ones are together already, and they're very obviously different. So unlike the left border, which was pretty much entirely green and yellow striped, the bottom border is an array of colors and shapes. So I'm going to organize them by colors first, and then I'll organize them by shape. So I'm going to put anything that's got some purple in it together. So that's going to be my column over here on the left. And then we can see some rainbow pieces here. That piece is a rainbow. That piece is a rainbow. This piece is a rainbow. And there's going to be our two rainbows at the bottom. And then we've got some bright red pieces. Red piece with green, red piece with yellow. Obviously very different. Red and black, red and black. And then we've got basic black, basic black, basic black, basic black, kind of black, and then kind of a solo green piece. So I've got these together already because they were very easy. So they were 4 very simple brown pieces there. They're sitting right there. And we're going to build off those. So I am going to, again, pretty much rather than using shapes to do the bottom, because they're all different, I'm just going to try and eyeball it and just kind of pull the pieces that I think are going to match and lock in with the other pieces. So this piece here is dark black at the bottom and then a darker green at the top. When I look at my black and green piles, it's got an opening here on the left and it's black and green. So that is the only piece that really fits there. And it is not that piece because I lied, because there's another piece that's got a left opening and that one fits there. And then if you look here, this one's got a little tiny piece of red. And frequently, these are the tiny clues puzzlers use to put their pieces together. So put that one together. And then obviously red goes with red. That one's there. And if we look at the bottom, we see the other red one should be on this side of the puzzle. So we're going to see that piece does not work. It looks like we need a black up. Here's a black piece with a little tiny bit of red in that bottom corner. So that's our clue that that's the piece we need. And then we're going to pick up the black piece with the red in the opening to put that together and the red piece there. So we've pretty much done the 2/3 in the center. We've done both of those red flowers that you can see. And now we're headed into purple land. Purple land, but first being brought there by either black or green. So in this case, this black has an opening that fits into the other interlocking piece there. And then I'm going to guess this one has another opening, which it does. It fits into the interlocking piece there. So now we've got our black pieces in and we are moving into rainbows and purples. See how much faster this piece went. Mostly because they're pretty distinct pieces and you could literally quickly through trial and error kind of put these together. I'm going to guess that goes there. And then I need a purple with a left opening. It's not that one. I've got 3 here to choose from. It's not, oh, it is that one. Excellent. And then the other thing that's kind of neat is piece by piece, you can see if the piece is not plain. In this case, the purple ones have a bunch of different lines across the puzzling there, the black lines. So that's really helpful for helping direct how you put them together. So let's see. So we've got our purple on this side. Now we need purple on this side. And it's got a little piece of green. So we've got one piece of purple and green that connects nicely there. And then we've got another piece of purple there, another piece there. And now we're heading into our rainbows. And then I think that's going to be it. Goodness gracious, that was fast. Okay, so we got purple here. And then this piece has an opening is orange. So I've got 3 pieces left here and 2 of them have orange pieces. One is on the left, one is on the right. My opening's on the right. So I picked that one up and boom, there it is, done. And I bet this might fit there. Sure does. And then we're going to see if we can get these last 2 pieces in. That's not right. All right, and these are our first 2 borders. So now I'm moving into border territory number 2. So we have got 2 of the 4 puzzle borders or ends together. Trying to get things out of the way so you can actually see it a little bit better. It's not too blurry. Well, lessons learned. First time we're ever doing this. So we're just going to dump those out. These are the other end pieces. And now we're going to start all over again with the painful sorts, where we start with the green border. And then we'll do the top piece. So first we're going to organize our pieces by whether they are on the left border, which is solid green, so it's very easy to distinguish, with pieces that are on the top. So not a lot of top. There's a top piece. There's a border, left border piece, green piece, green piece, green piece. So maybe while I'm doing this, I can tell you a little bit more about the modern puzzle while I do my initial sorting here. So modern construction is the title of this category. Most modern jigsaw puzzles are made out of paperboard since they are easier and cheaper to mass produce than the original wood models. An enlarged photograph or printed reproduction of a painting or other work is glued onto the cardboard puzzle before cutting. The board is then fed into a press. The press forces a set of hardened steel blades shaped in the desired of the board until it is fully cut through. The procedure is similar to making shaped cookies with a cookie cutter. Well, there's an easy analogy that I can follow. Where'd we go? I've just lost my place. The force involved, however, are tremendously greater, and a typical 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzles require a press that can generate upwards of 700 tons of force to push the knives through the puzzle boards. Is that not crazy? 700 tons of force to make a puzzle. Who would have thought? I didn't think so. A puzzle die is a flat board, often made from plywood, which has slots cut or burned in the same shape as the knives that are used. These knives are set into slots and covered in a compressible material. This is kind of boring stuff, I think, so I'm probably not going to read you more about that. Let's talk about the types of jigsaw puzzles and variations while I do this really boring sort. So again, all I'm doing here is working on my left border. So as you can see from the image again, both the left and right borders are entirely green. So this is a pretty easy initial sort. So I am sorting the border and then the top of the puzzle at this point. And again, trying to think of puzzly things to chat about while I'm doing so, since there's really not a lot of thought involved in this, although I think that's part of the charm. I probably could sit here quietly and I bet make a lot of people happy, but instead I'm just kind of rambling on. So variations. Jigsaw puzzles come in a variety of sizes. Among those targeted to adults are 3, 5, and 700 pieces. These are considered smaller puzzles. More sophisticated jigsaw puzzles come in 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, oh, and piece, very exciting, set that aside, 5,000, 6,000, 7,500, 8,000, 9,000, 1,320, 18,000, 24,000, 32,000, and believe it or not, according to Wikipedia at least, there is a puzzle that has over 40,000 pieces. Jigsaw puzzles that are geared towards children may typically have many fewer but much larger pieces. A puzzle with as few as 4 to 9 larger pieces, we don't want to choke the children, are available in plastic or wood for durability. They're cleanable, and again, in a lot of cases, they're educationally related. Certainly, I recall, probably not my puzzles, but I remember my nieces and nephews having puzzles that like dog, and you picked up a little dog and put it in the little dog shaped like thing on there. So yeah, so fun puzzles. The most common layout for 1,000-piece puzzles is 38 pieces by 27 pieces. Oh, that's interesting. For a total count of 1,026 pieces. I'm just going to count that just for fun, because 38 by 27. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. So that end is 40 pieces. So maybe it's not that unusually shaped. Maybe it's just rectangular instead of that way. The majority of 500-piece puzzles are 27 by 19. A few puzzles are made double-sided, so they can be solved on either. I did a puzzle like that, sort of. It was a wood puzzle, and it wasn't mine. This was my sister-in-law's again. She had the wood puzzles. And the one side was very distinctive from the other, which made it cool and a lot easier. But it was very cool to be able to do the puzzle in both directions. So some famous puzzle companies are Ravensburg, Cobble Hill, Springbok, and Suns Out. This particular group of puzzles is made by Art Piece, so all their puzzles are made by artists and are kind of famous prints. So that's where I found the Chagall puzzle, and I really like this Charlie Harper puzzle too. And they go on to talk about 3D puzzles, 2D puzzles. And so I've done my sort. So let me start doing the next phase. I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to take the green pieces and I'm going to arrange them by shape. So I'm going to put any piece that has, well, here's my 2 ends. So I'm going to set those aside. But if a piece has 4 or 3 ends, 3 prongs, I'm going to set that in one column. And then at the opposite end, I'm going to place pieces like this one that have nothing. They're just 3 open interlocking pieces that you have to fit others into. So I'll be sorting this next. So we'll start doing that. Let's see, what else can I tell you about jigsaw puzzles? They go on about 3D puzzles. I've never done a 3D puzzle. And they talk about shapes. Yeah, jigsaw puzzles can be rectangular, square, all sorts of things. World record, here we go. World record for the largest jigsaw puzzle. The world's largest commercially available jigsaw puzzle was produced in November 2012 by a Czech company. And again, I'm going to sort while I do this. I'm not losing some time because I'd like to at least finish both these borders by the time my hour is up here. By a Czech company, Martin Puzzle, and contained 52,110 pieces. The theme of the puzzle was a collage of animals. In 2016, the German company Ravensburg, who we had just mentioned, released their biggest puzzle. That has 1 going to the left. Let's see. I need another column here. Sorry. Let's see, how big were those? The Ravensburg puzzle, released in 2016, shows 10 scenes from Disney works and has 40,320 pieces. I think that would just like really stress me out, seeing that many puzzle pieces. On the other hand, maybe it'd be like, I don't know, you'd need a really big table. Then in 2018, the same company, Ravensburg, released their second biggest puzzle. It shows Mickey Mouse making magic through the years and also has 40,320 pieces, although they must be slightly smaller because it's just slightly different ceramic size there. So, and then the next weird thing is calculating the number of border pieces before starting. I think a lot of people like me start with borders. So what I frequently discover is that in my initial sort, when I'm working, 1,000-piece puzzles, I can miss anywhere from, 3, 5, 10 of the border pieces where you're just sorting too fast, moving too fast, not paying enough attention. And boom, your end piece is sitting there in the box with the rest of the other non-end pieces, and you're trying to put your end together. So I guess some people actually will try and figure out the number of end pieces per puzzle before they begin. I can't imagine doing that. Let's see, now here we got something else that is basically saying, well, a common jigsaw puzzle dimension, a 1,000-piece puzzle has actually 1,026 pieces and usually has 126 border pieces, in case you're interested. The jigsaw with the greatest number of pieces versus size. Now, isn't that an interesting way to divide it? And this is, again, just simply astounding, had 551,320 pieces. It measured 48 feet by 76 feet. It was assembled on September 25th in 2011 by students of the University of Economics in Ho Chi Minh City. It is listed in the Guinness Book of World Records. But as the intact puzzle had been divided into over 3,000 sections, each containing 176 pieces. That is just crazy. And then the last bit, Wikipedia is going to tell us about puzzles, and then I'll stop talking about Wikipedia. Cultural references in arts and entertainment. The logo of Wikipedia. Now, how is this for interesting? The logo of Wikipedia is made of a jigsaw puzzle. I don't know how I didn't know that already. The incomplete sphere appears to be pieces missing, symbolizing the room to add new knowledge. Isn't that nice? Who doesn't like to add new knowledge? And this one is going differently. I need more space over here again. I'm going to do my sorts again. All righty. The logo of the Colombian Office of the Attorney General. Now, here's a strange thing to find in a Wikipedia article. Appears to be a jigsaw puzzle in the foreground. They named it as the key piece. The jigsaw puzzle piece is an appropriate symbol for the visual representations of office, since it includes the concepts of searching, solutions, and response through an investigative activity. Fascinating. Bye, we'll see you later. And then they go into arts and entertainment referencing. Well, this is, okay, I got that one. The central antagonist in the film Saw is named Jigsaw. I knew that. I'd forgotten it, but I knew it at the time. It's going that way too. In 1933, Laurel and Hardy short, Me and My Pal, several players attempt to put together a jigsaw puzzle. And then the Rolling Stones have Jigsaw, referencing a song, but that's all I can tell you about jigsaw puzzles. So now I'm going to keep sorting, and then I'm just going to keep putting things together. Almost done this sort. Let's check our time. How are we doing? 14 minutes to put this together. I don't know if I'm going to make it. And then sadly, you're not going to see the whole dang thing together, but that would have taken me 10 hours. Now, my colleague Rachel, who is much smarter than I, clearly, first piece is the end. Yay, there it goes. All right, so we're looking for lefties here. Left open, right close. We're just going to work through them. She did a 200-piece puzzle. Wasn't that smart? I don't know why I didn't think of that, or why I didn't ask her earlier about that. But alas, I'm jury rigging the system, and I'm just going to do the border pieces. But I will tell you what I would have done if once I get this border piece done with all those. So what Wikipedia just told us there's about 126 end pieces, which leaves us about 875 puzzle pieces to go. And those are all represented in those 5 bowls and boxes that are strewn across the table up there that you can just see some of. So I would basically sort by color, which I've kind of done loosely. I did blue, I did green, and then I kind of did gray, brown, and black. Puzzle piece in. I would probably look at the box and figure out what my next steps would be. Let's see. If I was looking at this puzzle, my guess is I would probably do these 2 little blue pieces next because they look pretty unique. There's not that much blue in this puzzle. There's obviously a lot of green, a lot of different shades of green, and then that whole center spine is kind of black, gray. I will say it's helpful that it's got a lot of distinctive pieces. The stripes, the bright colors, the subtle variations. Looking at that puzzle, I can see about 3 or 4 different blues. So I'd probably, once I got the border done, start to focus in on smaller, kind of accomplishable tasks that I could do. So honestly, what I would probably do next, if you look at this puzzle, there's 1 black stretch next to each border on the left and the right, and those are going to be really distinctive pieces. I bet if I move over here, I can probably find, here's a couple right here. So my next bet would probably be to do those, but then I think about doing things like the rainbows, small little accomplishments that, again, you can kind of begin to pull the puzzle together. Honestly, the first time I did this puzzle, what I thought I was going to do, which my next sort after I did the border was green. So I did the light greens, as you can see, the center bird, that spine where he's got the bright green coming down like a V. And then it's got the darker green on the inside. And then all the leaves throughout this puzzle all are like that kind of grayish green that it's probably, I don't know, maybe half the pieces. So when I did this the first time, I did the border and I was like, I'm going to go for the greens. And I wound up doing just a green sort. And there were so many greens. I was like, I am not going to do the greens. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do something else. So I wound up going after those 2 blue pieces that I just pointed out to you now as my next step. After that, I went after the rainbows. And then I did a brief stint of white. As you can see, this puzzle doesn't have a ton of white. Got a little white here, a little white there, and little snow caps there in with the blue. And I actually saved all the sort of dark green, black, and gray stuff for last in this case, because it was just overwhelmingly hard. And honestly, we were still in the middle of the semester, so the dining room table was being shared by me, by the cat that I mentioned earlier, who likes to poke my puzzle pieces around, occasionally knock them on the floor, by my partner who was, closing out finals. So he had space on the table. So frankly, there just wasn't enough space to even kind of do this level of sorting, which is really what I like to do. So the next thing I do is I pull all the blue ones out, and I would do the exact same thing with them. I put them in order by their pieces, and then I'd sort them by like, okay, this one has 4 wings, this one has 3, 2, 1, to the point where, and I call them again wings. I don't know what there's a technical term. Obviously, we haven't come across it yet that they've told us in our reading from Wikipedia, but perhaps there'll be more. The other fun thing that was discovered today was my colleague Nora found that the library has this super cool book of Charlie Harper Birds and Woods that is 60 different prints that he created. And this was published, let's see when this was published. It's got a nice gift plate. Looks like a good old book. And I think it's actually possibly signed by the author. I don't know. It's got a signature there that you can see under the title. And it used to be donated. It was donated by the Fowler Brothers Company, 707 Broad Street. So they gave us this book, gift from Richard Worley of Fowler Brothers. Charlie Harper's Birds was published in 74. Okay, so this print was created in 1999. But I will say, I've always loved Charlie Harper, and I have some of his tiles. He does a lot of tile work. So I have a tile of this very cool robin at home on our dining room table. And he wrote a little whimsical poem. So I'm just going to read this little poem that's next to the fun picture of the cardinal. A cardinal adds his blazing exclamation point at the end of the fresh snowfall. The Christmas count reveals that this scene is becoming increasingly common because the cardinal is expanding his range northward, apparently to relieve redbird population pressure in the south. Sunflower seed will keep him coming to your feeding station. Excuse the napkin under his chin. No lap. But yeah, charming. So I guess Harper wrote these cute little poems and sort of whimsical sayings next to each of the images he's did. He's obviously very much a naturalist, conservationist kind of guy. But yeah, it was really cool that we saw this, we found this book. It was borrowed the interlibrary loan in 2008, which is also interesting. And I am the 3rd person to check it out. So there you have it. So back to puzzling again. I kind of get distracted, and I don't think I'm going to get this done for everyone to see this lovely border put together. But alas, we'll do the best we can to keep going here, and we'll learn from this experience so that next time we do puzzling, we'll do it something like we can. But in the meantime, we are just one by one trying to take the pieces with the left end connection. All right, so we've got about 70 pieces put together here. I'm not sure I'm going to make my 100 limit, but we're going to keep going. Back to the left side. And again, kind of every puzzle is different. So this one, I didn't even really think about the fact that it's got these 2 solid green borders. So it does take some time. Usually I find the borders can go more quickly than other parts of the puzzle. But in this case, because every piece nearly looks identical, and it's really just a process of trial and error that we're making them work, that it can take some time. So, but we're puzzling away. Here we are on reading day, puzzling away. Hope you're having a good reading day. It's hard to believe we have made it through the end of the craziest semester ever. But if you're watching, hope you had a great semester. Hope you stayed safe and well, and hope you're going to come back and join us in the spring. We're looking forward to working with you, and we're looking forward to the country getting a vaccine. But we recognize it's going to take a long time to get out there, but it'll certainly keep the folks who are willing to take it safe, which will be great. And the more safe people, the better off we are. So I'm really hoping this piece, yes, this one fits. So we are moving a little more quickly, trying to kind of get to the end here before my colleague Rachel's back. You'll be seeing her soon. She's gonna, she had puzzled yesterday, and she's gonna Rubiks today. So she is a woman of many, many talents. I bet she probably could have fixed the bike, done the bike maintenance one too, since I know she's a biker. So I'm envious of all those good biking skills. I need to learn to fix my own bike. I'm not very good at fixing bikes, but something to aspire to later in life. So, you know, one of the things I enjoy about puzzling is, you know, it just kind of lets your mind think or work in a different way. Takes your mind off your woes, your problems, sort of like singing songs does at the same time as well. I think our minds can only go in so many directions at once, so it's probably a healthy thing. But But yeah, so we are slowly working our way through this end piece. We're about, I don't know, looking at that other left side, we're about a quarter of the way up that road. But the more pieces we make fit, the more pieces we get in. So we continue to, again, work our lines. And again, our lines, we had 9 different lines and there were 9 different puzzle shapes. Everything from the shapes have no outies or prongs, as you could call them, to they're entirely outies. And then just working through the puzzle, using the shape, that's the way a lot of people put them together. As I mentioned earlier, some folks actually do, good Lord, 4 minutes to go. Sadly, I'm not going to make it. Well, maybe I'll just keep doing this puzzle at work. That'll be fun since I've never had a puzzle at work. And since we don't really have physical meetings anymore, I don't really need the meeting table. So perhaps that's my next idea is that I'll just keep this puzzle here in the office and gradually work to finish it. And then by next semester, if we do this again, I can show you the finished puzzle and find a reasonably small pieced other puzzle to do. So if you're out there, hope you're having a good finals period that's coming up here. And I hope you have a great holiday period. And I'm going to stop rambling now and I'm just going to sit quietly and puzzle, which is kind of hard for me, which is why I said something again. Hoping to get one more in before the time clock. Till you learn to rubrics. Rubriks? Oh, see, that's funny. It's a Rubiks Cube, but we make rubrics at work. That's too much work infiltrating brains. Maybe a third of the way there. I don't think that one goes. Those are the sort of things I'd say out loud at home. Talk to myself a little bit while puzzling. Maybe that one goes. No, that's the wrong side. There we go. Lefties. Lefty loosey, righty tighty. Words to remember. They'll come in handy someday when you're trying to open something and you can't remember which way to turn it. If I was home, I'd probably be listening to a little bit of Wilco, maybe some Tom Petty, maybe some Grateful Dead. Who else do I like to listen to when I puzzle? There's some good ones. Sometimes you have to be careful with cardboard puzzles because they do tear a little, especially ones where the pieces are really, really tightly put together. I have found once or twice I kind of dinged up and into one of these puzzles. Ooh, that was lucky. Move some things out of the way. Looks like Rachel's getting ready to go live. I see the old Rubiks Cube. Almost got the border done, alas. We're going to keep going, damn it. Can I say damn it on Zoom?
That is pretty good work for an hour.
I did do it this weekend, so I cheated just a little.
Those puzzles, they have just such uniform colors that it's really, it can be very difficult to do them.
Exactly. It's all the damn shaping, trial and error.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm looking forward to how to learn how to, I never did a Rubik's Cube once in my life, so.
Well, I'm here to teach you this important life skill. We got both of us up here on the
Say, do I have to do
on the
anything?
stream. I think that you'll have to stop sharing your screen.
Oh, that's what I need to do. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can figure out how to do that.
Turn off your video. Awesome. Well, now is time for Rubik's Cubes. You've probably seen them everywhere at your grandma's house, at your house probably. There's probably one in your house. This one I've got right here is a promotional item that I've got, and it is a classic Rubik's manufactured Rubik's Cube. I've also got some other ones to show you with that aren't Rubik's Cubes. You'll see them sold on Amazon and other places. They don't call them Rubik's Cubes. I believe that's a trademark name. So you'll see them marketed as like speed cubes or other things. And you can see the colors are just a little bit different. So I've got this 3x3. And I've also, if we get to it, I've also got this 2x2. I've got a 4x4. And I've got a 5x5. So we're going to start with basic skills though. Now, how did I learn to solve Rubik's Cube? The answer is I looked it up on the internet and then I practiced. I just got to a point in my life where I couldn't live any longer not knowing how to solve a Rubik's Cube. It just bothered me. I'm not a normal person. The important thing about solving a Rubik's Cube, the number one thing that you need to do is to be able to move individual pieces, single blocks, without moving the other blocks. So this is very easy to do on the base layer. In general, people start with the white, but as you progress, it gets harder. And that's where the difficulty comes in. So when you're starting with Rubik's Cube, you've got these opposite sides. You got white, opposite of yellow, green, opposite of blue, and orange, opposite of red. And most generally, white is the bottom and where people start. So I've got a corner that's white and green, and it's next to the white center. So I'm just going to rotate that over so it's next to the green center. One piece done. Now I want to make sure I keep that there as I rotate the other center pieces on the bottom. And I see I've got blue aligned with the blue center. So I'm going to rotate that up so it's facing the white. And I'm going to find my other centers. I've got orange and white corner right there. That's aligned with the orange. So I'm just going to rotate that up. We got 3 of 4. Where is the other one? Okay, so we've got a red corner and it is oppositely aligned. So now I want to manipulate that piece so that it is aligned with the red next to the red without messing up this or being sure to put anything back that I move. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to rotate it towards me. And I am going to rotate it towards me one more time. And I'm going to rotate the bottom. So now I've got the white on top. I've got the red and white piece here and the red center over here. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this, noting that I'm moving my blue. So then when I rotate this back up, I'm able to rotate the blue with the blue edge. So we got a cross. So that's pretty simple. Step 2 is to put the bottom corner pieces in place. I've got some that are up here in the top. We're going to have to move those. Then I've got one down here and the rest are up in the top. So I'm just going to start with the one that's down on the bottom. And it is the orange corner piece. So I'm going to take this orange section and it's going to be, I'm going to try and align it, this orange middle piece with this orange bottom piece. So I'm going to rotate this face down and then I'm going to rotate this face over so they're next to each other. And I'm going to rotate all that back up. Very good. And now what I've done in the process is move another one of the pieces down to the bottom. So I'm going to work on that one. And that is the red piece. So I'm going to rotate it so it is one away from the red face. So I got the red face here and I've got the red corner bottom here. I'm going to rotate this down, rotate it over, and flip it back up. And what have I done? I've moved another white corner piece down here. So I'm going to check out where the green face is. And it is already aligned. I've got the green corner piece back here. The white is facing towards me and the green section here. So I'm going to rotate that down and the green over. You can see that's all lined up. Rotate it back up. Now, this last corner is where it goes, but it's just not oriented properly. So we've got to move it out of the way first. So we're going to rotate that face down and we're going to rotate it to the back so that when I turn this face back up, the white will be facing me. Right, like that. And that's the orientation that you need to put that bottom piece in alignment. So I'm going to move that bottom face so the white is facing me so that when I come back here to rotate this down, I'm able to rotate the white faces so that they're aligning. And y'all have probably gotten that far. I got the white part done. I got one face finished. That is, everybody can pretty much figure that one out. Now, this is where most folks start to run into trouble is how do you start to align the rest of the pieces without messing up what you've already done? And like I said, this is what I learned from the internet. It's really just a series of algorithms that that lets you manipulate the pieces without messing up any of the other pieces. So you're manipulating as few pieces as possible. So I'm just going to take stock. Got the white on the bottom. I'm going to look at my corner pieces. I've got one already aligned. Blue and orange is already aligned. I'm looking for where the rest of my pieces are, the ones that don't have any yellow. So this is going to end up on the top. This is going to end up on the top. I've got green and orange ready to go, and I've got blue and red ready to go. So we're going to start by moving that blue and red corner. I'm going to align it for reference towards me. So I've got the blue facing where it goes, but I want to move this piece over into this corner. So what I want to do, let's see if I can do this facing you. I'm going to turn it so it's out of the way, opposite of where it goes. I'm going to turn the face where I want it to go, upwards. Now, I want to rotate the top and then basically put everything back into place. I rotate this back down, and now I've got a little tile. And how am I going to get that together back where it goes? I'm going to rotate the top out of the way, rotate the front, and rotate the top again, and that aligns my row of pieces. So we're going to do this several times. So again, now I've got the green and orange. I'm going to face that so that it's on the green. I'm going to rotate the green face away from the orange. Rotate my right side up. Rotate the top to the right. Rotate my top down. Turn my top to the right again. Rotate the front face upwards. Rotate the top clockwise and rotate the front counterclockwise. So that seems kind of complicated. And the way I got the hang of that is to do it a lot. I really did just practice. I wish I had my camera set up so that you could have a kind of over my shoulder view, but it's a little bit last minute. Now, what I'm noticing right now is I've got this red piece, red and green, and it is already in the orientation I need it, away from the green side. So all I need to do is rotate the right side clockwise, rotate the top counterclockwise, rotate the right side back down, rotate the top counterclockwise again, rotate the front counterclockwise, and then putting everything back, the top clockwise and the front clockwise. And there we've got 2 entire rows. Now, this, how in the heck are we going to get this yellow all together and the right things on the right side? I have no idea. Well, it turns out that the first thing you need to do is the same as with the bottom. You need to get these middle pieces to form a center cross. And this is one of the parts that I find the most soothing because it's extremely repetitive. It's a front clockwise, right side clockwise, top clockwise, right side counterclockwise, top counterclockwise, side counterclockwise. So we rotated the same faces, but when we were undoing it, we did it in a slightly different order that left all of the bottom pieces exactly where they are, but moved the top pieces around. And now we've got that cross. Sometimes you need to do that a couple of times to orient your top squares. Now, there's a similar routine. When I was turning the cube around, I was looking to get one yellow on the side, on my left side, facing me. So I'm going to do a similar pattern to start to get the corners aligned. I always think of it as up, but the documentation, they talk about which face you're rotating and whether you're rotating it clockwise or counterclockwise. So I'm going to try and do it that way. So it's, I do up, over, down, over, up, top twice, and rotating it back down. And now I've got one corner in there. And what I'm going to do is orient that corner so it's facing the lower left. And then I'm going to do the same thing again. And this is really like magic. So again, the right side, one, top, right side back down, move it over again, right side up, over twice, and back down. Isn't that magic? I have no idea how that works. You have to get a math professor to help me out with that. But what we have is just all the yellows on top but they're not where they go. So the final part of solving Rubik's Cube is to orient the corners and the centers in the way that they go. And what you do is you orient the corners first. So you take a look and see if you've got two of any of the same kind of corner, which we don't. So we're going to rotate the corners around in a circle one time, and we're going to have to do it again. Probably have to do it again. And the way you do that is you're going to take the top, rotate it towards you on the right side, flip that front face clockwise, one turn, then take that right side and rotate that counterclockwise again. And we're going to take the back and we're going to rotate that twice. So what was on the bottom is now on the top. And we're going to flip the right side back. We're going to flip the front back the way it was. And we're going to rotate the right side back down. And we're going to flip that bottom section all the way over again. And now flip that right side all the way over again. So what we did was basically switch two corners in that process. And you can see now we've got two red corners next to each other. And we're going to go ahead and move those to the red section. And then we're going to do the process all over again. And that's going to rotate these two corners. So you want to have the corners that are aligned facing away from you, and the corners that you're manipulating are in front of you. So right side towards you, front clockwise, right side clockwise, back clockwise twice, right side counterclockwise, front counterclockwise, and then we're gonna switch the bottom, taking that right side counterclockwise, flipping that back twice, and then flipping the front twice, either way, counterclockwise or clockwise. It doesn't really matter. And then we have all of our corners in alignment. This is why you should never take the stickers off the cube, because then you won't be able to solve it. And we were lucky enough to get one whole face. So now what we need to do, and this is a really fun part. Well, it's all really fun to me. So we need to rotate these top center pieces. Let's see if I remember how to do this. You take the front, flip it 180 degrees. You're going to take the top and rotate it. You're going to rotate it clockwise. And then you're going to take the two edges and rotate them both down so they're facing you. Take that front, flip it 180 degrees. Take those two sections, rotate it back up. And then you're going to align your white line with your yellow line on the bottom so that when you flip it back over, it's going to be correct. And we did move those pieces. I don't know if you're keeping track. But this is one thing that separates me from a speed solver, is that I'm too lazy to know for sure. Speed solver is going to look at this and say, oh, this green is here, so I need to rotate the top clockwise one turn or counterclockwise one turn to get the right, to shift the top pieces in the right direction. I don't care that much. But we're going to do the same thing again to rotate them one more, and make sure you do the same one that you did before, or else you'll just go back to the original position that was wrong. So we're going to flip that top so it's on the bottom. We're going to turn it clockwise, flip those two sides down, flip the top back over, flip those two sides back up, align your face, and flip it back over. And then you have a solved Rubik's Cube. So that's completely clear, right? No questions in the chat? Just have a little sip of coffee here. And we're gonna do it one more time. So now I've got the speed square. The way that these differ from Rubik's Cubes, the name brand ones, is they're much easier to turn. They don't hang up. It's because the insides are manufactured differently, and you can see also that it's missing some of the little corners that enables you to turn it really fast and to turn it easily. Kind of like I can, turn it with one finger, which I couldn't do with a standard name brand Rubik's Cube. And the colors are a little bit different. Again, I think that's a trademark issue. So this is the kind of cube that folks who solve Rubik's Cubes in like 30 seconds tend to use because it just moves much more smoothly. So in the back in the day, they used to take apart the Rubik's Cubes and like file them down and oil them up. And I knew a kid who did that when I was young. So I'm finding the white bottom, and then I'm just going to start aligning my bottom pieces. So I've got this red one, and I need to face that to the red. So I need to first turn it away so then I can rotate it so it's aligned, and then I want to face that right up so it's aligned with the white. And then I've got a green and white piece. So I'm going to rotate it so it's on a face next to the green center so that I'm able to rotate it up so it's aligned with the green, and then rotating that all so it is facing the white. I'm going to do the same thing with the orange and white face that I've just found, rotating that around and rotating it up. And now I've got the blue and white right here, but I've also got this green that's in the right position. So I want to be careful not to move this. So when I rotate this down, I'm going to move that blue and white piece away, and I'm going to right away turn that green and white piece back up. And then I've got the blue. I'm going to align that blue with the blue center and turn it all the way up. So I've got my white cross. Now, looking for a piece that has a white face on the bottom corner, and I'm looking to see what color it is. It's blue. So I want to get that on the orange face. So that get the blue on the orange face. So you can see it here. When I rotate it down, I'm going to rotate the blue over, and it will be aligned, and I'm able to flip that right back up. And in the process, I get this green and white corner aligned. So, and it is already next to the green center. So I'm able to just rotate that green center down, align that green and white piece, and rotate it back up. And now here I've got a red and white corner. It's already on the red center, so I want to rotate it away from the red center. Rotate that red center down, align that corner piece so that we got that double tile, and put it back up. And now we are on the hunt for our final corner. Here we go. We want to get that on the red center, so we're able to rotate the blue center down, rotate the blue corner, and rotate it back up. Easily done, right? Getting the hang of it? Now, again, we're looking for the corners that don't have any yellow in them. So here's one right here. It's green and orange. So we need it to be right here. I am gonna turn, I'm gonna see if I can do this so you can see it. All right, so I need it to be facing away from the orange. So I want it to be on this opposite corner so I don't mess with it any. And then I'm gonna rotate that orange and green corner up, and I'm gonna rotate that corner to the back. And then I'm gonna rotate it back down, and that gets our tile. But I want to make sure that I don't mess up anything else I've done. So I want to turn it so it's in the back corner. So I rotate that front face and align everything back up. Rotate that back down. So let's see what else we got here. Oh, everything else is these two corners that are opposite places. So we need to clear them out of where they go. And you just use that same algorithm to move any random piece basically into this center section so that you're able to then manipulate the piece that you want to use. So over the top face clockwise, right face up, top clockwise, right face down. Oh no, I've done it. I've done it now. I'll mess that up. Top over. It's much harder to do when it's not the piece you're thinking of. Clockwise, right face clockwise, top counterclockwise, right face counterclockwise, top counterclockwise, bottom or front face counterclockwise, top face clockwise, back down. So now we have freed the green and orange piece, or the green and red piece. And we want that facing, so I face it to the red section, and I want it facing away from where it's gonna go. I'm gonna face it to me so I can more easily do this. Right side clockwise, top counterclockwise, right side counterclockwise, top counterclockwise, front face counterclockwise, top clockwise, front face clockwise. Boom. And we got one more, and we're also going to have to dislodge it before we put it back in. So I'm going to move it over, which you don't have to do, but since it's part of the algorithm, it's kind of just like easier to do. So up, over. Wait a minute. Over, up, over. Wait a minute. Oh, I got myself all messed up. Over, down, back, up, and there we go. And then I'm going to face the blue so that it's facing on the blue face, but then I'm going to right away push it out of the way so I can do that. Right side clockwise, top counterclockwise, right side counterclockwise, top counterclockwise again, front face counterclockwise, top clockwise, front face clockwise. And we have, again, got our 2 layers. This is enough to impress your cousin on the Zoom. But if you can master this top, then you'll really, be able to impress all the children. What do we got here? We've already got our kind of arrow orientation. So I don't have to worry about getting that cross pattern. What I want to do is take this arrow and orient it to my bottom left. And then I'm going to do the top algorithm. Right side, top, right side, back, top, the same direction again, right side, up, top, up twice, and then back down. And you see, I've just moved that corner. So I'm gonna put it back in that orientation where it's in my bottom left. And I'm gonna rotate the pieces one more time. Right side up, top clockwise, right side down, top clockwise, right side up, top clockwise twice, and then right side back down. And there we've got it. And so we're on the lookout for corner pieces that match. There we've got them on the green. We're going to rotate that so they're in the match. And we're going to rotate these other corner pieces. And we do that with the corner piece algorithm. take our right side, face it down, and take our front and rotate it clockwise. Right side down again. I'm going to turn this whole back 180 degrees. We'll rotate our right side back up. I'm going to rotate our front counterclockwise. We'll take our right back down and rotate this two piece so that it's the 3 and 2. And then we're going to align everything back up. And we have all of our corner pieces in the right order. But we want to rotate these center pieces. So we rotate the front 180 degrees, turn that top one direction, both sides down, front 180 degrees again, those top sections back up, align your colors, and there you've done it. There you've done it. Now, there's nothing that I would love more than to have an unlimited box of Rubik's Cubes, because I don't like to randomize them. It's really boring and kind of hard, actually. So I'd like somebody to just come to my house and randomize Rubik's Cubes, or just bring me unsolved Rubik's Cubes. That's what I would like. But I got to kind of thinking about, what's it like to solve other kinds of Rubik's Cubes. We got like a half hour left, so we're going to see what we can do with these Rubik's Cubes. We have this 5x5. This seems like a challenge. The 4x4 is actually harder. Do you know why? It's because there's no fixed center pieces in the 4x4. So you have to create these center pieces. Very difficult. 2x2 was super challenging to me, which is kind of shocking. But what it does is it eliminates some parts of the algorithm. So all you have to do is just the parts of the algorithm that deal with orienting the corner pieces that you have to deal with. So if we were to do this, I'm looking to align this green corner with that green corner. So put that. See, do you see? It's harder for me. I don't know why. Oh man. There we go. There we go. 2 corner pieces. Now, looking for the red one. Well, let's do this orange one since we got the correct orientation to manipulate the piece. And we're going to rotate it so it is 1 away. Rotate that down. Rotate it back up. Now I've got my final white piece. Rotate this down, over, back up. So now I've got the bottom. Then on the top, it's basically you start where you were with the corner pieces. So I want to get all the yellow pieces on the top. So I'm going to do that same algorithm: up, over, down, over, up, over, down. And I'm actually looking to find a surface where there's just one corner so that I know that I can align everything where it goes. So now I've got the one corner. I want to face that to my bottom left. Up, over, down, over, up, over, down. Face that to my bottom left. Up, over, down, over, up, over, down. Oh, and it ended up in the right orientation. See, that's why I don't like randomizing. Sometimes it's not random enough. So if you didn't have the corners in the right order, you would do the corner rotation algorithm, which down, front face clockwise, down, back 180 degrees, and that right side back, turn that front back, rotate it one more time, back around again, and you can see that I've rotated the corners without moving the orientation at the top. So it's actually been a good practice for me to be able to understand a little bit more of how that algorithm is working on the corner rotations. Let me see. Let's see if I can't solve this 5x5 for you. I'm going to do it because it's easier for me. So 5x5 looks harder, but it's the same as a 3x3, except for more steps, which seems like fun to me because I like repetitive tasks. I find them soothing. So what I'm going to try and do is create a white center face right here. That's the easiest to do because I don't have to worry about any of the other faces. So I'm just finding a white and aligning them. So there's another white one, orient that around. So I've got one line of white pieces. Now I found a couple of white pieces there, but I don't really want to rotate them that way all the way, because what I want to do is finish this complete line. And I've got two white corners here, so I'm going to rotate them all the way around. You can see when I put that up, I'm going to get a whole line of white pieces, and that's what I want to put over there. So now I got two white lines. Now I want to make that final line of white pieces. I got two on that face, not in the right orientation. And then I got one right over here. So I'm going to flip this around. So those two are in the right way. And I'm going to flip this face down so that I can rotate this piece up in the corner so that when I put it back, it's going to be in the right position. So it creates that other three. So now I'm going to make sure that when I rotate it up there, white center, and then yellow center. Same idea. But again, we want to be sure that we don't mess up our white center while we're doing it. So I am going to this white yellow corner here. And now I've got a yellow line, but I need to rotate this white section back where it was. So to do that, I'm just going to give this a one turn so that the yellow pieces that I've aligned are out of the way, so that when I turn it back, they stay right there. Now I'm going to try my best to assemble these additional yellow lines without messing with that white face. So now I've got another yellow line, and what I'm going to do, I'm not just going to, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to rotate this yellow line up so it's connected, but then I also want to move it out of the way by giving it a double rotation. So when I put the white back where it goes, the yellow is still there. And then I'm going to get myself these two. And the other one I need is up here. So I'm going to try and move that down. Just, again, working on orienting the pieces so that when I move them, they don't mess up my sections that are already done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this yellow down. That's the one I need, but I don't want to mess up my white. So I'm going to rotate this entire face 180 degrees. Move my white back so it's in alignment, and move that back. So, I didn't do it right. Yeah, no, so I did it right. So now I've got this piece available to me to work on. And how I'm going to get this piece up here is I'm going to actually rotate this face down, flip it back over so that when I rotate that white back into alignment, got the orange in alignment. Well, that's pretty cool. I think I'll be able to get this done in time. So now I want to get those same center sections in the more colored area. So some of these are going to be easy. Green section, I'm just thinking about this center line right here. So I don't care about those pieces, just thinking about this center line. And now I'm looking to find another line that I can use. And there's one. So now I've got a line, rotate that so it's on the side and rotate it back up. So it is now 2 green sections. Now, the first one is the easiest to do because again, there's less things created that you don't want to mess up. So I need to move this piece, but these greens I don't want to mess up. So I'm going to put that green in the kind of trash section. Making sure that I replace the green back where it was every time I move something. Entire green section. Now, it's easiest to, excuse me, to work near the section that you were just on, than to work opposite it. So I'm going to start with the red, which is the most done. And I'm going to do my best to just align everything and turn it back right away so that my green section stays finished, but now I have a red line. And I've got 2 reds down here and I've got a red corner. So to get that red corner so that it'll line up in the top, rotate that face. Got that red line. I'm going to rotate it out of the way so that I can rotate my green back where it goes, keeping that green face intact. Now I want this red line to go with the other red line. So I'm going to rotate one of those sections, put the green where it was, or put the red line, flip it 180 degrees so when I rotate it back, my green is intact. Now I've got 2 red lines. Assemble my third one. Got one corner. I'm going to rotate it out of the way so when I rotate it back, it's still intact. Green section, white section, red section, all intact. Now I need to move this corner over here. How am I going to do that, right? I'm going to put it up on the top face. Rotate it. Not going to do that. That's the wrong face. I want to use a trash face. I want to use a face that isn't already made. So I'm going to rotate it up and flip it so it's in the top position where I need it to be. When I rotate it back down, create that line. So I've got all my faces still intact, which is how you want to be in life, really. You want to keep your face intact as much as possible. I'm going to switch this so it's on the same face with my red line. Flip it 180 degrees. And now we got a red face and we still have our green face. Now this gets much harder because we've only got 2 surfaces to work with. Again, trying to keep everything in rows and remembering that when I rotate things 180 degrees, they flip easily. Now, this one's a hard one. I always find that it takes a little bit of just remembering how things work, which I'm not really the greatest at. This one takes me a minute. put that one. So I want this blue one to finish that line. All right, so yeah, so what I'm going to do is make this final blue piece finish this blue line so that when what happened? Oof, created the orange line that I need. So now when I rotate it, I'll be able to rotate both sections back. And now I've got all of my centers on this 5x5 Rubiks. Now, again, like I said, this is just the same as the 3x3 Rubiks, except for there's more steps. And the next more steps is to assemble your centerpieces. Whereas we had one centerpiece in the 3x3, this 5x5 has kind of chunks of 3 centerpieces. So the same as we aligned these 3x3 centerpieces, we need to align these 1x3 edge pieces. Let's see. I'm looking for ones that are sent together and ones that are nearby each other. All right. Let me see. It's been a while since I've done this, so I can't actually say that I remember how to do it. Nope. This is what I need to do. All right. So here's how I've done. I've got a yellow and white or orange and white centerpiece. And then I've got another orange and white piece that goes in the top. I've got it oppositely oriented. So the centerpiece and this top piece are the same. So I can rotate this face over, and I'm going to rotate it up. And then I'm going to rotate the top over. So I'm kind of putting it in a safe place so that when I rotate the top back down, rotate the front back over, it's still together and all my faces are intact. And you do that a lot is the amount that you do it in this. And it always takes me a minute to find the pieces where they need to go and orient them correctly so that I am able to make these little faces. So I'm going to do it without narrating it. Just so that we can maybe get this finished. Or I can just continue my live stream success. Oof. Oh no. Oh no. Wasn't paying attention. I can continue my live stream streak of not finishing the thing that I started on the live stream. Being sure to put everything back where it came from. And sometimes I like to, if I got any sections that are finished, I like to kind of put them away, like down at the bottom, so that I know kind of where to look for the new pieces that I still need to align, and that so that I'm not taking apart anything that I've already put together. And this one, just a couple of schools of thought, I guess, on doing these edge pieces from the like nerd YouTube that I've watched, which is some of them say, you know, you can align these three. And some say if you try and align just kind of 2 pieces at a time, it gives you maybe a little bit more leeway as far as having junk, like so having the trash sections that you need to use to align the rest of them. Just working on aligning all these pieces. Complete face down, and another complete face, like complete corner piece over here somewhere. Blue and red, that is what I'm looking for. I don't want to mess up this blue and red, this green and red section. So put that down at the bottom, put this nice one down at the bottom. Oh, nice one's down at the bottom. And we are looking, let's see, let's do this. Red and white one. We need some junk at the top. White, and we're looking for our other red and white piece. That's right there. Let's put some junk at the top so we don't mess up our other sections. Up, over, and back. I don't know why doing this seemed like a good idea. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Everyone's been talking up my useless skills. My colleagues. I'm glad to know that my colleagues appreciate my kind of like freakish, useless skills, and something to talk about at dinner parties. Be useful at team building activities. Now, I want to put my junk. You see all these all messed up. I want to keep that where I can use it, because it's going to get switched around when I put those other pieces together. And when you get closer to the end, you want to make sure that you're not unassembling pieces that you've assembled. Looking for this white and orange piece. Here it is. And I want to get that one in this top orientation. Only I want the white facing me and the orange facing me here. And then I'm going to move this piece see, that's what I don't want to do. I want to make sure that I have the trash where I need it. I keep doing it. Where my pieces go. Here we are. I'm going to put this trash here. And I'll put trash there. So it should be. Where'd my piece go? So it should be good. There we are. And are all done. We're getting there. Got a couple more left to do. Let's see if we can't do this blue and orange that I'm looking at right now. And I'm looking for that final blue and orange piece. Here it is. Done, 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 done. Putting the ones that are done away so that I can look at the ones that aren't done. What do I got here? Green and white. And these two here, which are on the wrong edge. All right. Where'd that other green and white piece go? Ah, right here. I'm going to rotate that up. I can piece it. Now, the way I've been doing it is using my trash in the back row. And then, or right here on the side, if you're going to rotate both top two. So like that. So when I rotate it up, when I rotate it back down, that trash section is what gets turned. Oh, we are going to have a parity error. That's exciting. And fixing that right up there the same way. And one more time. Green and where'd it go? Now I've come to a place where, let me tell you, I haven't practiced on this enough or recently, and we're almost running out of time, where I've got just a few pieces left, and I don't have any trash to work with. So I forget how to do this. But after this, you've got the corners. It solves just like a 3x3 Rubik's Cube, the rest of the routine. But I will show you one thing about it, and then it's about time to hand it over to Emily for story time. But that interesting thing is you can see that these yellow and orange pieces are flipped. And when I solve this piece, it will remain. So the centerpiece will be flipped opposite. And they call that a parity error. And it can happen with the 4x4, the 5x5, or any of the larger cubes. So basically, on a 3x3 Rubik's Cube, there's only one correct solution. But on these larger Rubik's Cubes, there's more than one correct solution, right? So you've got all the pieces in the right, they're where they go. But it's basically like sometimes in a computer generated Sudoku, there's more than one correct solution. So it could go this way or it could go this way. And so that's what we've encountered here is two of the pieces are flipped, and they're not really completely wrong. But solving them, the solutions to solving them is definitely a thing that I have not mastered, and I had to watch videos and look at instructions and practice it, and I still don't understand it because you've got the complete cube is solved and you want to move two pieces, so there is a lot of rotation and counter rotation, and in my mind it's the place where there's just too many things, so I can't see all the way down the line to understand exactly what's happening to have me move this one piece so that it ends up upside down. So it's like flip, double flip, rotate once, double flip again, rotate again. I never quite get there. So that's Rubik's Cube time with me, and it's almost time for Emily to come on, and there she is, looks so cozy. I'm excited for story time.
Are you?
I am. And, I'm gonna get my blanket and get my dog, and maybe work on these Rubik's Cubes that I didn't get solved.
Well, I will tell you all that I thought the cat was going to come and hang out with me tonight, but then I had to get up, and so she's registering her protest over there. So we might have a cat later, and we'll see what that looks like. Anyway, so today I thought it would be nice to end with a story. And part of this is about weird hobbies that your librarian friends have. And so one of mine is that I collect antique books. And I thought I might want to read from one of my favorite antique books, which is Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. I have, this book was so incredibly popular when it came out in 1925 that like in the first year, I like this book because it goes through all of the printings of it. So it came out in 1925, and this is a 1925 edition, and they list, where is it? I'm gonna turn more slowly. All of the printings. And so you can see that this is actually the 17th printing of a book in a year. But because we are librarians, we do like to adhere to the letter of the law. And therefore, I cannot read this yet because it is not in the public domain. It will be in the public domain next year. Public domain, for those of you who don't know, means that after the way American copyright is structured is people who make things are only supposed to be allowed to have exclusive rights to them for, currently the law is life plus 70 years. So on January 1st, everything that was written in 1925 officially becomes public domain, and that includes Gentlemen Prefer Blondes by Anita Loos. It also includes The Great Gatsby, so if you're doing some Gatsby fan fiction, it'll be completely legal. But I went through my collection of other things and realized that I had this delightful 1923 edition of, you can't really read it, but it says Sherlock Holmes Detective Stories. And the Conan Doyle estate is actually notorious for suing people for copyright violations. So this is me sitting here and showing you that it says right there, this book was published in 1923, which makes it definitely in the public domain. We're just gonna throw that at the beginning. So tonight, I'm gonna read with one of the most famous stories, which is called A Scandal in Bohemia, which is famous because it includes the character Irene Adler, who is one of the very few women in the Sherlock Holmes stories, which is why if you watch Sherlock Holmes movies or TV series, she shows up so often. It's because everybody wants their hero to have a love interest, and Irene Adler is the closest thing that Sherlock Holmes has. So I'm not going to berate you with my terrible British accent. You might get a bit of my terrible German one, I'm afraid. But let's read a story. A Scandal in Bohemia by Arthur Conan Doyle. To Sherlock Holmes, she is always the woman. I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes, she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. It was not that he felt any emotion akin to love for Irene Adler. All emotions, and that one particularly, were abhorrent to his cold, precise, but admirably balanced mind. He was, I take it, the most perfect reasoning and observing machine that the world has seen. But as a lover, he would have placed himself in false position. He never spoke of the softer passions, save with a jibe and a sneer. They were admirable things for the observer, excellent for drawing the veil from men's motives and actions, but for the trained reasoner to admit such intrusions into his own delicate and finely adjusted temperament was to introduce a distracting factor which might throw doubt upon all his mental results. Grit in a sensitive instrument, or a crack in one of his own high-powered lenses would not be more disturbing than a strong emotion in a nature such as his. And yet there was but one woman to him, and that woman was the late Irene Adler, of dubious and questionable memory. I had seen little of Holmes lately. My marriage had drifted us away from each other. My own complete happiness and the home-centered interests which rise up around the man who first finds himself master of his own establishment were sufficient to absorb all my attention, while Holmes, who loathed every form of society with his whole bohemian soul, remained in our lodging in Baker Street, buried among his old books and alternating from week to week between cocaine and ambition. the drowsiness of the drug, and the fierce energy of his own keen nature. He was still, as ever, deeply attracted by the study of crime, and occupied his immense faculties and extraordinary powers of observation in following out those clues and clearing up those mysteries which had been abandoned as hopeless by the official police. From time to time, I heard some vague account of his doings, of his summons to Odessa in the case of the Trepov murder, of his clearing up of the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers at Trincomalee, and finally of the mission which he had accomplished so delicately and successfully for the reigning family of Holland. Beyond these signs of his activity, however, which I merely shared with all the readers of the daily press, I knew little of my former friend and companion. One night, it was on the 20th of March, 1888, I was returning from a journey to a patient, for I had now returned to civil practice, when my way led me through Baker Street. As I passed the well-remembered door, which must always be associated in my mind with my wooing and with the dark incidents of the study in scarlet, I was seized with a keen desire to see Holmes again, and to know how he was employing his extraordinary powers. His rooms were brilliantly lighted, and even as I looked up, I saw his tall, spare figure pass twice in a dark silhouette against the blind. He was pacing the room swiftly, eagerly, with his head sunk upon his chest and his hands clasped behind him. To me, who knew his every mood and habit, his attitude and manner told their own story. He was at work again. He had risen out of his drug-created dreams and was hot upon the scent of some new problem. I rang the bell and was shown up to the chamber which had formerly been in part my own. His manner was not effusive. It seldom was, but he was glad, I think, to see me. With hardly a word spoken, but with a kindly eye, he waved me to an armchair, threw across his case of cigars, and indicated a spirit case and a gasogene in the corner. Then he stood before the fire and looked me over in his singular, introspective fashion. "Wedlock suits you," he remarked. "I think, Watson, that you have put on 7.5 pounds since I saw you." "7," I answered. "Indeed, I should have thought a little more. Just a trifle more, I fancy, Watson. And in practice again, I observe you did not tell me that you intended to go into harness." "Then how do you know?" "I see it. I deduce it. How do I know that you have been getting yourself very wet lately and that you have a most clumsy and careless servant girl?" "My dear Holmes," said I, "this is too much. You certainly would have burned had you lived a few centuries ago. It is true that I had a country walk on Thursday and came home in a dreadful mess. But as I have changed my clothes, I can't imagine how you deduce it. As to Mary Jane, she is incorrigible, and my wife has given her notice. But there again, I fail to see how you work it out." He chuckled to himself and rubbed his long, nervous hands together. "It is simplicity itself," said he. "My eyes tell me that on the inside of your left shoe, just where the firelight strikes it, the leather is scored by 6 almost parallel cuts. Obviously, these have been caused by someone who has very carelessly scraped around the edges of the sole in order to remove crusted mud from it. Hence, you see, my double deduction that you had been out in vile weather, and that you had a particularly malignant boot-slicking specimen of the London slavey. For the record, this is a very old story, so there are some inappropriate terms. As to your practice, if a gentleman walks into my room smelling of idioform with a black mark of nitrate of silver upon his right forefinger and a bulge on the side of his top hat to show where he has secreted his stethoscope, I must be dull indeed if I do not pronounce him to be an active member of the medical profession." I could not help laughing at the ease with which he explained his process of deduction. "When I hear you give your reasons," I remarked, "the thing always appears to me so ridiculously simple that I could easily do it myself, though at each successive instant of your reasoning, I am baffled until you explain your process. And yet I believe that my eyes are quite as good as yours." "Quite so," he answered, lighting a cigarette and throwing himself down into an armchair. You see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear. For example, you have frequently seen the steps which lead up from the hall to this room?" "Frequently." "How often?" "Well, some hundreds of times." "Then how many are there?" How many? I don't know. Quite so, you have not observed, and yet you have seen. That is just my point. Now I know there are 17 steps because I have both seen and observed. By the way, since you are interested in these little problems, and since you are good enough to chronicle one or two of my trifling experiences, you may be interested in this. He threw over a sheet of thick, pink-tinted note paper which had been lying open on the table. It came by the late post, said he. Read it aloud. The note was undated and without either signature or address. There will call upon you tonight at 7:45, it said, a gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted with the matters which are of an importance which can hardly be exaggerated. The account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chamber then, at that hour, and do not take it amiss if your visitor wears a mask. This is indeed a mystery, I remarked. What do you imagine that it means? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Insensibly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. But the note itself, what do you deduce from it? I carefully examined the writing and the paper upon which it was written. The man who wrote it was presumably well-to-do, I remarked, endeavoring to imitate my companion's processes. Such paper could not be bought under half a crown a packet. It is particularly strong and stiff. Peculiar, that is the very word. It is not an English paper at all. Hold it up to the light. I did so and saw a large E with a small g, a capital P and a large G with a small T woven into the texture of the paper. What do you make of that? Asked Holmes. The name of the maker, no doubt, or his monogram, rather. Not at all. The G with the small t stands for Gesellschaft, which is the German for company. It is a customary contraction, like our CO. P, of course, stands for papier. Now for the EG, let us glance at our Continental Gazetteer. He took down a heavy brown volume from his shelves. Let's see here, Egria. It is from a German-speaking country in Bohemia, not far from Carlsbad. Remarkable as being the scene of the death of Wallenstein and for its numerous glass factories and paper mills. Ha ha, my boy, what do you make of that? His eyes sparkled and he sent up a great blue triumphant cloud from his cigarette. The paper was made in Bohemia, I said. Precisely. And the man who wrote the note is a German. Do you note the peculiar construction of the sentence? This account of you we have from all quarters received. A Frenchman or a Russian could not have written that. It is the German who is so uncourteous to his verbs. It only remains, therefore, to discover what is wanted by this German, who writes upon Bohemian paper and prefers wearing a mask to showing his face. And here he comes, if I am not mistaken, to resolve all our doubts. As he spoke, there was the sharp sound of horses' hooves and grating wheels against the curb, followed by a sharp pull at the bell. Holmes whistled. A pair by the sound. Yes, he continued, glancing out the window. A nice little brougham and a pair of beauties. 150 guineas apiece. There's money in this case, Watson, if there is nothing else. I think I had better go, Holmes. Not a bit, Doctor. Stay where you are. I am lost without my Boswell, and the promises to be interesting. It would be a pity to miss it. But your client, never mind him. I may want your help, and so may he. Here he comes. Sit down in that armchair, Doctor, and give us your best attention. A slow and heavy step, which had been heard upon the stairs and in the passage, paused immediately outside the door. Then there was a loud and authoritative tap. Come in, said Holmes. A man entered who could hardly have been less than 6 feet inches in height, with the chest and limbs of a Hercules. His dress was rich, and with a richness that would in England be looked upon as akin to bad taste. Heavy bands of astrakhan were slashed across the sleeves and front of his double-breasted coat, while the deep blue cloak, which was thrown over his shoulders, was lined with a flame-colored silk, and secured at the neck with a brooch which consisted of a single flaming barrel. Boots, which extended halfway up his calves, and which were trimmed at the tops with rich brown fur, completed the impression of barbaric opulence which was suggested by his whole appearance. He carried a broad-brimmed hat in his hand, while he wore across the upper part of his face extending down past the cheekbones a black visored mask, which he had apparently adjusted at that very moment, for his hand was still raised to it as he entered. From the lower part of his face, he appeared to be a man of strong character, with a thick hanging lip and a long straight chin, suggested of the resolution pushed to the length of obstinacy. "You had my note?" he asked, with a deep, harsh voice in a strongly marked German accent. "I told you that I would call." He looked from one to the other of us, as if uncertain which to address. "Pray, take a seat," said Holmes. "This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, who is occasionally good enough to help me in my cases. Whom have I the honor to address?" "You may address me as the Count von Kram, a Bohemian nobleman. I understand that this gentleman, your friend, is a man of honor and distinction, whom I may trust with a matter of most extreme importance. If not, I should prefer to communicate with you alone." I rose to go, but Holmes caught me by the wrist and pushed me back into my chair. "It is both or none," said he. You may say before this gentleman anything which you may say to me." The Count shrugged his broad shoulders. "Then I must begin," said he, "by binding you both to absolute secrecy for 2 years. At the end of that time, the matter will be of no importance. At present, it is not too much to say that it is of such weight that it may have been an influence upon European history." "I promise," said Holmes. "And I. You will excuse this mask," continued our strange visitor. "The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you, and I may confess at once that the title by which I have just called myself is not exactly my own." "I was aware of it," said Holmes dryly. "The circumstances are of such delicacy, and every precaution has to be taken to quench what might grow to be an immense scandal and seriously compromise one of the reigning families of Europe. To speak plainly, the matter implicates the House of Ormstein, hereditary kings of Bohemia." "I was also aware of that," murmured Holmes, settling himself down in his armchair and closing his eyes. Our visitor glanced with some apparent surprise at the languid, lounging figure of the man, who had been, no doubt, depicted to him as the most incisive reasoner and most energetic agent in Europe. Holmes slowly reopened his eyes and looked impatiently at his gigantic client. "If your Majesty would condescend to state your case," he remarked, "I should be better able to advise you." The man sprang from his chair and paced up and down the room in uncontrollable agitation. Then, with a gesture of desperation, he tore the mask from his face and hurled it upon the ground. "You are right," he cried. "I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?" "Why, indeed," murmured Holmes. "Your Majesty has not spoken before I was aware that I was addressing Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Castle Feldstein and hereditary King of Bohemia." "But you understand," said our strange visitor, sitting down once more and passing his hand over his high, white forehead. "You can understand that I am not accustomed to doing such business in my own person. Yet the matter was so delicate that I could not confide it to an agent without putting myself in his power. I have come incognito from Prague for the purpose of consulting you." "Then pray, consult," said Holmes, shutting his eyes once more. "The facts are briefly these. Some 5 years ago, during a lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of the well-known adventuress Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you." "Kindly look her up in my index, Doctor," murmured Holmes without opening his eyes. For many years, he had adopted a system for docketing all paragraphs concerning men and things, so that it was difficult to name a subject or a person which he could not at once furnish information. In this case, I found her biography sandwiched in between that of a Hebrew rabbi and that of a staff commander who had written a monogram upon the deep sea fishes. "Let me see," said Holmes. "Born in New Jersey in the year 1858. Contralto. La Scala. Prima donna Imperial Opera of Warsaw. Yes. Retired from the operatic stage. Living in London. Quite so. Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now desirous of getting those letters back?" "Precisely so. But how? Was there a secret marriage?" "None." "No legal papers or certificates?" "None." "Then I fail to follow, your Majesty. If this young person should produce her letters for blackmailing or other purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity?" "There's the writing." "Forgery. My private notepaper? Stolen." My own seal, imitated. My photograph, bought. We were both in the photograph. Oh dear, that is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion. I was mad, insane. You have compromised yourself seriously. I was only crown prince then. I was young. I'm but 30 now. It must be recovered. You have tried and tried. Your Majesty must pay. It must be bought. She will not sell. Stolen then. 5 attempts have been made. Twice burglars in my pay ransacked her house. Once we diverted her luggage when she traveled. Twice she has been waylaid. There has been no result. No sign of it. Absolutely none. Holmes laughed. It is quite a pretty little problem, said he. But a very serious one to me, returned the king reproachfully. Very indeed. And what does she propose to do with the photograph? To ruin me. But how? I am about to be married, so I have heard, to Clotilde Lothman von Saxe-Meiningen, second daughter to the King of Scandinavia. You may know the strict principles of her family. She is herself the very soul of delicacy. A shadow of a doubt as to my conduct would bring the matter to an end. And Irene Adler threatens to send the photograph, and she will do it. I know that she will do it. You do not know her, but she has a soul of steel. She has the face of the most beautiful of women and to find the mind of the most resolute of men. Rather that I should marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go. None. You are sure that she has not sent it yet? I am sure. And why? Because she has said that she would send it on the day when the betrothal was publicly proclaimed. That will be next Monday. Oh, then we have 3 days yet, said Holmes with a yawn. That is very fortunate, as I have 1 or 2 matters of importance to look into just at present. Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present? Certainly. You will find me at the Langham under the name of Count von Kram. Then I shall drop you a line and let you know how we progress. Pray do so. I shall be all anxiety. Then as to money, you have carte blanche. Absolutely. I tell you, I would give 1 of the provinces of my kingdom to have that photograph. And for present expenses? The king took a heavy chamois leather bag from under his cloak and laid it on the table. There are 300 pounds in gold and 700 in notes, he said. Holmes scribbled a receipt upon a sheet of his notebook and handed it to him. And Mademoiselle's address, he said, is Bryony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood. Holmes took a note of it. 1 other question, said he thoughtfully. Was the photograph a cabinet? It was. Then good night, Your Majesty. I trust that we shall soon have some good news for you. And good night, Watson, he added as the wheels of the brougham rolled down the street. If you will be good enough to call tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I should like to chat this little matter over with you. I've got my tea properly. You can't read a good mystery without a cup of tea. Chapter 2. At 3 o'clock precisely, I was at Baker Street, but Holmes had not yet returned. The landlady informed me that he had left the house shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning. I sat down beside the fire, however, with the intention of awaiting him, however long he might be. I was deeply interested in his inquiry for, though it was surrounded by none of the grim and strange features which were associated with the 2 crimes which I have already recorded. Still, the nature of the case and the exalted station of his client gave it a character of its own. Indeed, apart from the nature of the investigation, which my friend had on hand, there was something in the masterly grasp of a situation and his keen, incisive reasoning which made it a pleasure to me to study his system of work and to follow the quick, subtle methods by which he disentangled the most inextricable mysteries. So accustomed was I to his invariable success that the very possibility of his failing had ceased to enter my head. It was close upon 4 before the door opened and a drunken-looking groom, ill-kept and side-whiskered, with an inflamed face and disreputable clothes, walked into the room. Accustomed as I was to my friend's amazing powers in the use of disguises, I had to look 3 times before I was certain that it was indeed he. With a nod, he vanished into the bedroom, whence he emerged in 5 minutes, tweed-suited and respectable as of old. Putting his hand into his pockets, he stretched out his legs in front of the fire and laughed heartily for some minutes. Well, really, he cried, and then he choked and laughed again until he was obliged to lie back limp and helplessly in the chair. What is it? It is quite too funny. I'm sure you could never guess how I employed my morning or what I ended by doing. I can't imagine. I suppose that you have been watching the habits and perhaps the house of Miss Irene Adler? Quite so, but the sequel was rather unusual. I will tell you, however. I left the house a little after 8 o'clock this morning in the character of a groom out of work. There is a wonderful sympathy and Freemasonry among horsemen. Be one of them and you will know all that there is to know. I soon found Bryony Lodge. It is a bijou villa with a garden at the back, but built out in front right up to the road, 2 stories. Chubb locked to the door, large sitting room on right side, well furnished with long windows almost to the floor, and those preposterous English window fasteners which a child could open. Beyond there was nothing remarkable, save that the passage window could be reached from the top of the coach house. I walked round it and examined it closely from every point of view, but without noticing anything else of interest. Then I lounged down the street, and I found, as I expected, that there was a mews in the lane which runs down by one wall of the garden. I lent the hostlers a hand in rubbing down their horses, and I received in exchange 2d, a glass of half and half, 2 fills of shag tobacco, and as much information as I could desire about Miss Adler, to say nothing of a half-dozen other people in the neighborhood, in whom I was not in the least interested, but whose biographies I was compelled to listen to. And what of Irene Adler? I said. Oh, she has turned all the men's heads down in that part. She's the daintiest thing under a bonnet on this planet. So says the Serpentine Muse to a man. She lives quietly, sings at concerts, drives out at 5 every day, and returns at 7 sharp for dinner. Seldom goes out at other times, except when she sings. Has only 1 male visitor, but a good deal of him. He is dark, handsome, and dashing, and never calls less than once a day, and often twice. He is a Mr. Godfrey Norton of the Inner Temple. See the advantages of a cabman as a confidant. They had driven him home a dozen times from Serpentine Mews, and I knew all about him. When I had listened to all they had to tell, I began to walk up and down near Bryony Lodge once more, and to think over my plan of campaign. This Godfrey Norton was evidently an important factor in the matter. He was a lawyer. That sounded ominous. What was the relation between them, and what the object of his repeated visits? Was she his client, his friend, or his mistress? If the former, she had probably transferred the photograph to his keeping. If the latter, it was less likely. On the issue of this question depended whether I should continue my work at Bryony Lodge or turn my attention to the gentleman's chambers in the temple. It was a delicate point, and it widened the field of my inquiry. I fear that I bore you with these details, but I have to let you see my little difficulties if you are to understand the situation. I am following you closely, I answered. I was still balancing the matter in my mind when a handsome cab drove up to Bryony Lodge, and a gentleman sprang out. He was a remarkably handsome man, dark, aquiline, and moustached, evidently the man of whom I had heard. He appeared to be in a great hurry, shouted to the cabman to wait, and brushed past the maid who opened the door with the air of a man who was thoroughly at home. He was in the house about half an hour, and I could catch glimpses of him in the windows of the sitting room, pacing up and down, talking excitedly, and waving his arms. Of her I could see nothing. Presently he emerged, looking even more flurried than before. As he stepped up to the cab, he pulled a gold watch from his pocket and looked at it earnestly. "Drive like the devil," he shouted. "First to Gross and Hankey's in Regent Street, and then to the Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes. Away they went, and I was just wondering if I should not do well to follow them, when up the lane came a neat little landau, the coachman with his coat only half buttoned, and his tie under his ear, while all the tags of his harness were sticking out of the buckles. It hadn't pulled up before she shot out of the hall door and into it. I only caught a glimpse of her at the moment, but she was a lovely woman, with a face that a man might die for. "The Church of St. Monica, John," she cried, "and half a sovereign if you can reach it in 20 minutes. This was quite too good to lose, Watson, and I was just balancing whether I should run for it or whether I should perch behind her landau when a cab came through the street. The driver looked twice at such a shabby fare, but I jumped in, and before he could object, "The Church of St. Monica," said I, "and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. It was 25 minutes to 12, and of course it was clear enough what was in the wind. My cabby drove fast. I don't think I ever drove faster, but the others were there before us. The cab and landau with their streaming horses were in front of the door when I arrived. I paid the man and hurried into the church. There was not a soul there save the two whom I had followed, and the surpliced clergyman who seemed to be expostulating with them. They were all three standing in a knot in front of the altar. I lounged up the side aisle like any other idler who has dropped into a church. Suddenly, to my surprise, the three at the altar faced round to me, and Godfrey Norton came running as hard as he could toward me. "Thank God," he cried. "You'll do. Come, come." "What then?" I asked. Come, come, only 3 minutes or it won't be legal." I was half dragged to the altar, and before I knew where I was, I found myself mumbling responses which were whispered in my ear, and vouching for things of which I knew nothing, generally assisting in the secure tying up of Irene Adler, spinster, to Geoffrey Norton, bachelor. It was all done in an instant, and there was the gentleman thanking me on the one side and the lady on the other, while the clergyman beamed on me in front. It was the most preposterous position in which I ever found myself in my life. And it was the thought of that had started me laughing just now. It seems that there had been some informality about their license, and the clergyman absolutely refused to marry them without a witness of some sort, and that my lucky appearance saved the bridegroom from having to sally out into the street in search of a best man. The bride gave me a sovereign, and I mean to wear it on my watch chain in memory of the occasion. "That is a very unexpected turn of affairs," said I. "And what then?" Well, as I found my plans very seriously menaced, it looked as if the pair might take an immediate departure, and so necessitate very prompt and energetic measures on my part. At the church door, however, they separated, he driving back to the temple and she to her own house. "I shall drive out in the park as usual," she said as she left him. I heard no more. They drove away in different directions, and I went off to make my own arrangements. "Which are?" "Some cold beef and a glass of beer," he answered, ringing the bell. "I have been too busy to think of food, and I am likely to be busier still this evening. By the way, Doctor, I shall want your cooperation." "I shall be delighted." "You don't mind breaking the law?" "Not in the least." "Nor running a chance of arrest?" "Not in a good cause." "Oh, the cause is excellent." "Then I am your man." "I was sure that I might rely on you." "But what is your wish?" "When Mrs. Turner has brought in the tray, I will make it clear to you. Now," he said as he turned hungrily on that simple fare that our landlady had provided, "I must discuss it while I eat, for I have not much time. It's nearly 5 now. In 2 hours, we must be on the scene of action. Miss Irene, or Madame, rather, returns from her drive at 7. We must be at Bryony Lodge to meet her." "And what then?" "You must leave that to me. I have already arranged what is to occur. There's only one point on which I must insist. You must not interfere, come what may. You understand? I am to be neutral, to do nothing whatever. There will probably be some small unpleasantness. Do not join in it. It will end in my being conveyed into the house. 4 or 5 minutes afterward, the sitting room window will open. You will station yourself close to that open window." "Yes." "You are to watch me, for I will be visible to you." "Yes." "And when I raise my hand so, you will throw into the room what I give you to throw, and will at the same time raise the cry of fire. You quite follow me?" "Entirely." "It is nothing very formidable," he said, taking a long, cigar-shaped roll from his pocket. "It is an ordinary plumber's smoke rocket, filled with a cap at either end to make it self-lighting. Your task is confined to that. When you raise your cry of fire, it will be taken up by quite a number of people. You may then walk to the end of the street, and I will rejoin you in 10 minutes. I hope I have made myself clear. I am to remain neutral, to get near the window, to watch you, and at the signal to throw in this object, then raise the cry of fire, and to await you at the corner of the street." "Precisely." "Then you may entirely rely on me." "That is excellent. I think perhaps it is almost time that I prepared for the new role I have to play." He disappeared into his bedroom and returned in a few minutes in the character of an amiable and simple-minded nonconformist clergyman. His broad black hat, his baggy trousers, his white tie, his sympathetic smile, and the general look of peering and benevolent curiosity were such as Mr. John Hare could have equaled. It was not merely that John Holmes changed his costume. His expression, his manner, his very soul seemed to vary with every fresh part that he assumed. The stage lost a fine actor, even as science lost an acute reasoner when he became a specialist in crime. It was 6:15 when we left Baker Street, and it still wanted 10 minutes to the hour when we found ourselves in Serpentine Avenue. It was already dusk, and the lamps were just being lighted as we paced up and down in front of Bryony Lodge, waiting for the coming of its occupant. The house was just as I had pictured it from Sherlock Holmes' succinct description, but the locality appeared to be less private than I expected. On the contrary, for a small street in a quiet neighborhood, it was remarkably animated. There was a group of shabbily dressed men smoking and laughing in a corner, a scissors grinder with his wheel, 2 guardsmen who were flirting with a nurse girl, and several well-dressed young men who were lounging up and down with cigars in their mouths. You see, remarked Holmes, as we paced to and fro in front of the house, this marriage rather simplifies matters. The photograph becomes a double-edged weapon now. The chances are that she would be as averse to it being seen as Mr. Godfrey Norton, as our client is to coming to the eyes of his princess. Now the question is, where are we to find the photograph? Where indeed? It is most unlikely that she carries it about with her. It is cabinet size, too large for easy concealment about a woman's dress. She knows that the king is capable of having her waylaid and searched. 2 attempts of the sort have already been made. We may take it that she does not carry it about with her. Where then? Her banker or her lawyer? There is that double possibility, but I am inclined to think neither. Women are naturally secretive, and they like to do their own secreting. Why should she hand it over to anyone else? She could trust her own guardianship, but she could not tell what indirect or political influence might be brought to bear upon a businessman. Besides, remember that she had resolved to use it within a few days. It must be where she can lay her hands upon it. It must be in her own house. But it has twice been burglarized. Psh! They did not know how to look. But how will you look? I will not look. What then? I will get her to show me. But she will refuse. She will not be able to. But I hear the rumble of our wheels. It is her carriage. Now carry out my orders to the letter. As he spoke, the gleam of the side lights of a carriage came round the curve of the avenue. It was a smart little landau, which rattled up to the door of Bryony Lodge. As it pulled up, one of the loafing men at the corner dashed forward to open the door in hope of earning a copper, but was elbowed away by another loafer who had rushed up with the same intention. A fierce quarrel broke out, which was increased by the 2 guardsmen who took sides with one of the loungers, and by the scissors grinder, who was equally hot upon the other side. A blow was struck, and in an instant the lady, who had stepped from her carriage, was the center of a little knot of struggling men who struck savagely at each other with their fists and sticks. Holmes dashed into the crowd to protect the lady, but just as he reached her, he gave a cry and dropped to the ground, with the blood running freely down his face. At his fall, the guardsmen took to their heels in one direction and the loungers in the other, while a number of better-dressed people who had watched the scuffle without taking part in it crowded around to help the lady and to attend to the injured man. Irene Adler, as I will still call her, had hurried up the steps, but she stood at the top with her superb figure outlined against the lights of the hall, looking back into the street. "Is the poor gentleman much hurt?" she asked. "He is dead!" cried several voices. "No, no, there's life in him," shouted another, "but he'll be gone before you can get him to the hospital." "He's a brave fellow," said a woman. "They would have had the lady's purse and watch it if it hadn't been for him. They were a gang and a rough one, too. Ah, he's breathing now. He can't lie in the street. May we bring him in, marm?" "Surely. Bring him into the sitting room. There's a comfortable sofa. This way, please." Slowly and solemnly, he was borne into Bryony Lodge and laid out in the principal room, while I still observed the proceedings from my post by the window. The lamps had been lighted, but the blinds had not been drawn, so that I could see Holmes as he laid upon them. But the blinds had not been drawn, so that I could see Holmes as he laid upon the couch. I do not know whether he was seized with compunction at that moment for the part he was playing, but I know that I never felt more heartily ashamed of myself in my life when I saw the beautiful creature against whom I was conspiring, or the grace and kindliness with which she waited upon the injured man. And yet it would be the blackest treachery to Holmes to draw back now from the part which he had entrusted to me. I hardened my heart, and I took the smoke rocket from my ulster. After all, I thought, we are not injuring her. We are but preventing her from injuring another. Holmes sat upon the couch, and I saw him motion like a man who is in need of air. A maid rushed across and threw open the window. At the same instant, I saw him raise his hand, and at the signal, I tossed my rocket into the room with a cry of "Fire!" The word was no sooner out of my mouth than the whole crowd of spectators, well-dressed and ill gentlemen, hostlers and servant maids, joined in a general shriek of fire. Thick clouds of smoke curled through the room and out at the old open window. I caught a glimpse of rushing figures, and a moment later the voice of Holmes from within assuring that it was a false alarm. Slipping through the shouting crowd, I made my way to the corner of the street, and in 10 minutes was rejoiced to find my friend's arm in mine, and to get away from the scene of uproar. He walked swiftly and in silence for some few minutes until we had turned down one of the quiet streets which led towards the Edgware Road. You did it very nicely, Doctor, he remarked. Nothing could have been better. It is all right. You have the photograph? I know where it is. And how did you find out? She showed me, as I told you she would. I am still in the dark. I do not wish to make a mystery, said he, laughing. The matter was perfectly simple. You, of course, saw that everyone in the street was an accomplice. They were all engaged for the evening. I guessed as much. Then, when the row broke out, I had a little moist red paint in the palm of my hand. I rushed forward, fell down, clapped my hand to my face, and became a piteous spectacle. It's an old trick. That I could also fathom. Then they carried me in. She was bound to have me in. What else could she do? And into her sitting room, which was the very room which I suspected. It lay between that and her bedroom, and I determined to see which. They laid me on the couch. I motioned for air. They were compelled to open the window, and you had your chance. How did that help you? It was all important. When a woman thinks that her house is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing which she values most. It is a perfectly overpowering impulse, and I have more than once taken advantage of it. In the case of the Darlington substitution scandal, it was of use to me, and also in Arnsworth Castle business. A married woman grabs at her baby, an unmarried one reaches for her jewel box. Now it was clear to me that Our Lady today had nothing in the house more precious to her than what we are in quest of. She would rush to secure it. The alarm of fire was admirably done. The smoke and shouting were enough to shake nerves of steel. She responded beautifully. The photograph is in recess behind a sliding panel just above the right bell pull. She was there in an instant, and I caught a glimpse of it as she half drew it out. And when I cried out that it was a false alarm, she replaced it, glanced at the rocket, rushed from the room, and I have not seen her since. I rose and, making my excuses, escaped from the house. I hesitated whether to attempt to secure the photograph at once, but the coachman had come in and he was watching me narrowly. It seemed safer to wait. A little over precipitous may ruin all. And now, our quest is practically finished. I shall call with the king tomorrow and with you if you care to come with us. We will be shown into the sitting room and wait for the lady, but it is probable that when she comes she may find neither us nor the photograph. It might be a satisfaction for His Majesty to regain it with his own hands. And when will you call? At 8 in the morning. She will not be up so that we shall have a clear field. Besides, we must be prompt, for this marriage may mean a complete change in her life and habits. I must wire to the king without delay. We had reached Baker Street and had stopped at the door. He was searching his pockets for the key when someone passing said, "Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes." There were several people on the pavement at the time, but the greeting appeared to come from a slim youth in an ulster who had hurried by. "I have heard that voice before," said Holmes, staring down the dimly lighted street. "I wonder who the deuce that could have been." Chapter 3. She's a funny one, is Miss Irene Adler. I slept at Baker Street that night, and we were engaged upon our toast and coffee in the morning when the King of Bohemia rushed into the room. "You have really got it," he said. He cried, grasping Sherlock Holmes by either shoulder and looking eagerly into his face. "Not yet." "But you have hopes." "I have hopes." "Then come, I am all impatience to be gone." "We must have a cab." "No, my brougham is waiting." "Then that will simplify matters." We descended and started off once more for Bryony Lodge. "Irene Adler is married," remarked Holmes. "Married? When?" "Yesterday." "But to whom?" "To an English lawyer named Norton." "But she could not love him." "I'm in hopes that she does." "And why in hopes?" "Because it would spare your Majesty of all fears of future annoyance. If the lady loves her husband, she does not love your Majesty. If she does not love your Majesty, there is no reason why she should interfere with your Majesty's plan." "It is true, and yet, well, I wish she had been made of my own station. What a queen she would have been." He relapsed into a moody silence, which was not broken until we drew up in Serpentine Avenue. The door of Bryony Lodge was open, and an elderly woman stood upon the steps. She watched us with a sardonic eye as we stepped from the ruin. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe," said she. "I am sure I am Mr. Holmes," answered my companion, looking at her with a questioning and rather startled gaze. "Indeed. My mistress told me that you were likely to call. She left this morning with her husband by the 5:15 train for Charing Cross for the Continent." "What?" Sherlock Holmes staggered back, white with chagrin and surprise. "Do you mean that she has left England?" "Never to return." "Have the papers?" asked the king hoarsely. "All is lost." "We shall see." He pushed past the servant and rushed into the drawing room, followed by the king and myself. The furniture was scattered about in every direction, with dismantled shelves and open drawers, as if the lady had hurriedly ransacked them before her flight. Holmes rushed at the bell pull, tore back a small sliding shutter, and plunged in his hands and pulled out a photograph and a letter. The photograph was of Irene Adler herself in evening dress. The letter was superscribed to Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, to be left till called for. My friend tore it open, and we all three read it together. It was dated at midnight of the preceding night and ran in this way. "My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well. You took me in completely. But then, when I found out how I had betrayed myself, I began to think. I had been warned against you months ago. I had been told that if the king employed an agent, it would certainly be you. And your address had been given me. Yet with all this, you made me reveal what you wanted to know. Even after I became suspicious, I found it hard to think evil of such a dear, kind old clergyman. But you know, I have been trained as an actress myself. Male costume is nothing new to me. I often take advantage of the freedom it gives. I sent John the coachman to watch you, ran upstairs, got into my walking clothes, as I call them, and came down just as you departed. Well, I followed you to the door, and so made sure that I was really an object of interest to the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Then I, rather imprudently, wished you good night and started for the temple to see my husband. We both thought the best recourse was flight, when pursued by so formidable an antagonist, so you will find the nest empty when you call tomorrow. As to the photograph, your client may rest in peace. I love and am loved by a better man than he. The king may do what he will without hindrance from one whom he has cruelly wronged. I keep it only to safeguard myself and preserve a weapon which will always secure me from any steps which he might take in the future. I leave a photograph which he might care to possess, and I remain, dear Sherlock Holmes, very truly yours, Irene Norton, née Adler. "What a woman! Oh, what a woman!" cried the King of Bohemian, when we had all three read this epistle. "Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was? Would she not have made an admirable queen? Is it not a pity that she was not on my level?" "From what I have seen of the lady, she seems indeed to be a very different level to your majesty," said Holmes coldly. "I am sorry that I have not been able to bring your majesty's business to a more successful conclusion." "On the contrary, my dear sir," cried the king, "nothing could be more successful. I know that her word is inviolate. The photograph is now as safe as if it were in the fire." "I am glad to hear your majesty say so. I'm immensely indebted to you. Pray tell me in what way can I reward you? This ring?" He slipped an emerald snake ring from his finger and held it out upon the palm of his hand. "Your majesty has something which I should value even more highly. You have but to name it." "This photograph?" The king stared at him in amazement. "Irene's photograph?" he cried. "Certainly, if you wish it." "I thank your majesty. Then there is no more to be done in the matter. I have the honor to wish you a very good morning." He bowed, and turning away without observing the hand which the king had stretched out to him, he set off in my company for his chambers. And that was how a great scandal threatened to affect the kingdom of Bohemia, and how the best plans of Mr. Sherlock Holmes were beaten by a woman's wit. He used to make merry over the cleverness of women, but I have not heard him do it of late. And when he speaks of Irene Adler, or when he refers to her photograph, it is always under the honorable title of the woman. So, which is one of the reasons why I like that story, because Irene Adler was one of the few people who actually beats Sherlock Holmes. And it's why she's such a popular character. So anyway, I find books like this in used bookstores. This actually came from a library sale in Ithaca, New York, which has a really famous, I think it's once or twice a year they do a giant bookstore, and their book sale building is basically McKay's. It's roughly that size. It's huge. But I do, and I'm one of those people that's just like, oh yes, old book smell. So there are a number of us in the library who feel the same way. This little edition includes just a collection of his stories, which, as you can see, range from many chapters to short stories to longer versions, and everything that was written before 1924 is available for you to write, which is, if you really enjoy Sherlock Holmes but think that you could change him into something slightly more interesting, go for it. It's a good idea. We are almost coming to the end of our second live stream. This will be available forever. We're not going to take them down off YouTube. So if you feel like this would be helpful in your studying, please watch it again. And don't hesitate to reach out to us. You can reach us by chat. You can go to the library's homepage, utc.edu/library. It's a little chat with us red flag that you'll see. Click on that and you'll be able to chat with us. You can chat with people in the studio. The studio has a Zoom room open if you have questions on any projects like that. The building is, of course, open. So if you would like to actually come in and talk to us, we would love to see you. Just don't forget to wear your mask. And on that note, I'm going to wrap it up a little bit early. And good luck, you guys. And hopefully next semester we'll get to see more of your faces as this pandemic starts to wind down. And we hope you enjoyed the live stream. And if you have any suggestions for things and activities you would like to see next semester, we would also love to hear those. This is the first time we've done it. And as I said earlier, we put it together in about a week. And one of those weeks was Thanksgiving. So lots of thanks to the studio team, Sarah Cantor, Wes Smith, Yuri Cantrell, Julian Cuevas, and Jonah Lasley, as well as our outreach librarian, Chantal Swerin, and one of our digital development librarians, Stephen Shelton, who helped us get it on the website so quickly so that we could get this out so that people would actually know what was happening. I'd also like to give a shout out to Rachel Fleming, Theresa Lidka, Erica Tuggle, Chapel Cowden, and Bo Baker, who took an hour to show us their weird hobbies. And hopefully at the end of next semester, we'll have even more people. But thank you very much. And I think we're going to take it down. So thank you and good luck with your finals. You guys are awesome.